regarding chemicals and that and biodegradable stuff. That's when I woke up to the fact that I need to be careful on how I'm living on this earth and not be party to destroying the earth and making
Honestly,
it
bro,
difficult
I
for the
don't
animals to
think
live.
people could destroy it, bro. Even if
No,
they
no,
wanted
no.
to.
I totally understand that. Yeah, true. But let's not make it difficult for the animals. That's the thing, and let's not poison the water so
All right.
contaminated unnecessarily. Especially if it's the water that we're going to be drinking that they're recycling, but not able to clean all those toxins in there. So I just didn't want to be party to that. Also,
I feel
I
you.
stopped when I was 19. I stopped the McDonald's. So that would have been in 1980. 1980, 81, I stopped eating McDonald's because I learned that McDonald's packaging, one, wasn't biodegradable, and then two, they were responsible for destroying part of the Brazilian Amazon forest. They cleared the forest slightly to grow grass to feed the cows so they could then grow the beef, to make the beef. And I thought that cycle was just terrible because what I heard was that the fact that they were destroying the Amazon forest meant that they were destroying species of animals or insects, life that we don't even know the names of yet, that hadn't even been given names. I thought, wow, instant stop when I heard that. So I said to my brothers, because we can no longer have McDonald's on a Friday, okay, because McDonald's is responsible for destroying the Amazon forest. We can't do that. And that was the end of McDonald's back in 1981. But then I say that, and then 2010. So 1981, 2010, 2012, I was in Hawaii for the second time, and I was running out of money. So I had to take the kids to McDonald's there for the first time in their lives, and for the first time since the 1980s that I'd gone there. Bought them that purely to say. I actually took them to Wendy's. Yeah, Wendy's and Burger King. That was it. Burger King. But it wasn't good. It wasn't Wendy's. It wasn't Wendy's. It was Burger King, not Wendy's. Burger King. And it wasn't a good experience. And I went to two. I didn't want to go to McDonald's, but I went to two Burger Kings, and the experience wasn't as good as I was expecting. So in the end, ended up going to McDonald's, and they had a good time. And I took all the photographs. I said, the first time and the last time, boys. But that's a lie as well, because when we got back to Japan here, where I'm talking to you from, Japan, we got one near us, and the youngest kid wanted to have a cheeseburger and that, and he was banging me on the head for a cheeseburger. So I had to go and get it for him. But yeah, I did avoid McDonald's for some years on ethical grounds that they were destroying the earth, and I couldn't be party to that. I cannot say that I stopped McDonald's because I hated the food. Those words will never come out of my mouth because I enjoyed it. I stopped McDonald's at the peak of enjoyment of McDonald's. That was the hardest thing to do, was to stop it at the peak of enjoyment. So I can't say, oh, McDonald's is junk food and it'll kill you. Well, I mean, if you eat too much of it, yes, it will. Does it taste good? Finger licking good, like Kentucky Fried Chicken. All tastes good if you moderate it. And the funny thing was the French people's idea of moderation with McDonald's is once a year is okay. I laugh. Once a year. Yeah. Yeah. So no, I'm not going to say McDonald's is horrible food. I'm not going to say that. No way. I used to eat quite a lot of it. I used to have like at lunchtime. You might have me sitting there with two Big Macs, quarter pounder with cheese, fillet o fish, milkshake, and an apple pie. That'd be my lunch. Oh, and fries. Oh, yeah, that's it, and fries as well. Yeah, that's lunchtime, and I'd kill that off, no problem. Not even burping. That triple thick chocolate milkshake was a must have. The one thing I can say that I haven't done to my children is I haven't bought any of them Pepsi Cola or Coca Cola, not once. Well, I'm on my
You ought to try
own
the
here
new.
today again.
You ought to try the new space flavored Coke, bro.
The new what?
Space flavored Coca-Cola.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't subscribe to any of that stuff.
Right?
I drink water. At the moment, it's the Islamic month of Ramadan, so it means that from sunrise to sunset, there's no food and no drink. So, like from about three. Well, I stop eating from about 3:30 in the morning. Okay, if I'm going to have anything to eat, I've got to get it in before 3:30 a.m. After that, there's nothing coming in until 6:15 p.m. Yes, it's a long day, isn't it? So basically, you're eating once a day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, so that's what's happening now at the moment. It's great. It's okay. The first 2 weeks usually okay, and then it starts to kind of like drag on, and that's how it usually goes for me. If I'm kept very busy, then I skip for it. But if like I'm not so busy at the moment, so then yeah, it drags on. But I'm glad I do it. We do the Ramadan to remember the people who don't have food to eat in the world, those who are starving, and it's kind of like a detox as well for us Muslims. It's like a little reset, and then an appreciation of the food you eat as well. But I love cooking anyway, so I always appreciate food. So it just means that I can have, it prompts good ideas for food, what to make, what to eat. Yeah. The key is not to overeat and not to panic, not to gouge. Just take your time and break your fast. I like to break my fast with water first. Nice drink of water. Yeah. But anyway, yes, back to the flat earth truth. Yeah. The beautiful flat earth where we live.
I just did a drawing that says flat Earth on it.
Yeah. The beautiful flat earth where we live. There's a good one. Eratosthenes, yeah. Tosthenes. Eratosthenes. That's a good one. Who was that who did that? Yeah, Adam. Well done, my man. Adam Unsalted, I think that says there, yeah. Adam Unsalted. Well done, that's a good one. Yeah, Adam Unsalted, yeah. Eratosthenes, curvature not found, Please run Al Baruni X. I've got to have that one. Have that one, yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I've snapped that for future prosperity, that one. That's going to go a long way. I'm a keeper, so that's going to be used a lot now. Oh, wow. I mean, how quick and sharp is one's wit to make that, put those error tossed their knees. I mean, that's fucking hell, that's excellent. Yeah. Well done, Adam. Excellent. Let me put my mark on that. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we had that character earlier on, what, perhaps about, what, 40 minutes ago, 50 minutes ago,
That shit was funny as
claiming,
fuck, dude.
claiming that he's given up using his senses. So when you do that, it's no wonder you can't tell if you're on a flat earth or a globe earth. Because why would you do that? Why would you give up on the senses you were given to survive on this earth with? Why would you do that? What kind of mentality are you doing? You're thinking about? What the hell's going on in your head, man? And you can't give up on your senses. That would be impossible. Even to sit still requires your senses. To sit still motionless requires your senses. So it's impossible for you to give up on your senses at all. Give up on common sense thinking, willfully ignoring, yeah, you can do that. That's what you're doing. Willfully ignoring the truth. And it was brought to his attention that the axiom, the basic, what's the word, default, is that we all experience Earth as flat and stationary, motionless. Yeah? You know, it's not curving anywhere. We don't see any curve anywhere. No human being can claim they've seen curvature. It's an illusion if they did that. You can't, if they say that, because no, I've lived 60 years and I haven't seen 1 degree of curvature on this earth. I haven't experienced it at all. And I've used my senses all the way. My memory is sharp. I can go back to my elementary school days and draw that school. I can draw a map of that school. So, the 2 elementary schools that I went to, I can draw that. I know where I can go back to where I used to live. Yeah. And I'm currently hunting for some old photographs of the place where I used to live in East London, Popular House, back in 1966. And I haven't been successful in finding any shots yet, but I'm looking still looking for that. Yeah, so there's no way that I can say that I've seen or felt curvature on this earth. I've sailed on luxury liner to Nigeria, and I've sailed from Nigeria back to England. I've flown to Nigeria. I've flown many places, many places. Los Angeles would be the furthest, and Hawaii several times. Then we've done Europe, gone play football, Spain, football in Spain, football in Greece, Crete, lovely Kefalonia, another Greek island. Well, man, I've travelled Germany with my dad, Holland with my friends, on a motorbike, on a ferry. No curvature there. I didn't see any, didn't feel any, didn't notice the spin either. Yeah, Japan, look at that. That's a long way. No curvature there. Yeah. Singapore, Guam Island, several times. Saipan, several times. Oh, there's no curvature, man. No spin, nothing. I know this. It would not be possible to follow the curvature of the earth and be the right way up when you go to down under Australia. That's why they have that terminology, down under, because it's underneath the board from where the UK is. So if you're going to go to UK, you're going to be upside down. You have to be. That's nature's laws. It's not Jin's law. That's the nature's law. That is the law of nature. If you are flying from England to New Zealand or Australia, 180 degrees, you're going to be upside down. I don't care what these globers claim. You're straw manning the model. No, I'm not. You're bringing a shape that we cannot see. And if it is indeed that shape, I am demanding that I will be upside down. I know I will be. It's impossible. And if it was real, we would have actual video footage of aeroplanes flying upside down and landing in New Zealand and Australia, and ships, luxury liners on a cruise, upside down. From the satellite, zoomed in images. These images would be on your computer's front home screen, because it would be a marvel to watch as it's spinning. And then you see the planes flying upside down. Yeah, and the ships sailing perpendicular, leaving Africa, going up to England, or going across to Brazil on a luxury liner, or the 1 year cruise around the world. You know, you just be seeing all that action that no one's ever seen. With all that technology supposedly geostationary and orbiting the ball that no one's ever measured, seen, felt, experienced. Not to mention no 24-hour sun at the bottom of their ball. We don't have a 24-hour sun uninterrupted for 3 months. Visual of the sun above the horizon doesn't exist. Wow. And they've been down there for over 60 years, 70, 80 years they've been down there, fucking around, wasting taxpayers' money. They're there to perpetuate the lie that the others are bull. That's why they're there. That's the only reason they're down there. So come on, defend your position. You glowheads, defend. Nah, you can't defend that. It's impossible. So yeah, that's how it is, man. That's how it is, folks. The beautiful flat earth. Get out there this year, if you can. You know, fuck the mask. Forget that nonsense. Just get out there and enjoy it. Those of you on the coast, obviously you're going to be, you're right on hand. But those of you who are not near the coast, if you can try it, get to the coast this year. Plan it so the weather's going to be hot for the amount of time you wish to stay there. And look at that horizon. Take a picture of it and look at how level that is with the sky. Straight. Spirit level it is. No, not a degree of curvature can you see in it. It's a beautiful thing to see. And just enjoy natural life. Get out of the jungle. Get out of the concrete jungle and go into the bush and breathe in the damp soil. That beautiful smell of the damp earth. Yes, it's lovely, in the morning. And then enjoy the sound of twigs cracking under your feet. It's like a carpet. Really good for you when you go for a little hike. Mind you don't trip up though, because I've done that a few times. Where I've got my boot hooked onto a little vine. I'm down. Oh, because the rucksack aids your descent as well. So you've lost your balance, and now your rucksack's acting as a weight to drag you down even more. Oh. But you get up, you dust off, and you carry on. It's all part of the thing. It's less painful because it's not concrete. Uh, so there you go, as long as you don't bang your head on a rock or something. But it's nice, really nice, man. Go on a hike, pitch a tent, and enjoy the sounds of nature. Yeah, connect. Connect with the natural earth. Mm. Such good therapy. If you get to the river, enjoy the sound of the river flowing by. Yeah. The motion is therapeutic to the eye. The sound is therapeutic to the ears. And before you know it, you're immersed in natural essence. Yeah. If you're lucky like me, you got a canoe, you just drop the canoe in and then ease yourself into the canoe and then push off from the bank and you're on your way. Yeah, yes. Go on, nice. And I tell you, it's bliss. Yeah, with the kids and that. Yeah, fantastic. Canoeing, wow, that's therapy in itself. And if you're at the ocean, just get yourself on a sit on top kayak and just paddle out and then relax to the rocking of the ocean whilst you're in that. It's beautiful, that in itself. And when you get hot, you just jump off the sit on top kayak, roll into the ocean. Oh, that's just beautiful. And then you come back out, climb back onto your sit on top kayak, and you don't have to worry about the water because the water just runs out. There are drainage holes, so it doesn't fill up, and then you just relax. As long as you got your aqua shoes on, so you don't damage your feet on the coral or anything like that. And then yeah, oh, it's beautiful, man. Sun beating down on your skin. Yeah. And then I paddle back to the beach, check everybody's okay. All right, yeah, I'm just gonna go for a little jog. I'll be back because I want to sweat up and pull up, pull out all the toxins in my body. So I go for a little jog, jog off down the road, maybe 15 minutes in one direction, do a U-turn and come back. And by that time, you've already built a sweat, maybe in 30 minutes one direction, come back an hour. And then you just dive into the water. Oh, beautiful that is. Yeah. And the water's warm by the beach, but as you dive under and it just changes temperature, beautiful that feeling. Wow. Yeah, and then you come up, ooh, and you don't have to worry. You float. You don't sink because the salt in the ocean keeps you floating. So if you don't move, you're just going to sit there or lie there. Yeah, that's why you can swim so far in the ocean. In a swimming pool, you sink. So you've got to work hard to keep yourself afloat. But in the ocean, yeah, it's easy. The buoyancy is there. That salt water keeps you buoyant. Yeah, I remember when I made that discovery myself. That was a self-discovery, that one. I thought, wow, look at how far I'm swimming. Right, I'm swimming right out. Fucking hell. Huh? Is this me? Really? And then I'm floating in the ocean. I'm thinking to myself, it must be the salt. It must be the salt. That's what's doing that. And then I saw the salt with the boiled egg experiment. I thought, aha, there you go. It was the salt after all. Mm. Yeah, so if you get the opportunity, get out to the beautiful ocean and marvel at the horizon and how straight it is and enjoy that ocean. And if you're in the forest, get out to a high vantage point and look across that horizon from above and notice how flat everything is. The expanse of nature mixed with man-made roads and traffic lights and that. Nice to look at. Remember, it's man-made, but the bits of greener that you see, that's natural, that's nice. But it's a good view. Yeah, I love it. Top of a mountain looking across the land and it's just level. As far as the eye can see, there's no curvature. No curvature. It's a beautiful thing to see. I'm sure I know you flat earthers have already done that. But if there are any globers who are listening to this, well, yeah, you need to start to think, get out there. You haven't been truly connecting. when I go out there, I thoroughly enjoy every second. Today, I said it's Ramadan, but I did 2 hours of cycling today, and I enjoyed every second of it. With my listening to house music. Yeah. Gotta have house music all day long. Yeah, man. Kicking tunes bursting out of my pocket as I'm blasting down the road. And occasionally I'm balancing at the lights on the two wheels, balancing, and then a couple of kids are watching. I say, "How you doing? Yeah, you okay? Yeah, flat Earth." I'm saying, "Chico, Tyler, you're Tyler. Kyudai Janai." It's not a ball, and then the lights have changed. Bye, gone. Yeah. Last year, 3 new books were published about the flat Earth. So that's a good thing. Thanks to Flat Earth Banjo and the people who he introduced the Flat Earth to. 2 of those people went on to produce books. And they've come out pretty quick. So we've got 3 new books out there now. And then last year, in the English textbook for university students, they looked at the anti-vaxxers and the flat earthers. Yeah. And it stated at the end of that article or passage, more and more people are becoming flat earthers every day. And I went, well done for telling the truth, because that is true. Yes. So the flat earth is picking up in Japan now. Yeah. But flat earth to me is like fresh air and the air I breathe. Helium balloon, there isn't a professor alive that could pop. My balloon is not poppable. So you're not going to be able to pop my balloon. What's going to happen is I'm going to clonk you on the head with the flat earth truth. Your brain will crack. And then you'll just drop on the floor. The flat earth truth is just, it is what it is. When you have no evidence for your globe, what are you doing? You're just perpetuating a lie, Professor. Huh? Professor Dave, Professor Phil. Liars. I mean, it's quite obvious, isn't it? How can you be, it's so big, that's why you don't notice the curvature. Don't be silly. If you fly from England to New Zealand, no matter how big that ball is, it's 180 degrees. Okay? So you can't have a straight line in 180 degrees, can you? Can it be straight? No. Thank you. So you have to feel and initiate that curve. You've got to do it. Got to follow it through. You can't fly straight, dead level, and be in 180 degrees. No, that's just not, that's lunacy. It's against the laws of nature and the laws of physics and logic. You have a round, when you go around a corner, you don't go around the corner straight, do you? You round that corner. On a motorbike, you lean into it. Yeah? You hit the brakes, boom, 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 drop the gear, boom, and then you come in, and then you accelerate up. Right? And you're leaning into that corner. You're going in, you know you're in the corner. Drop your knee down, you're in, the bike's angled out. And as you bring it up, you accelerate out. Fucking hell, man, that's a corner. Right? You don't go straight, do you? You end up dead. Or you don't end up turning, you're just going on straight. So you've got to round it. The same rules would apply to an aeroplane flying from England to New Zealand on an oblate spheroid. You've got to round that ball. Got to. That would mean for the duration of the flight, you'd have to have your seatbelt on all the time. You will not be receiving any drinks or any meals. You might be lucky to have a little bit of entertainment. but that will be totally seatbelt fastened all the way. Because for the first half of your journey, there's going to be that first half of the curve. And then for the second part of your journey, it's the downward curve, going down and under towards, and it's a downward trip anyway from UK. From the moment you're leaving UK, you're going down to New Zealand. So it's a down curve. You've got no chance of even going to the toilet. But yet you go to the toilet, you stretch your legs, you have your drinks, you get your blankets if you want them, and your pillows, and your little cheese and biscuit snacks. I usually have 3 or 4 of those with a glass of red wine. Yeah, lovely. That's all coming down. You put it on your table, which folds from the back of the headrest. You turn that little switchy button thing that you turn, and the table drops down. You catch it before it makes a bang, and then if you want it to come close, you slide it towards you, but you don't. Not me. I like to have a little bit of a gap, so I keep it closer to the seat. Put your glass there in a little divot that's there to hold your glass, and the snacks on the table. Headphones connected. I'm watching the screen now, and I'm supposed to be going over a ball. Yeah, right. Really? Really, folks? And I'm going down to New Zealand, upside down, but I'm not noticing it. Really? Yeah, that's how stupid that ball is. And in Africa, if you're heading anti-clockwise, so you're heading west now, so you're going to go towards South America, yeah, heading west, you're sideways, perpendicular now, sideways on that ship or on that aeroplane. So you're sideways now. Now you're sideways. Can you imagine that, folks? On the ball? Honestly. How stupid is that ball? How stupid is it? It's hideous. What are you believing in? Yes. Even that word believe is a troublesome word for you guys. You globeheads. What are you believing in? Believe. At least I can say I know. No, Professor, I know the earth is flat. Oh, you believe it's a globe, do you? Oh, all right. I believe pigs can fly. Yeah? All right, Professor. But I know the earth is flat, Professor. It's more than you know, eh, Professor, huh? Professor. He's got all his PhDs and that, and his brain's fucked up. Here's me, not 1 degree to mention, and I'm fucking more knowledgeable than the idiot there. I'd repair his fucking car, do his plumbing, fix the fucking electrics, and fix up his bench and his chairs and his table. Here's this cunt, got all the fucking letters after his name, and he's perpetuating lies, getting untold fucking money for doing it. There you go. Excuse the French there. But there you go, folks. Okay, there you go. Hi there. Yes, we're having a quiet moment at the moment. So Gin CBR1 here, just talking flat earth life. That's where we are. That's where we live. We don't live on a spinning ball. It's not there. It's not there. We've checked it. Mm. A body in motion remains in motion unless acted upon by another force. Talk about stating the obvious. And that would apply here on Earth, perhaps. But in space now, big question mark there. How do we know that? How can we prove that, folks? Oh, but they went to the moon. No, did they now? No. They can't have gone to the moon. I'll mention three words. Cosmic ray particles. Cosmic ray particles. Leftovers from the stars that have died. Supernovas, according to the astrophysicists and theoretical scientists. Who else are there? The astronomers and the like. You know, these supernova, these stars explode when they die, and then apparently they shoot this matter flying through the universe at almost the speed of light. The speed of light being 616,629 miles per hour. Okay? That's fucking fast. 670 million? Yeah, that's a fast speed, yeah? Okay, right. Now, apparently, if any astronaut and his spacecraft was to venture out into that environment, they would need 2 meters of shielding so as to protect themselves from those particles. Now, those particles are flying at such a rate that if you had a centimeter square patch, every second you'd have 4 of these particles striking that patch. So you can imagine it's like being in a rainstorm, basically, okay, of cosmic ray particles. Now, how did the Lunar Command Module travel through the space to get to the moon and not encounter these particles and survive? Bearing in mind that that module was like 2.3 millimeters to 2 millimeters thick of aluminium. Industrial grade aluminium, but it's not enough. It's not enough to protect you from. They said 2 meters thick you would need. They had 2 millimeters or thereabouts of thickness. No shielding from the astronauts' suits. So how did they survive that? There's a question. How could they have survived the cosmic ray particles that are supposedly known to be there? I don't even think they're there, but this is what they tell us, okay? Then there's the encounter of the Van Allen radiation belts discovered by James Van Allen, I think in 1958, from, I forgot the name of the satellite thing or the probe that they said they sent out there to discover this thing, right? But apparently there are 2 radiation belts. Now, when you look at the values of those belts, they are 2,500 rems apiece. They start from about 1,000 miles from the Earth's surface, or thereabouts, where they begin. And they go as far as 20, 30,000 miles out. Anyway, traveling through those would take you at least 4 hours. But there's another belt that wasn't mentioned by these physicists. They never want to talk about it, but it's there. Created by the Operation Starfish Prime, Dominic of the Lord, aka Fishbowl of the Lord. Okay, back in 1962, where they set off several megaton bombs, and that supposedly resulted in a 3rd radiation belt, 247 miles from the Earth's surface, to the tune of 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belts themselves. So if you do the maths, that's 250,000 rems of radiation back in 1962. So in 1969, it still would have been mega lethal. it still would have been in the 200,000s, okay, because they went in 69, yeah? So they would have to have gone through that belt and then through the two Van Allen radiation belts, then get through all that cosmic ray stuff, then land on the moon, where it's said to be up to 960 rems, and the sun is spitting out this radiation every day of the week, all the time. There's no belts there to protect them on the surface of the moon, no radiation belts there. So they're there with their linen suits, offering no protection from radiation or cosmic ray. How could they survive all that? And remember, it's a 3-day journey there, 3-day journey back. So that's 6 days, plus the time they spent on the moon, okay? That's a long time. Yeah? Yeah, folks, think about that. Right, not one of them got cancer. In fact, we had Alan Bean, astronaut Alan Bean, I think he was on the Apollo 12 mission, I think. He said, when he was asked about the Van Allen radiation belts and the effects, he said, I don't think we went out far enough to encounter the Van Allen radiation belts. Then when he was told the distance to those belts, he said, then we went right through them then. And then he was asked, what, and no effects to your body, nothing? Oh, no. There were some flashes to the eye he was talking about. A little flash, whoosh, and it would like starburst in your eyeballs, yeah, apparently. Little flashes in the eye. Funny how he got his story right in the end, yeah? But anyway, still doesn't explain how they could have got past the cosmic ray particles, all that radiation belts, all those radiation belts. 70 rems, when a human being is exposed to that during that journey, that astronaut would suffer partial vision loss, okay? Vomiting and diarrhea. Very, very uncomfortable indeed. 170 rems would render the astronaut's vision loss, complete loss of vision, vomit, diarrhea, and then death within 60 days. And that's just 170 rems. So imagine what 250 rems would do. Sorry, 250,000 rems. Excuse me. Let me get that right. 250,000 rems. Imagine what that would do to a human being. If you've lost your vision, at 170 rems, right? You vomited and diarrhea in your suit. Okay, you're not wearing the official space suit, not the excursion suit, but your uniform that you've got on. So you've now got vomit floating in your bloody Lunar Commander module inside there, and diarrhea. You're in a right state. How are you going to fix yourself? Huh? And you can't see now, because now you're dead, man. You're finished. You're not returning. You wouldn't even land on the moon. You'd be totally destroyed. And that's just at 170 rems. 250,000 rems, I think you would explode. Right, that's what we're talking about here, folks. That's what you would explode in your suit. Perhaps your suit might take it, but I doubt that very much. But the human body would just expand and boom, you'd be dead. Dead there. That radiation would just destroy you. Yeah. And then the cosmic ray particles penetrating your 2 millimeter thick of aluminium, with these particles coming through at 670 million miles an hour and more, or thereabouts, impinging on your spacecraft. Yeah, you ain't got a chance. Come on, man. Who are they kidding? And they went 6 times. And they haven't been back since that time. Yes. So you just got to think about these folks. think about what they're telling you. How do we know a body in motion remains in motion in space? What evidence do we have that things float as soon as you get up to 60 miles from the Earth's surface? It's zero gravity, you're floating. That's bullshit. Crap. It's just absolute rubbish, folks. You drop like a stone back to the earth where you belong. You're floating. So the rocket now fires its boost, its thrusters. Okay, and that's going to keep it going all the way. Oh, are you kidding here? Keeping in motion. Yeah, really? No, we can't prove that. That's not been proven. A body in motion remains in motion unless acted upon by another force. That's still a question mark even on Earth. I don't see that. I don't see something in motion unless acted upon by another force. Because if I start my motorcycle and I ride it now I'm using the throttle. If I let go of the throttle, the drag from the tire, the engine, is no forward motion. I'm stopping. And then I stop. I move slightly and I stop. So there's no such thing as this, but keeps in motion. Something needs to keep the thing in motion. Whatever it is, your vehicle, whatever. Without it, there is no forward motion or backward motion or sideward motion. Things just don't go into motion by themselves. The wind blows the leaves fly. When the wind stops, it drops on the floor. So it's an obvious one, yeah. If we can see that demonstrated. Something in motion, kept in perpetual motion. A car being driven by the driver, going on the motorway, okay, it's going constant speed of 60 miles an hour. Okay, that's because the driver is keeping his accelerator to a certain degree and then the guy's holding that speed. Now, if the wind blows hard enough, that can slow it down. Okay, momentum is being slowed down there. That's a force. If a car hits it from the side, bang, okay, then it stopped. But these are obvious things, but the idea of something just keeps on going, it doesn't happen in nature. It doesn't happen. That's why that law, that one comes under question for me, especially in space, let alone on Earth. In space, where there's supposed to be a vacuum, so there's no drag factor. Okay, but we haven't got that. Can't demonstrate that. Never been demonstrated. It's rather quiet today. Is there anybody else there want to have a chat? I don't want to take up all this time. Oh, let's have a look. What does it say there? Yeah, that's right, Adam. Yeah, correct. When presented with two possibilities, scientists tend to choose the wrong one. Absolutely. Yes, and that statement that Adam posted in the live stream voice text came from Houghton C. Arp, astrophysicist. See? So the best astrophysicists will be wrong all the time. Because it's all theoretical. It's not real. And another little confusion that tends to happen, especially for me back in the old days, was when they said they had a theory, and this theory is a fact, but they call it a theory. Now, that's where the scientists are wrong in the world they live in. It leaves room for confusion. Because for me, a theory is an idea. It's a theory. It's a hypothesis. That's all it is. It's just a theory, an idea. It's not a fact. So if something is a fact, then it should be known as a scientific fact because it's gone through the scientific method to be substantiated in our reality. So it is a scientific fact. It's not a scientific theory. A scientific theory is something that you are toying with, trying to use a scientific method. You're doing experiments. It's undergoing research at the moment. That's what that means to me, and that's what it's always going to mean. So when somebody says they've got something that's a scientific theory, and it's indeed a fact, and it is indeed a fact, I will call that a scientific fact. I will not say, oh, that's a scientific theory. No, that's a scientific fact, sir. It's a fact. It's not a theory. Okay? It's time for you people to address the way you use the language. You're using it wrong, and it's confusing people, and this is how you sneak in theories as facts like gravity. Okay, you sneak that in, and you're teaching it like it's a fact when it's not a fact. It's not been proven. You don't know what it is. So it remains a scientific theory, not fact. And these are the problems out there. So for me, and the road that I march on, the road that I drive on, that I ride on, scientific theory is a theory, and that's it is. It is not a fact. Scientific facts are facts, and that's how it's going to be for me. So whatever they call a theory, and I look into it, and it's indeed a fact, because it adheres to the scientific method, and it is based in our reality, that's a fact. Theories, on the other hand, will be theories, not facts. They're not proven. They're just theories. Thank you. I don't care what the scientific community are saying. Fuck them. Middle finger up their nose with that. That's how I roll. That's how I'm going to be rolling from now on. In fact, that's how I've been rolling for 7 years, to be quite honest. Yeah, because I've started to look into it once I woke up. Basically, once I stopped being lazy in looking into what these scientists are claiming and that, because you give them the trust, they know more than you, But when you actually look into it now, you think, there's some tidy up need to be doing. You're making so many lies, you've made a mess here. Tidy up your mess. Too many bloody theories here, no facts. Yeah, well, stop promoting your theories of facts then, yeah? Stop that. It's confusing everyone. And because people are not looking because we're lazy, because we trust you, you're abusing our trust now. That's what you're doing. You're abusing our trust. Damn cheek. Anyway, thank God for Neil deGrasse Tyson. He slips ups now and again. You are not high enough to see the curvature from 2 inches of this beach ball. That stuff is flat. I love it. I'm telling you. So when you go up to 120,000 feet, you're not high enough to see the curvature. You're just not high enough. He says. So anybody who believes in the heliocentric model, who thinks the Earth is spinning, you've never seen curvature. So if you think you have, you're lying to yourself. Or perhaps the window on the fuselage of the aeroplane you're on facilitated that curvature. Perhaps. Because even I've flown many times and I've looked out the window. I've never seen any curvature. And I've taken pictures from within the aircraft looking outwards and no curvature. The window didn't change anything. So I'm still yet to see curvature through an aeroplane window. Me. And when you look out the window, there's it's like a sandwich, isn't there? There's 2 lots. There's your window there, which you can pull the shutter down, and then there's the outer portion. There's two bits of glass to look through. Perspex, not really glass, it's like a plastic thing, isn't it? Right? So there's 2 layers there. It's a sandwich. So come on, man, let's get real here. Bloody liars. I've looked through those windows. I've never seen any curvature at all. The window hasn't induced a curved image for me to look through. It's never happened in all my life. So I've yet to see a window do that. Bend it. I've got lots of pictures. Tell you that now. Even my children have lots, you know.
Sorry if I may interrupt real quick. The only way that they think that they see curvature is by boats going over the edge of the horizon when they're standing at the ocean.
That's right. That's what they say. Yeah. They say
and that's the only evidence that they actually have being on ground level, because, like you said, Neil deGrasse Tyson said, even being 2 inches above this beach ball, you ain't seeing it.
Yeah. As he slaps the ball, I'm seeing the ball. He made me laugh, you know. And then he did the flat earth salute. He did the flat earth salute. That stuff is flat. I thought, yeah, he's a flat earther. He was good. So
Yeah, so it's the only actual thing that they can claim that the way that they see curvature is boats going over the edge of the horizon. That's it.
Yeah, that's right. And then the funny thing is, if I'm seeing something going over a curve, you know, any vehicle, the attitude of the vehicle changes. It doesn't go over the curve like you're going down on an escalator. You know, when you go on an escalator, you look at a human being, you know, his head is upright and he's like he's sinking. Yeah? Yeah? Horizontally sinking. Yep. But a ship or a plane or a car, you know, if it's rounding a curve, the ship's angle, you're going to be sliding off the deck, is what should be happening. You cannot be going over a curve horizontally and then you're going, no, sorry, that's not how it works. No, it's curved. So the attitude of the ship should be changing just like the car does. The car attitude changes, the motorbike attitude changes, and aircraft's attitude changes. That's why you have all your meters. So the ship, the same rule would apply to the ship. So it would mean I would expect to see the bum of the ship come up a little bit and the nose drop down. But when you look at a ship disappearing from your eyesight, it's disappearing from the bottom upwards because of the law of perspective. When the thing moves away from you, your eyeballs are not able to focus at the bottom, and it's in the way. The bottom, the ocean is in the way as the ship moves away from you. It's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. That's what happens. That's the angle of resolution.
Right, and your perspective. Along with temperature and pressure, and you know the vapors in the air distorting your vision. You know what you're seeing off into the distance.
Absolutely, that's exactly what's happening.
And when they claim refraction, you know, well, how are you even measuring to that point of that curved horizon if it's refracted? You know, how are they measuring that if it's refracted?
Yeah, if you had a refraction meter, it would always be changing because the environment, the medium is changing by the second. Yeah, you know, it's not refraction and it's fixed for all day. That's it. That's the setting and that's it. No, refraction, the atmosphere itself, what you're looking through, is changing by the second because of the temperature variations going on, constantly changing literally by the second. So how would you be able to measure that? Bloody mad, isn't it? You see what they claim. There is a degree of refraction. How much it is hard to measure. Very hard to measure.
I like that initial point you made about nobody seeing any curve. especially when it comes to Neil deGrasse Tyson saying you can't see it 2 inches off this beach ball. How are you seeing it at ground level? Period. If you're not
Yeah,
seeing it at that height, you're not seeing it at 6 feet off the ground.
correct. That would
I
be
like that point.
impossible. Yeah, and that's impossible. And when you look at the oceans, which I sent to people this year, if you get a chance to get to the ocean, choose a good week there where it's going to be nice and hot. Get out there and take your pictures of the ocean where the horizon meets the sky meets the ocean, and look at how level that line is. And that line is level. You can put a ruler to it, a straight edge, and there's no curvature. It's a beautiful
Well,
thing to see.
actually, I'm going to Barbados in May, and I've
Okay.
kind of been scouting the internet for like a good quality camera so I can record my flight, and I'm gonna get like a handheld level and take it on the plane with me and stick it to the window for the entire flight and try to record how
Well,
level it is
that's
the
good,
entire time. Yeah. So like I've been kind of asking around to even Globers and flat earthers what kind of experiment should I be doing while I'm in the plane, and everything. Like what would you want to see? Because now I'm gonna go out and actually do my own experiment.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm kind of asking around, what would you guys like to see? Um,
Well, okay, that's a
you
good
know,
question. First of all, you're going to be going on a flight. Now, I'm expecting this plane to follow the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so like my children. So back in 2016, we downloaded the Bubble app. Okay, to check whether the plane was indeed following a curvature. So you might want to do that one. You might want to download a Bubble app onto your smart device and show us if the bubble moves from center, because usually once you set it up, it stays center because the plane is just, once it's at its altitude after taking off and it climbs to the allotted altitude, which is generally somewhere in between of 35,000 to 40,000 feet. Once it levels off after 10 to 15 minutes, it's leveled off onto its destination now. Now you want to switch on your Bubble app and check to see if it's in the center and keep that on for the duration of the flight. Or you can switch it off to save your battery and switch it on, or you can plug your smartphone into the charger unit that they have on the planes. They do have them, so you can keep it on all the time, and you can see whether the Bubble app, the bubble deviates from the center. Okay, that'd be one.
right. Uh, I'm taking JetBlue, and on the back of the chairs where I would be facing, there's a monitor,
Yeah.
and they have your altitude, your cardinal position. They actually show
Right.
like a localized map, like you can see like
Yeah.
the side of the United States down to Florida. Then you can see some of the key islands, and as you travel, you can start to see more geographic locations. Um,
Right.
so I'll be able to record all of that. So I
That's
think
going to be
that
nice.
yeah, that's going to be helpful as well.
That's going to absolutely right. So I'm looking at the curvature thing because it should be from where you're going to be going from to your destination. How many hours is that?
Well, I'm up in Pennsylvania. I'm flying out of JFK, New York.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's to Bridgetown. It's about 4.5 hours.
Yeah, I was going to say 4 hours. Right. So 4.5 hours. Okay. So that's a nice long flight there. So there should be you should encounter curvature 4 hours. There must be curvature
Yeah,
along the way. You
and
see.
I'll be the last time I went was 2 or 3 years ago, and we flew at about 39 or 38 to 40,000 feet. So we're about 7, almost 8 miles high.
Yes, that would be yeah. So yeah, about 5 to 6 miles roughly. That is 5 to 6 miles.
Yeah.
Um, now the experience of actually getting on the plane. Are you going to be needing to wear the mask? You got to do the dance and all that. Jump through hoops.
Yeah, I got to do all that. Yep.
What a load of bollocks that is, isn't it?
Yeah. Also, when Barbados still has the quarantine rule, so when I get down there, the first 3 days I have to quarantine in a hotel. Blah
Bollocks
blah
status.
blah. Yeah, because I'm not vaccinated or anything, so yeah, I got to do all that.
That's one reason why I won't travel at the moment, because I don't want to go through all that shit for something that I know is not real. You see, I don't want to do that.
Right. No, yeah, absolutely. I was thinking about trying to find some documentation to try and get out of that, but
Yeah.
I'm not too familiar with Barbadian law. My family lives down there, so but I'm not like too familiar with it.
Yeah, my best friend from school is from Barbados, and I've been looking at Barbados. In fact, yeah, Barbados, they have a good account with the Canadians. Their tourism is linked to Canada, Barbados. Okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're heavily influenced by Canadian.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and the reason I know that
they became sovereign from Britain, I don't know what, 60, 70 years ago. Right. And then it's kind of been like influenced by Canada a lot.
Yeah. And the Prime Minister of Canada, Barbados, says that the Canadians are family. Please come back, because after this COVID nonsense, she's been asking for the Canadians to come back, to restart their tourism, okay? So that's why I was looking. I was looking at how the Caribbean islands and the Pacific islands, and Mediterranean islands, how are the islanders handling this pandemic thing? And they bought it hook, line, and sinker. Yeah, everyone's rushing to get their vaccines and whatever. Okay, good luck anyway. But yeah, I wanted to see how they're handling it and how's the tourist industry, and what do you have to do in order to go there and enjoy yourself. I don't want to have to wear a mask on the plane. That's for fucking sure. I'm not going to do that. I can't.
Yeah, you have to.
I can't.
You see all these videos, and everybody getting kicked off of flights because they're not wearing masks. And I'm taking my son down to meet my family for the first time since he's been born.
Yeah.
So I don't want to jeopardize all that. Oh,
no. That's
the mask. Even though how against it I am. I'm sorry if you're talking, you're kind of broken up.
Yes, sorry about that, but I understand you perfectly. How long are you staying there for?
I'll be down there for 23 days.
Ooh, that's nice. Oh yeah, nice.
Yeah, it'd be a nice little vacation.
Yeah, 23 days. That's nice. Yeah. Yeah. And what are you going? How many of you going? You, your wife, your kids? How many?
Yeah, myself, my wife, and my son. So just the three of us.
How old is your son?
He just turned a year 2 weeks ago.
Wow. Oh yeah, no, you're enjoying it.
Yep, that's why we're taking him down.
Screaming and diapers and bouncy and buggy.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be good. That's going to be good. Yeah, that's going to be good. Excellent. Yeah. Is your wife a flat earther?
No, she tends to just kind of stay out of it. She doesn't really care for it all that. As much as I talk about it at home and everything, she just, it's not relevant to her. So I respect that.
Yeah, my wife is the same. Exact carbon copy, you could almost say. But wherever I go, I'm talking about it. Doesn't matter, My mother-in-law, she rolls her eyes when I start. She rolls her eyes.
Yeah, so does mine. Actually, my mom and dad are actually both kind of flat earthers too. My dad more so than my mom. My mom understands it. She just
Yeah,
doesn't know like the complete logistics and
yeah,
about it. So she's like, it kind of makes sense. And I'm not really going to look into it, but I believe you.
yeah. Fine, yeah, yeah. We understand the ramifications of all this over the years. That's part of our motivation, isn't it? As well, the fact that our money is being used to perpetuate a lie. And when you look into all the other lies that have been told, you just want to clean that all up. It's just time to get rid of this shit. So if you get a chance to have a meaningful conversation with any stranger, then if you can get onto the topic of flat earth or, the jab or whatever, yeah, it's good, isn't it? It makes for an interesting conversation, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely.
Yeah, because I think that's what the human beings are supposed to do. Yes, have fun, talk about sports and whatever, but keep it real. As long as the timing is right. I know you're on holiday and whatever, but at the end of the day, you're going to go on holiday, you're going to enjoy yourself, but you've also got your little project that you're doing, your hobby. Flat Earth Truth. That's good. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really what I'm trying to do. And I seen this as a full on opportunity to document as much as I can to show these people who don't have these type of opportunities to take an
Yeah.
airplane and stuff like that, and document my own experience and share it with
Yeah.
them to try to shed some light on it.
Yeah. That would be greatly received. I'll tell you that now, because like you said, most people don't have that opportunity to fly, and some of them don't even have the opportunity to go to an island, Caribbean island or any island for that matter. And that's a shame in a way because there's so much experience there that's not being fulfilled in their lives. It's a hole. If you just lived in the concrete jungle, beep, beep, ba, ba, beep, beep, get out the way. Yeah, look out. Yeah, beep, beep, don't walk, don't walk. Beep, beep. I mean, that's all you've had all your life. Fucking hell. You haven't really lived properly.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I've seen like videos like 12, 18 hour time lapse videos of people flying from like America to Japan or Paris to Japan, and like the plane stays flat, level the whole time. The
Exactly.
land, the water around it, you never see any type of like curve deviation at all. and
No.
and I'm like, well, I can see a video, that's cool, but if I can do it in real life, and I have somewhat of an online relationship, within Discord with these people, if I can share my own experience with
Yeah.
them, maybe I can, touch base with them a little bit more because of that relationship. I'm not just showing them like, videos from that I pulled off of YouTube from somebody that a complete stranger, from NASA or something like that. I pulled it from myself, my own experience. This is what I seen,
Right.
and to take it as you will. If you're not going to believe it, then tough loss, but it is what it is.
Yeah. It is what it is, and they can't say they weren't shown or they were not told. That's what I always say. You can't say you weren't told about it. That's the thing. You cannot say that. Yeah. So it's
Yeah, absolutely.
look at it, take it on board, or not take it on board. That's your choice, your will. But at the end of the day, you cannot say you weren't told. Good luck. That's what
I
I
also,
always
I
say to
also
people
want to
when they do
ask
that.
the pilots too what they think.
Yes.
Yeah, I think
Brilliant.
I love watching
Brilliant.
those videos because getting the reaction
Yeah.
from them, it's so satisfying. Like, yes, it's flat, it's pretty flat. Yes, I want to hear that
Yeah.
from my
Yeah. Yeah.
own
Yeah. You've
pilot.
got to make a
Like,
point.
hey man, yeah, at the end of this video, what do you think about the Earth? Is it flat, or what do you think? I just want to get
Yeah.
the reaction.
That's right. You know what I do? You see, what I do is I say to my wife, okay, get off. I just want to talk to the pilots. So I hang around at the back Okay, so everybody's getting off, so I can actually say flat Earth and everything else to them. I said that was a leveled flight, wasn't it? Did you notice it was level? Yeah, no curvature. And then they're laughing. That's the thing. They're laughing. You know, they tried to laugh it off. I said, no, 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 no. You didn't. We didn't follow the curvature of the Earth, did we? Because I checked it, and then you know the cabin crew. You saw me. We saw the app. You saw because they ask when they see you doing things like that. They're asking what you're doing. You see. I said, oh, we're checking to see how level this plane flies, or is it going to follow the curvature of the Earth? And you know how they smile and then move on. Yeah. They give you that smile, like, you know, of course, because they haven't got time to have a conversation with you, but, you know, they smile it. But when you're at the end of the flight, you're at the destination, you're getting off, the pilot and the co-pilots, they're laughing. They try and laugh it off. And I said, no, it's a flat Earth, isn't it? It's flat. Didn't you notice? You didn't follow the curvature of the Earth. I checked. We checked with the bubble up. Look. Yeah? Thank anyway. It was a smooth flight. And they still laugh. That was the reaction I got every time. So they try and laugh it off. Not one of them said, yes, you're right. Okay? Not one of them said to me, yeah, that's right, it's flat. Not one of them. They laughed it off. Is the reaction I got. So I'd be interested to hear what you said.
Okay. Right. And I noticed that now I think because flat Earth, you know, started to become like, you know, really big. The pilots that were coming out saying, yeah, it's pretty flat, you know, like we understand it. They started getting in trouble for saying the truth. So a lot of them will just give you that smile in agreement, but they won't actually say nothing. But you know their answer, you know. So I think that's the type of answer that I'm gonna kind of get. I'm gonna get like the smile and the head nod. But I'm shooting for a little conversation, you know, and I'm gonna do it like you said. Wait at the back of the line, wait for everybody to get off, so you know I'm not disturbing. Nobody else can, you know, overhear my conversation and say anything. You know, so I'm kind of excited for this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't mind people listening to my conversation, but like I wanted to get I wanted to get engaged with them. I wanted to engage in a little conversation, but because of their reaction, they weren't pushing it. They weren't trying to be receptive. It was just smiling and laughing and that, you know. And I thought, no, hang on a minute, no. Seriously, I had to use the words. No, seriously, didn't you notice it was flat, level? Yeah. I mean, look, there's the bubble app, you know, and because I wasn't getting any response from them, it prompted me to show them the app, and then I had to bring in on one occasion, I had to bring in this cabin crew lady to say, look, you know, this is what we used, yeah, and the plane was, the attitude of the aircraft was level, except for when we took off and land. I mean, didn't you notice it was just a leveled plane? And they're just laughing their heads off. I said, okay, yeah, anyway, it's a flat Earth, yeah. Smooth flight, thanks very much. Because you can only be there. I mean, that took like a minute and a half. You know, you can tell whether you're making an impact or not, and then you don't want to be. I don't want to push it that far. So I know my limits. I know they know. I know they know.
Yeah,
and that's good enough. They know what I'm talking about. And if they don't know, the fact is I've put the seed in their heads now. So the next time they fly, they're going to be checking. Do you know what I mean?
yeah, absolutely. Plant that seed.
Yeah. So to actually say that to them, it shows that we know what's going on. Okay. And if the pilots indeed are not aware, they're going to be checking next time. Can't just dismiss it like that and forget it. When they sit down and they take off and then they're flying and they put it on automatic pilot, they're going to think, I wonder if it is flat. You know, it's going to come up. It's going to come up. That's what I like about it. So you've got to do what you've got to do. So yeah, that's what you can do. Yeah, you're going to engage the pilot. You get yourself the bubble app. Make sure that you check that the plane is actually flying level. It is a leveled flight all the way. And then you'll make your videos from the window of what you can see, the horizon, if you can get it in there. Yeah, yeah, sounds good. And this is happening in a few months' time. May, did you say?
Yeah,
Next
May.
month.
Yeah,
Next
next
month.
month. Yep.
Yeah, next month. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
quite
I
exciting.
leave May 9th. And so the second week of May.
Yeah. So you're quite excited now. Have you started packing your stuff yet?
Yeah, I just started packing yesterday. Started weighing the
Yeah,
bags.
you want to start that. Children, because you got your baby, you see. That's the point.
Yeah, got to pack some toys and all that,
Yeah. You got to pack the necessaries for the baby. The baby stuff's got to be packed. Now the only problem with that is, when the cabin pressure is different, that might hurt the baby. Okay, when your
Yeah,
ears pop.
at first, yeah, when you start going up an elevation, yeah.
Yeah, so you have to be careful. That's where the baby might be crying. Okay, you've got to be careful. You've got to be ready for that. That's all I'm saying. You know. Mm.
He's my son's pretty sporadic. He's actually very intelligent. Like he's already almost started talking and everything. Just turning a year old. But he is very adventurous. So it's not going to be fun sitting with him on a plane in one spot for 4.5 hours.
Oh no, you're not going to do that. You know what you want to do. You know what you want to do though is what I did was I just stood up. I undid the seatbelt and I walked around the plane. Yeah, that's what you got to do. You got to get up and then walk around the plane in circles. They know what you're doing. They don't mind because they can see the babies there, right? You walk around for like 10, 15 minutes and then you get back to your seat. And then afterwards, the baby's playing up and getting butts in that, and then you do it again. That's what I did. That was easy. Yeah. The point is not to get flustered because babies are going to do what they're going to do. They're going to make noise. They're going to cry. They're going to jump around. And what you've got to do is accept it as normal. Apologize to the ones who are near to you. Sorry about noise, and then just carry on as normal. That's what I did. I didn't fluster. Didn't meet a heartbeat. Didn't get stressed out. I took control. And even the stewardesses were commenting on how good I was with the baby. I said I'm a professional. That's why. Professional liver of life, flat Earth truth there. And I just moved around walking around the O's. When the kids were bigger, they ventured into the business class. They went in there. They had a look. They just ran in there, man. And they said, "Daddy, why is everybody? Are they sick? Because it looked like a hospital, doesn't it? They're lying down, computers, headphones on, And I said, Daddy, are they sick? I said, no, they're just relaxing. Why didn't we have one of those? I said, bloody expensive. Get out of here. Come on, get out. Sorry, I had to apologise to the passengers there, but yeah, they run up into the first class and business class. Yeah, I didn't mind. I wanted to have a look myself. So yeah, you just got to let the kids do what they got to do. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Got to go with the flow.
Literally, yeah. No, I definitely appreciate the advice because this is the first time I'm flying with a little one. And also first time that I'm gonna document as much truth as I can for everybody. I'm now my only issue is I gotta find a decent camera to be able to record everything, and that I don't know which one to go with.
At the moment?
I have my phone. That's it. I don't have I don't have an actual like recording device.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, if you're going to buy yourself a new camera, obviously look for the sales because you got the sales and don't be paying asking price. Obviously, I don't know if I'm going to buy a camera today. It would be the Canon P900, but that's for looking for stars and stuff.
Yeah, that's for long distance.
That's right. You see what I mean? That's what I'm going to buy. If you're going to buy a camera for filming and that. Maybe a Canon would be good. Canon are good.
Yeah, I've been looking at Canons, some GoPros. I'm not trying to get too expensive with it because I don't know what else I would really use it for.
Aha! So if that's the case, then you might want to go like just like mid-range, or just enter the middle range. If you're not going to use it that much, if you're not going to use it that much, then yeah, that's the thing. You've got to be careful on how much money. How much were you thinking of spending? What, $300, less than it, $200?
Maybe, yeah, probably about 250 at most.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to get too crazy with it.
No, but then you can get a really good. There's some good cheap one. Like I think there's a company called Coolpix. Yeah, do you know them?
No, I've never heard of them.
Yeah, Coolpix, and I think they're affiliated with Nikon in American English. But
Yeah, Nikon.
Proper pronunciation is it's Nikon. That's how you pronounce it because it's Japanese product, and the pronunciation is Nippon, Nihon, Nikon, not Nikon. Okay, so it's a Nikon. So they do really good cameras at the price range you're talking about. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yep. I just pulled some up right now. I'm looking at them right now.
Yeah. I'm glad you did that. Yeah. So look at the Nikon range, and then obviously look for what you want to use it for, and then you'll be able to choose the right one for your usage. Okay. And they do some really good ones. I used to see Nikon in the marketplace back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. But they were in competition with like Kodak and Canon, Olympus, Zenith, and I didn't think much of Nikon at the time, and I didn't think much. But then when like 7 years ago, I'm learning that the weapon of choice for the flat earthers is the Nikon P900. I went, Nikon? Let me have a look. And then I started to look at their range, and I thought, wow, Nikon's a solid company. And they do the 9. That camera is like a bloody observatory. That you can see them from where I'm standing. What? And you can fucking see them? Yeah. Shit, Nick. Well, I've missed a good company. I put them aside, and I've always gone for like Olympus or Canon. But no, Nikon is good, and they got reasonably priced, good, reliable, solid products. You can rely on it. Shape to your hand, you can hold it one-handed, and it's comfortable, and you can aim and that. Sometimes Canon and the others don't do it that easy, but Nikon, yeah, they're really user-friendly. So that's why I say look at Nikon, and for the price range you're talking, I think you'll find a good product there. And a similar one will probably cost more in the Canon range anyway. Olympus tends to be really priced as well. But I think Nikon, yeah, they're very professional. I want a Nikon. I want the Nikon P900. That's what I really want.
Yeah, I was looking at the P900 and the P1000s.
Yeah.
They're pricey, but they are good quality.
Yeah. I think if you're looking at the stars of that, it was said that the P900 is the better of the two, because the 1000 is more better for filming wildlife on the move. Yeah. Then your P1000 is the best camera to have if you're going to be doing long distance shot of wildlife. Zooming in on the lions and the leopards and the Thompson's gazelle in action, monkeys in the trees and that, then your P1000 is the camera of choice. But if it can do the stars as well, but you're better off with the P900. If you've got the P900 to be doing all your stars and that, then you haven't let yourself down, it's okay. It's more than good enough. Plus, I like the shape of the 900. It's a nice shape, not so square box, not so heavy. The 1000 is heavier. If you've got that, can be a problem as well, when you've got to carry it and that. The only thing with the P900 is you can't change the lens. It's fixed. It's a fixed lens. It's all fixed. So you can't take that lens off and put another one on. Do you understand?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so you're stuck with that lens and that's it. But with the Canon 1000, sorry, with the P1000, it's more you can change the lens and everything, work with it. I think there are other things you can do with a P900, like turn it into an infrared. Requires a bit more in-depth work inside there. Spend a few bit more money, you can convert it so it can record infrared as well. But I think, for what you're doing now, I think you might be better off just getting a Nikon that you can use to take the baby shots and things that you're doing on your holiday, and also the time lapse and whatever you want to do it all in one. And the Nikon is a great camera. So good luck with that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah. Just remember that you're on the plane. Don't get flustered. No need. No need to get flustered with baby. Baby's going to be making lots of noises. It's new smells. It's new environment. It's not my bedroom. It's not my cot. I'm not smelling my cot. I'm not. This is a new environment. That's how the baby's brain is nothing but uploading. It's receptive to everything. Okay. So when it's a no, it's going to be in a different environment. So be prepared for that. Okay. So take the things that the baby that uses at home, like it's the baby's, if you've got a special wrap that you use, bring that along on holiday, okay? Because the baby will notice the smell of that. And if you've got a little blanket that he uses, take that with you, okay? Anything to settle the baby away. Familiarity can bring on relaxation. But other than that, he's going to be reacting to the new environment, new noises. It's all new. So baby's going to be doing all that. And I was ready for all that, man. Already, man. I never once got angry at all. Didn't lose my cool. I just, come on. This is what it's all about. Yeah, on the shoulder. Okay, here we go. Let's look around. Yeah, you want to touch that? Yeah, okay. Go on, touch it. Yeah, that's it. No, don't put it. No. Okay, let's move on. Move on. You're gonna pull the alarm system. Can't do that. Move on. Yeah. Yeah, my kids wanted to know everything. They wanted to go into the chef's restaurant right in the kitchen. And I took them in there. Yeah, I let them go in. I said, sorry about that. The kid might want to be a chef in the future. So just want to see how you do it. And a couple of minutes and that, and then we're back out of there again. Yeah, and have a look around. My wife used to say, no, don't do that. No, I goes, there's nothing we can do. Look, they want to go. I don't want to shout, you can't go. So let them, I got it under control. Don't worry, relax. We're in the kitchen, we're looking around, we're talking to the chef, and you might hear me say, make sure you cook my food good, yeah? As a joke. Don't burn the food now. And then you come out the kitchen and they're moving on. Looking at other people, what they're eating. They're walking around, looking at what people are having for their meal. Their head is just about eyeball level. They can just about see over the table. We're talking about that age when they're toddlers and that, and maybe taller than that, maybe 3, 4, and they're looking around at people. I used to love all that, man. I miss all that. You've got all that to come. Remember, get flustered. Don't get flustered. Don't worry about what other people think, because baby's going to do what baby's going to do. And that's how you overcome. That's how you become a champion parent, champion daddy. Changing the diaper was no problem at all. I can fix a motorbike, a push bike, do the toilets, do the electrics. I can definitely do my son. Easy enough. Easy. Yeah, I went camping. Took my kid camping 6 months. He was camping with us. Everyone was saying, why you bring a baby to camp? I said, look, this is how we used to live back in the day. Come on, go back thousands of years, man. See what it was like. This is even better than thousands of years ago. We're living like kings here now. Easy, man. Yeah, baby formula, making up the formula, feeding the boy, changing the nappy, walking around the campsite, going out into the river. Yeah. And then swapping over with my wife, jumping on the jet ski. And then back into the canoe. Yeah. Okay, my turn, is it? Okay, yeah. Pass him over. Okay, yeah. Wicked, man. Thoroughly enjoyed the children when they were babies. Yeah, I treat the plane like I'm getting on a bus. So I don't wait to be told I can stretch my legs. I just stretch my legs. I get up and just walk around, walk up to the toilet, make out I'm going to the loo, little stretch out. And then, yeah, and if the kid was making a noise, I'd be up with the kid on the shoulder and just walk around the place. Can't say much. That's obviously when we're in flight, not when we're taking off or about to land, but during the flight. My time is my time then because we've got hours. So, yeah, buddy, of course, I'm going to be walking around and enjoying that. Barbados. Feeling hot, hot, hot. Yeah. You'll hear that song a lot in Barbados. Feeling hot, hot, hot. Dun, 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 dun. Wind your body down, wind your body up. Feeling hot, hot, hot. Hey. Yeah, you're going to get all that when you're out there in the Caribbean. Yeah, but they ruins travel. Bloody mask. Honestly. Fucked it up. Okay. Where is everybody? Come on, folks. Where are you? It's quiet, isn't it, today?
My day's just getting started.
Ugh. Yeah, you were saying something there. You broke up.
I said my day's just getting started.
Oh, oh, good. Yeah, it's 9:30 in the evening here in Japan. It's been a nice sunny day. It's the month of Ramadan, Islamic calendar. So, I broke my fast at 6:35, 6:40, roughly. A little bit later than usual. It should have been at 6:15, but I broke it later. Purely because I went cycling and then I went to the shop, pick up some detergent to wash the clothes and that. And yeah. It was a nice day today, weather-wise. Nice spring weather. We had 2 days of rain, and then today was really good. So I was out there.
But yes, people have been a little pea shy recently on trying to defend the globe.
Yeah, I think the realization that when they come here, depending on their attitude, they soon quickly learn and realize that they've been carrying a belief for so many years. That's the first initial shock, but they're not able to prove or present any evidence for their beliefs. You see, and that's what happens when they arrive here. And then they can go several ways, and one of them is like denial. Of course, every single one of these are denial, but denial, and I'm going to give up on my senses. Because your senses, you can't rely on your senses. So that's just silly, right? And then it's the appeal to authority. Well, what about all the scientific evidence? But you haven't produced any. Yeah. But yes, you're right. I think the realization of that is putting them off, perhaps.
Well, and the belief that they have wasn't even originally theirs. It's an indoctrination that was, taught onto them to make them believe this now.
That's right. That's correct, you see. Exactly. It's not their fault either. And you actually say that to them. You give them the red carpet treatment, and you say, you can't blame yourself, because when you're a child, you don't have critical thinking ability. You might do when it comes to toys. You might be able to criticize and make some kind of a question regarding a toy that you want to acquire, perhaps. But when it came to the place where you live, at school, no, you're trusting your teacher. You're there to upload. So your critical thinking, if you had it as a child, is definitely switched off when you're learning your lessons. You're buying a toy now. Some kind of critical thinking when it's going to choose a toy, perhaps. But generally, you're trying your teeth. Globe, because it was taught to you at such a young age. And then it's been reinforced all the way through your life. Through popular culture, music, news, films, monthly updates on discoveries in space. Yeah. The globe is constantly in the school. You've probably got one at home, and it's on the TV everywhere. Yeah, so there you go. And all we're trying to do is to get them to have a look. Now check to see if it's really there. That's all we're saying. Go out to the real world now and find that globe that they said. Yeah, but they went to the moon. Look, we're on Mars at the moment. We've got rovers on Mars. Saudi Arabia's there. Saudi Arabia. Fucking Saudi Arabia. Honestly. Saudi Arabia come lately. The Johnnies come latelys. India, Saudi Arabia, and China. And Israel. Even Israel had a bash trying to land something on the moon. I mean, it's becoming a bloody joke. You'll have the Aborigines on there doing it next. No, actually, no, they're intelligent. They know we can't go there. No, they won't do that. They just keep on laughing, the Aborigines and the Africans. We know that you can't do this. But yeah. It's been indoctrinated, and you can forgive them for falling into that trap, because we all did. But once the information is laid out for you to look at and digest, if you're honest, you're going to think, you're going to say, yeah, let me take this blueprint, let me go out there and check it and make sure I am living on a fucking ball. Because it's quite a shock. It's quite a shock, especially as you've been thinking of flat Earth as stupid. Flat Earth is ridiculous. How silly that is. What retards. And, you think that. So, it's silly, flat Earth. But, you think to yourself, let me go and check it, because this presentation is, I can't dismiss it now. It's not easy to dismiss. Let me go check. I didn't have to check though. That was the thing. I didn't have to do that. I'd been carrying all the clues and evidence in my head, in my subconscious, right? And I've been lazy. That's what the highlight of Jin's discovery of the flat Earth back in 2015 was, how lazy I was. I was letting them just tell me whatever and just taking it on trust. Because as soon as I was watching Mark Sargent and I clicked on it, thinking how stupid this is going to be, it's going to be a laugh. You know, what are they going to tell me that I don't already know? And you know what? I just stopped. That stopped instantly. The first words coming out, I just went, that's right. Yeah, and that's right. And now the donkey's face is happening to Jin. Jin's face is now the ass. Like you see,
what you already knew, Jin, it was pointing out the opposite of the belief that you had at the moment, that the Earth was a spinning globe, but you knew that everything was pointing out to the opposite.
Yeah. I carried all that, not really realizing, all through my life. Lucky I went to the military because that's where most of the experience of outdoors came from, okay? A little bit from my dad, but mostly from the military. And all that just came rushing back. And I felt stupid. I thought, what a damn fool.
Because you stopped believing. You stopped believing in the globe.
Oh, of course. I realized.
Then you knew. Then you realized. You knew it wasn't a globe. Now you know.
Oh, yeah,
you know better now.
Yeah, instantly. As soon as Mark Sargent's words was coming out, I thought, fucking hell, hang on a second. He's right. What? And then, you get that chill that comes over you. That's the transition from thinking you know it all to being a stupid fool. That's what that was. I thought, fucking hell, what an idiot I've been. And I, and they didn't go to the moon. I mean, look at me. I've just spent 10 years doing a bloody research and I didn't join the dots. I was banging my head like this, walking up and down and thinking how stupid I was.
When I realized it, I felt like laughing and crying at the same time.
Yeah. No, I was smacking my head with a stick, you know what I mean, really. Stupid boy. You can't even do research and get some coherent understanding. You idiot. Look at that. And I thought, let me sit back down. Yeah, fucking hell. It's flat, isn't it? Because what happened then was, you all your life flashes through, zzz, boom, it's flat. Fuck, it is. Shit. Wow. Pause the video. Walking up and down the room like a lunatic. Fuck, out of control robot. Fuck. What have I been doing all these years? Then I carried on watching Mark Sargent for a few more minutes, maybe 10, 15 minutes. And as you get through, it gets a little bit hard going, with Mark Sargent. His delivery style on that clues was just a bit, whoa. I thought, hang on a second. Let me see if there's another video. Because you've got a cross-reference. And by this time, at this time, Flat Earth was being recommended. So there's related videos. So you just look at related or click Jennerism. And I watched that through because that was entertaining and that. Fucking, it's flat, man. Let me go to Celebrate Truth. I watched that straight afterwards. ODD, straight afterwards. Eric Debate, straight afterwards. Dave Murphy's The Greatest Lie Ever Told. After all that, that's like 6-7 hours later, I went upstairs and I said, okay, everybody, sit down, look. What's this shape of the earth?
We have a family meeting. We have an emergency family meeting.
Yeah, family meeting. Bang, 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 bang. Come on, family meeting. Bang, bang, bang on the door. Everybody get downstairs, yeah.
The earth is not a spinning globe, guys.
Yeah, no. I asked them what was the shape of the earth, first of all. But before I said that, I said, Daddy never told you any lies, yeah? Daddy always tells you the truth. Make sure you don't have an accident. Yeah, Daddy fixes your bikes. Yeah, okay. What is the shape of the earth? And they all said it was a globe. I said, how do you know? And then they went quiet, of course, because they don't know how they know. They went quiet. I said, well, how did you know? What, did your teacher tell you? Yeah, teacher told me. Yeah, but how do you know? And they're just dead quiet, all of them. What about the textbook? Yeah, the pictures. They can show me the picture. So they got their books out of their bags. Yeah, I said, you see that picture? That is CGI. And then that's when they learned about CGI being a computer-generated image. That's NASA. They said that this picture is not real. So I took a picture of them. So that's a real picture, isn't it? Is that CGI or is that a real photograph of you lot? That's real. That is not the real picture of the Earth. That is a computer that made it. There is no picture of this ball that we can say is taken from a camera. We don't have one. So how do you know the Earth is a ball? They don't. Then I picked up the toy planes that they got when we went flying to wherever we went, and you get these toy planes that they give them as gifts for the kids. I said, show me how the plane flies, taking off, flying and landing. And they all did the same thing, up with the nose up and flying and then landing. I said, okay, did it go like this? And I took the ball in their room there. Did it go like this? Did the plane go like this all the way around? No, it didn't, did it? How did the plane go again? Level. The Earth is a flat plane, I said to them. I said, it's flat, it's level. The next time we go, hang on a second, let me download this Bubble app now. Okay, so I showed them how the app works. I said, see, if the plane is not level, that's what happened to the ball, eh? Can you see that? Yeah, boys? Yeah? We're going to use this when we go on holiday next, okay? Okay. And that's it. And then I was singing the Jabba song, The Earth is Flat, Living in Illusion. I sung that for a whole year, non-stop. Fucking hell, man. Yeah, man.
For a whole year, non-stop.
Yeah, that was my number one track, The Earth is Flat, man. That was a great track by Jabba. And I had a shock there as well, because I thought it was a completely black group. No, it was a mix. There was white people in the group, white band members. I thought, fuck, this is just brilliant, So listening to the song, I hadn't even seen the group. Then I thought, let me check what other tracks they got. And then you see the whole band, there's white people there with dreadlocks, everything. I thought, yeah, man, these guys are living. They knew the Earth is flat. Fuck. Great group. Yeah, that was my experience to the flat Earth that year. Yeah, man, I will never forget it. I made a point in saying to myself, this is a watershed moment. I'm not going to forget. I must not forget the videos that I saw that got me to this point, and I must not forget the music and the feeling I had. I must not forget this day, this feeling, this year, if I can help it. You know what I mean? And I've tried hard to keep on.
How was that? How was that first walk outside that you took once you realized it?
Oh man, yeah, you're right. Stepping outside with my bicycle because I had the energy. I just took the bike out first of all, the bicycle, and just pedaled everywhere, all around my neighborhood. Looking at people, looking at people who don't know is how I was thinking. Look at these people.
Yep.
They don't even know the Earth. Look at this. So I'm on my exercise routine thing, but enjoying it. I'm not gunning it down. I'm just enjoying the moment. This is a flat Earth, man. Look at the people. They don't even know. Look. Okay, yeah. Well, I've already started teaching it by then.
It's that sense of, oh shit. You mean my senses weren't lying to me my entire life?
Exactly.
You mean it's actually telling me what I live on?
Yeah. I enjoyed the hike.
Yeah.
Couldn't wait to get to the top of the next mountain. A couple of days later, just to go and see.
I couldn't wait to take a flight. I couldn't wait to take a flight afterwards.
Yeah, I couldn't wait for the flight. I had to get to a mountain. I just had to get to a mountain. Yeah, I just had to get to a mountain first. And I'm lucky because I'm surrounded by them, so I could go and get one quickly. Bicycle up and then take a good view of what. And I said, look at that. And then I took a picture of one. I took one in the fog, pissing down with rain underneath, but upstairs, up in the cloud, above the clouds, it's sunny. Ka-chink, took it. And that was beautiful. Yeah, man. So no. I've been riding high ever since. Still riding high. I'm not coming down anytime soon. Like I said to people, I'm going out with a bang, mate. There's no chance. There isn't a professor that's going to pop my balloon. He's going to get clonked.
What do you mean? You mean somebody doesn't have an equation somewhere that actually tells you that you're on a spinning water ball flying around in a vacuum? There's not an equation in the textbook somewhere that checks out.
I'm going to laugh at him and then show him the menu for beef stroganoff. I said, eat that. If that's what, there's the recipe. Eat it.
Here's some beef stroganoff with your fucking globe.
Yeah.
Globe, bro. Let's go outside real quick with your fucking equation.
Yeah.
Show me outside where this equation checks out.
Yeah, show me, please.
Get out of here. Yeah.
What tools? Do you need any tools? Have you got the right tools with you?
But you gotta go to space for this equation to work. Oh, you mean that place you can go?
Oh shit! You mean the guy showing me the equation didn't go to space? Oh shit!
Oh shit! There's something wrong here.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
So then why does he believe it? Oh, because somebody showed him an equation.
So what are you doing?
That's how that works.
Why are you believing that, Professor? What's going on? That's not.
It's in the book, man.
Professor. That's not sane.
Math.
Yeah. They're in trouble now. The professors are in trouble. They're well in trouble. And you know what they hide behind? Everybody knows. They always say that. Everybody knows the Earth is a globe. Everybody knows that. It's been well established.
It's their consensus, right? They just hide behind consensus.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm okay. I feel good at night when I go to sleep because everybody else believes the same fairy tale that I believe. So that makes me feel okay.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm good. They can keep that.
Yeah. Right, you can keep that fairy tale.
Yep.
Yeah. And don't worry. And I'll say to him, every day, more and more people are moving to the flat Earth. Every single day. So the tipping point is coming. Don't worry. Okay? And when it comes to a position of trust, you'll be the last on the list. You won't even be on the list, actually.
Yeah. Well, that's what they depend on, right? They depend on trust.
That's right. That's right. So when it comes to the new education,
they have no actual evidence for this crap. So it depends on the trust that you had in your teachers and your parents, everybody that tells you the cool fairy tale story and the magical spinning water ball. You just gotta trust it.
Not just the word that they push the most. You just don't believe.
Yeah. No, I don't. I don't believe. Thanks. Thanks for recognizing that. Looking out.
Yeah.
Look out of here.
Yeah.
We agree on something, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I can't believe that shit. Yeah, you just don't believe. Yeah, you know. They try to dismiss you like, you're just too hard-headed because you don't believe. Oh, really? Yeah. Fascinating. So yeah, I always remember my awakening because it was one of arrogance towards the flat Earth being stupid, and there I'm sitting there like a jackass, being reminded how inadequate I was. I thought, bloody hell, it was like being punched by Mike Tyson, literally, surprise punch, bang, I had to pick myself up. Bloody hell.
Everybody got a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
Yeah, that's what I got. I got a punch in the mouth from the flat Earth, mate. Yeah. But I definitely had that whoosh moment where all my life came flashing, boom, and at the end, flat. It is. It's flat. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, man. And I was happy. That's how I was as well, yeah? I was happy because it's simple. So it's flat. That flat. And then what made it more poignant was when I saw J. Tomomedius, Hudson Bay. I was moved when I saw that. I went, fucking hell, what created the Earth? That was my next question. After seeing that, what created the Earth? What created this thing? Bloody hell, it's flat, man. I just wanted to fly over it. I just want to fly over it, man. Because it's that level. That level. How far does it go? How far does this earth go? Because there's no curvature there. And that is the beauty of this thing. That is the beauty of this design. It's just fantastic. Yeah. See, these pilots and helicopter pilots, I don't think they appreciate they don't appreciate it like a flat earther does. Do you know that? I know we're only going to go on a holiday and we're going to be in it for a few hours. And then we're, even if it's 12 hours, and then we're down back on the ground again. I don't think these pilots don't understand. Can you imagine if you were a pilot? I mean, I love motorcycling, yeah? And motorcycling to me is the closest you're going to get to flying. The sheer thrill and the exhilaration of the acceleration from 0 to 60 to 100, right? And you look in the mirror and nothing, you can't see anybody. Wow, it's just amazing.
Jim,
yeah, boom, 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 drop again, boom.
Did you have this sense of relief when you realize that you're not on that spinning water ball going through space, about to be hit by asteroids and meteor?
Yeah.
Being destroyed at any moment?
Literally, Jin was a helium balloon floating up, because there was nothing. That globe wasn't keeping me down. All the time, yeah, I always had this in the front of my head, that an asteroid could land on Earth and wipe us out. That went instantly.
That's gone.
Yeah, that went instantly.
What a relief, huh?
Yeah, that was a relief. Yeah, that was a relief.
No, Jin, don't break the indoctrination. That means when they tell you that there's an asteroid coming, you won't be scared anymore, Jin. Don't break the indoctrination.
That's right.
No.
That's right. That's right.
Stay in the matrix, Ed. Stay there.
Meme drop.
Yeah, go on. Let's have a look. Confirmed it for me was Eric Dubé's Dinosaurs Never Existed. And prior to watching that video, 2013, Japan had made a claim that they found these miniature T-Rex thing, right? And remember, I'm not flat earther, but I said, that's bullshit. I said, no, that cannot be. Because Japan is a volcanic island. How did those bloody dinosaurs get onto this island? It was born from the sea. Something's not right there. Something stinks. As far as I know, the main dinosaurs were on the mainland. Something's not right here. I think Japan is just trying to make some money here. And then, Jin's a flat earther 2 years later, and then Eric Dubé's Dinosaurs Never Existed. I said, I fucking knew it. That's it. So there was no asteroid that came down 65 million years ago and end their life. I started to have a good look at that, and I told all my students about the dinosaurs. After the flat earth shock, it was the dinosaur shock for them. And the mums were saying, oh, no, and I'm taking my son to the museum in a couple of months' time. I said, well, you're going to waste your money there because it's not real. They're not real. Maybe not do it. I said, I've never taken my children, and I never will.
Well, what are they going to do with all the dinosaur toys that they got at the house?
Yeah, exactly. We don't have any. We don't have any of that. Can you imagine that? Toy Story with the dinosaur in it?
Then you're crushing dreams to the Japanese children. Crushing the dreams.
Well, one of my adult students said that. She said, you're shattering the dreams of my children, man. I said,
you're waking them up. You're waking them up.
Yeah.
Hey, yeah, it's okay to dream, but don't stay in the dream.
Yeah, don't believe the dream, though. That's what I said. And then when my brother came here, they are the same student.
Can I ask, Jen? In Japan, are they chock full of posters and pictures of the globe Earth all over the place? And, do they have that type of shit, hanging out in different places? Not so much.
There's a globe. There is a globe. They do have a globe, but they have the globe for their children. You see, if you go into the kids' room, there's a globe in there. Okay, and the ones they like are the ones.
I mean, outside, advertisements and Like, do you walk around and just see globes all over the place in Japan?
Yeah. You'll see globes on posters. You'll see them in the advertising. No, the globe is pushed. The globe is pushed even more so of recent years, actually, because flat Earth is creeping in Japan. You see, so I've noticed how they're hanging on to space. They're pushing a lot of space programs lately. Okay, they're pushing space big time in Japan. Yeah. Okay, so that's definitely poignant. If you go to any Japanese home, you'll see that the kid will have a globe, and it's a technical one where you pick up a little pen and you point, and it speaks, tells you the name of the country. It's a high-tech one, you know? It gives you the weather conditions and things like that. So, yeah, no, the globe is still being pushed. But saying that, last year, 3 flat Earth books were published last year, okay? And they're now in the bookshelves, in the bookstores, and in the university English textbook, where they learn English and sociology all together as a block module kind of thing. There's a few passages that are reserved for anti-vaxxers and flat earthers, by the way.
There's a lot of
And at the end of the flat Earth passage, if you will, at the end of the flat Earth passage, it stated that more and more people are becoming flat earthers each day. Said it in this article for English learners in Japan. Isn't that good? I think that was brilliant.
I think that's very good. I think more people just need to know that this is a debate, or it's not really a debate, but the fact that the debate exists, right? Because people don't debate things that we just know exist. So why are we debating the globe if we know it exists, right?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
We shouldn't exist. We shouldn't be existing. Flat Earthers shouldn't be around if indeed the globe is there, and it's a given. Yeah. It's there, but
it would just be a globe. It would just be that,
exactly,
and we wouldn't have to debate it. It would just be self-evident.
Self-evident, yeah. But when you ask people here in Japan, how do they know? Silence. And then one or two of them cock their head to the side, you know, like a robot that's been asked a question it can't answer. That kind of, you know, head to the side.
Yeah, like,
How do I know? Yeah, you know, like they're going to have a meltdown, you know, you understand, blow up. And then, you know what they come out with? They come out with the moon landings. Yeah, they went to always the moon landings. And when I said to them, they never went, the next word they use is, what, were we deceived? Damasasita. Yes, damasimasta yo. I said, yes, they deceived us. They didn't say, did they lie? They said, the word they use is, did they deceive us? That's the question they ask me every single time. They didn't say, did they lie to us? No, did they deceive us? Is the word they use. I said, yes, they deceived us. Every single one. The adults, that is. The children don't even ask, because when they realize that they don't know, and then I tell them why they don't know and why it doesn't exist, that's fine. But with the adults who are hanging on thinking this can't be true, they went to the moon, you see. I said, no, they didn't. And you know what? They don't even realize that America went to the moon 6 times. So the man that's telling me they went to the moon, he thinks they only went once, you see, every single one of them. I said, no, but they went 6 times. Yeah. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny?
They don't know their own.
Tell them, you look at this thing in the sky, you think they went up there and then brought a car with them 3 times of the times they went? They brought a car. You think there's a car on the moon? Fucking dune buggy? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Have you guys ever watched a TV series?
That does kind of sound stupid. Sorry, but
TV series normally have multiple episodes, so they did have 6 episodes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a 6 episode season.
Yeah.
The last time was the season finale.
Yeah. So,
Oh my
so
god.
I am so surprised to find out that they didn't realize that America had gone 6 times to the moon. They think they just went once and it was a given. Okay. When I said to them they went 6 times, 6 times? I said, yeah. And they haven't been back since. 1972 was the last time they went. So there's a 50-year gap. Does that make sense? I asked them. They're still trying to get over the fact that they went 6 times and they didn't even know themselves. You see, so when I actually flat smack these Japanese, I'm taking my time, but they really are in shock. They really are in shock. You know, and then they start saying musakashi, which means difficult. It's difficult because they want to move on, you see. I said, no. Hang on a second. It's not difficult.
They start spiraling on you.
Yeah. They're trying to bail out now. They pulled the ejector seat, the gin's hanging on. Hold on a second. No. Switch off that. Plug you back in. Hang on a second. It's not difficult. If I can know it, you can know it. You've been to the ocean many times, have you not? You've been fishing. Did you see the curvature of the earth? There you go. You see? It's not difficult. Okay? But you know what? I'm going to have to... Then they say, I'm going to do some research. Probably not going to do any, but never mind. Okay, good luck. Do the research. Yeah, good idea.
Probably not.
They know they're not going to see me again. That's why they say that. You know? That's when I'm not in
you got to follow them around.
Yeah, that's when I'm out in the mountains or wherever, you know. In my neighborhood, they can't be saying that in my neighborhood because they will see me and I will ask them. Because I will ask them. I said, did you do the research? I said, oh, okay. Don't forget, now. Yeah, because I don't want anyone I don't want to flat smack somebody in my neighborhood, right? He says he's going to do the research and he's carry on pretending he's living. That's not living. And I'll pull you up on it. You do that research. I want you to prove me wrong.
You ever pull out like a nice high definition picture of the lunar module?
I carry my mobile phone.
And be like, do you think that somebody made it to the moon in this thing?
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust that thing to take me down the damn block.
I think it would be more convincing if you showed it to them in live, like you showed them the life-size version, because it was really small.
Yeah, I showed them the lunar excursion module. Yeah, I showed them that one, okay? And I say to them, would you go underwater with that? Because it went into a vacuum, yeah? So it's air tight now. Okay, would you go underwater with that thing? And then they said no. They look at it and say no. It doesn't look strong enough to do it.
Ignore the scotch tape and the curtain rods. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
No, my bad. I couldn't.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so you go ahead. Yeah. So I've had a good time here flat smacking because the Japanese are very receptive and very well mannered. Even if they think you're talking a lot of shit, they're still well mannered about it. All right. So that's okay for me. You know, I'm going to deliver it in the best possible way, and I'm going to get a reaction from them, even if they don't want to react. I get the reaction. I always remind them. I said that's why we foreigners say you Japanese are boring because you never speak your mind. I say that to them right to their face. You're left out of most conversations when you got a lot of foreigners talking. The Japanese is the one that he's not talking. Because you're not engaging. Okay, right. So, what is your opinion? Why do you think I ask you this? I'm not asking to judge you. I want to know what you think about what I'm telling you here, because I know the answer already. I know. I want to know what you know and what you think, and how is that going to change your life? Are you going to change your life? I'm interested. Or are you going to carry on thinking it's a ball when you have no evidence? Is that what you're going to do? Yes. At the end of the day, you know, I've got to live in this environment. I don't want to be surrounded by lunatics, really, who know the truth but they want to believe a lie. That's bullshit. That's not integrity, right? And then you're going to go and vote for some more of this nonsense as well. I'll tell you, man. I don't wear that mask. People see me and they think, wow, this guy, yeah, why am I, what's the point of doing that? Stupid. I'm the man that's walking with the head high, the free man on the land, literally. Head high, skipping, dancing, listening to the house music, doing my jogging, doing my cycling. I'm the one that's really happy, even though we're being devalued, you know, they're ushering in this technological prison. I'm the one that's showing the positiveness here. I'm not scared to show the truth. Not scared. I'm not scared to show my love for my children, my wife, and my family and friends. I show it. I don't act like robots when they're on the streets. Silly these people are sometimes, you know. They don't express themselves enough, I think. Too prim and proper for my liking.
Well, I don't think it's their fault because their government is pretty oppressive, isn't it? Wouldn't they beat them and stuff? And
no, I just think it's the education system. It's the education system, you know, because they carry a lot of the moral education, which we don't get as a subject in school, but we learn morals through history, sociology, that thing. Those subjects, that's how we learn about the good and the right and the wrong. From our family, from our neighborhoods, and then from the lessons that we do. But in Japan, it's a specific lesson. Moral education is a subject matter.
Yeah.
Right. And when you ask them, do you like moral education? Do you like dodoku? Dodoku suki desu ka? Do you like that? Do you like it? Every single one of them, no.
Yeah.
Every single one of them. No,
but I'm not going to do anything about it.
No. So that's why I want to meet this Mr. Maezawa. Mr. Maezawa, he's the man that's supposed to be going to the moon. He's already been up to the ISS recently, lying that he's on the ISS, okay? This is the millionaire from the company Zozo that he sold for like 3 billion. So he's a billionaire. And he's lied. I said to my students, you see, this is Mr. Maezawa. He's a lying cunt. He's a liar. He lied. He took your money and then he said he went to space. And he wants to go to the moon. NASA never went. You know that. So can he go? Can he go? So he's lying, yeah? I can't wait to meet this guy. First thing I want to say to him is, yeah, you went to the ISS, did you? Yeah. Did you know that there was... How did you handle the cosmic ray particles up there and that?
Somebody had to drop a GPS on the side of one of those rockets before they launched it.
Yeah.
Follow it all the way to the ocean. That'd be a convincing
lying fuckers.
Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I can hear you, man. So yeah, you've got to pull them up. I'm enjoying the flat smacking here when I do it. It's good. It's always polite. It's always, if the timing is right, I'll do it. And it's been good. I don't care what anyone says. It's important to get this message out there. At the right time, of course. The whole point is to get the whole of humanity to realize that we can't go there, and they've amassed a debt for us to pay for something that they've never done. Fraud. So that debt has to be quashed and then send monies back to taxpayers. Yeah. Put the money back in your purse.
Why isn't anybody doing anything about this stuff? Like, you have to know that it takes one person to start it, right? You know, like when it came to the world, it takes one person to do something. Everybody else like-minded starts to do the same.
Right.
People have lost that.
Yeah, people have. Look, they've lost it. The next generation don't even have it. So they're winning. They're winning easy, you know. And they're ushering in this new technological prison coming in. Digital money's coming in pretty quick. The G7 have already discussed it. They're gonna do away with money. The what they call it, the fiat currency is going to go. They're going to bring in this digital currency, and it's going to be programmable. So that means if you wanted to buy bread, okay, you'd be limited on how much bread you can buy. If you wanted to buy a hamburger, you're going to be limited on how many hamburgers you can buy in a week. So if you had 3 hamburgers in a week and you want to have a 4th one, you might not be able to get it because you've had 3 already. That's what it means. The money is going to be programmable. So you can't buy what you want. Can you imagine that? That's what's coming in. It's been announced in Britain. Fuck. So we are in trouble, man. Big time. Digital money.
It's coming.
Yeah, sad.
Somebody told me yesterday that I was like, I'm starting to wonder if the end times are really here, the way things are. And they were like, yeah, I'll give it a year or 2. I was like, wow.
Shit.
Nah, year or 2. This thing is going for a long run. This thing is going until the creator decides to reset things. And he only knows.
Yeah, no, they can't destroy this earth. No chance. We can't destroy this thing. We can just make it difficult for us to live on it, which is what we're doing very well at the moment. We're making it difficult to live on it, yeah. That's what they're doing at the moment. Yeah. They're good at doing that. But have you noticed that I don't know if you have been watching the news, because I don't really watch the news that much, but the news I heard of late, it's always the soldiers are raping the women. I don't believe that. I don't believe that these Russian soldiers or whoever are coming in and raping the women. That's bullshit. I can't believe that. It doesn't matter what war that goes on, women are being raped. That's just bullshit. I cannot believe that the soldiers are actually doing that.
It's all shock factor.
Yeah. Sensationalism. That's what they're doing. They're lying. They always tag that on in their news bulletin that the women are being raped by the aggressive forces. And they're just lying. Yeah. That's when you know they're lying, because they keep telling.
Well, when
they
something
keep saying,
gets boring, when it gets to where there's not anything exciting going on, you got to make it exciting. So they got to throw that extra little factor in.
Yeah, they keep doing that, and all they're doing is highlighting their lies, because it's not. Look, the units. These units are still under the command of their commanders. So the commander's not going to say to them, "You're free to rape the women." The commander's not saying that. No, there are no commanders saying that. Get in there, take that upper ground and round everybody up and put them in corral them in this place, and that's that. And so, and then now you can start raping them. No, that's bullshit. Just can't imagine, Nah, man. Soldiers are not doing that. The woman's voice on the news, yeah, and he raped me, and I think, are you telling me the truth here? BBC, lying bastards that you are, British bullshitting company.
You don't believe the news? What are you, like a flat earther or something?
No, the Earth's convex, man.
Yeah, you can't believe the news.
What?
Yes, don't believe the hype.
Why will they lie?
Yeah.
Why would they lie about what? They lie about everything. Why wouldn't they lie is the question. Why wouldn't they?
and so said, okay, baby, next channel. So and so said, okay, baby, next channel. So and so said, okay, baby, next channel. So and so said, okay, baby, next channel. And so and so said, okay, baby, next. They all say the same thing. Yeah? Do you remember that?
Probably can find many examples of that.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean they're lying.
It's terrible, isn't it? And to think here, no planes actually hit the Twin Towers. That's my final conclusion on that. And my mind was made up yesterday for sure. I mean, I was questioning where are the parts, but now I know for sure.
Bro, if you say that to the regular average Joe, they'll think you're crazy.
Yeah, that's right. I know. They need to see the material that I've seen. Do that. Follow the same research, then you'll understand. It's not there. There are no plane parts. That's your first clue. And, you know, the Pentagon, they shot themselves in the foot with that one, because if the plane came in and hit the wall where they said it did, it was supposedly knocked down some lampposts. Well, the first thing you notice about the lampposts is that there's no impact marks from the plane hitting it. And then there's no soil or grit where it was pulled out from the ground, you know? The paint's not chipped. There's nothing bent. And it was facing in the wrong direction, because these lampposts should have been falling towards Pentagon, but they're falling towards the plane coming, you know, the opposite direction. So they have fallen in the direction the plane was coming from. So there's your clues already, and they are too clean. They look like they are about to be installed as opposed to being knocked down. So they're ready to shoot themselves in the foot there. That's clear. And then the grass was so clean that Tiger Woods could have played golf on it. It was that clean, the grass. And the plane was just supposedly like a few feet off the ground as it slammed itself into the side of the Pentagon, the side that was recently renovated for such an attack. What are the odds? Right. So, yeah, man, there's just so many anomalies there. No planes flew. And then the phone calls could never have happened on the planes. The phone calls could never have happened. A Japanese company did the tests. They took 3 mobile phones, 3 companies, and after 1,000 feet, okay, you're making your phone calls, so that's not problem. After that, the call's being dropped. And at 10,000, no chance at all. No chance at 8,000. No chance at 5,000. None. So by the time
are you sure?
By the time you get to 35,000, no, you are not making a phone call. Even today, they said it's difficult. You can drop the call. So, you know, yeah, they lied back then. Back then, no one could have been making phone calls from the plane on their.
Wait, they had actors making the calls? They have like people making the calls or something?
No, I think they may. I think these people, if they existed and they were, supposedly on the plane, they were being forced to make the phone calls, because unless again they're like crisis actors. So who knows, man? Yeah, who knows who these people were? But one of them said, "It's what did he call it? It's a frame. That's it. It's a frame." I think she was trying to say it's a frame up, okay? But all you got was it's a frame, and then the phone cut off, right? Because wow. She had finished talking to her loved ones, okay? You know, sorry, I love you. I've got to go now. We've been hijacked. And the fact that we've been hijacked, and I'm sneaking this phone call, but yeah. And then I think, the hijacker said, "All right, stop that now." So she says, "Okay, I love you," and that before she could put the phone down, she said, "It's a frame up." She was trying to say it's a frame up, and then the phone cuts off. Frame up.
There's something to that.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me. Somebody finally told the truth.
There you go.
But why would they tell the truth?
Yeah. Why would they tell the truth, eh? And you could tell that Dick Cheney had given the order not to shoot down the plane that was heading towards the White House. Okay? And there was this, I've forgotten the guy's name, Douglas something or other. This Douglas Cochrane, that's his name. He was coming in and saying to Dick Cheney, the plane is 50 miles out. The plane is 30 miles out. The plane is 10 miles out. Does the order still stand? And then Dick Cheney was said to have turned his head around and said, of course it does. Have you heard anything to the contrary? So obviously that plane went on to crash into the Pentagon, apparently. There you go. So, you know, NORAD was asked to stand down.
Yeah, that part-time job sucked.
One of the biggest Easter eggs from that. One of the bigger Easter eggs from that date is that same few days and the days of the attacks. There was a Category 3 or 4 hurricane like near the East Coast.
That's right. That's right.
Headed directly towards New York, and the attacks happened, and I think the storm just changed the direction.
It magically turned direction, and just disappeared.
That's right.
That's just a quinky dink, right?
That's a coinky dink, yeah.
Because imagine if it would have been a hurricane while there was a fire. I might have put it out or something.
Yeah, that's right. Can't have that interfering with my plans.
Hilarious.
It wouldn't. I don't know. The images wouldn't look the same. Imagine there was like a storm and rain and all that stuff during the attacks or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Would have looked very different. But that's kind of weird. Like, I mean, we only saw the only things that I saw it was the news saying there was a hurricane, right? We only see the graphics. I didn't see the thing with photography or anything. So that's the thing.
Yeah, it might just be another part of the program.
And then you get those who believe that fire can bring down a steel fireproof or fire.
That would only be true if the building was built to deliberately crumble from the fire. But you know, that's just
right. Well, there was a disaster in Sao Paulo. Okay, but this building was built in the 1960s. It was a police headquarters building, right? I think it was 26 floors. Okay, but it was abandoned, and then the squatters occupied it. So the squatters had moved in, and they used the lift shaft as a rubbish dump to dump all their rubbish. Okay, and it was a decaying building from the 60s, right? And it was concrete and steel, of course, but the steel wasn't fireproofed at all. You know, it was naked, but old, rusty, decrepit, decaying building. That one collapsed. It didn't collapse at free fall symmetrically in a global collapse. That was an asymmetric collapse, you see. But the globus
it would just slowly crumble. It would slowly crumble down as it burned.
That's right, you see. So they kept bringing that up, and I said, no, you cannot compare that to the structural integrity of the Twin Towers and Building Number 7. They were fireproofed, yeah, and the exoskeleton of the Twin Towers, they could handle a live weight of 2,000% before they begin to buckle, okay? And then the floors therein were only supporting 30% of their maximum weight. So, you know, the amount of redundancy in the Twin Towers and the Building Number 7 is unbelievable. They were really well constructed, very well constructed. There was no way they were going to collapse. They could take multiple planes hitting and never collapse. No way. Sorry, impossible. And where the planes were supposedly had gone in, underneath that was at least 80,000 tons of unscathed, perfectly stable steel. Structural integrity, 100%. Nothing had gone wrong. So how did the building come down from that small piece on the top, pulverizing all the rest all the way down at free fall? Impossible. Impossible, folks. That can never happen. Yeah. And then the NIST ignores the residue of thermite, thermate, and nanothermite in the 90
they found steel
tons
bearings
of dust. Yes, that's correct. Yeah. I think it was 90,000 tons of this dust had this stuff in it. And NIST didn't report it, ignored it, and they asked, "Did you check for explosives residue?" They said no, they didn't. So how do you know?
Why would we do such a thing?
And you know, that's right. And in the protocol, when you hear explosions, you have to check for explosives residue. That's the protocol. That is why NIST is being sued by the architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, because NIST did not follow the protocol of checking for explosives, because explosives residue was there.
Not only that, they started the day it happened. They started hauling all the stuff away.
They're also being asked. There you go. Thank you. Two words out of my mouth.
It's like they had a whole crew of construction workers just waiting in line to take care of that.
Evidence. Yeah. 400 trucks.
You're roboting a little bit. Sorry.
400 trucks, around a day to do that. That's a lot. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I've got a bad Wi-Fi here. 400 truckloads a day. That was. Wow, that's a lot, isn't it? Yeah, man.
And they sold it to China. That's fun.
Yes, 15 cents a pound.
Oh, that's expensive.
15.
I don't even think scrap metal's worth that, is it?
Yeah, that's what they were paying. 15 cents a pound, apparently.
Well, with all those steel bearings in there, they probably made a killing.
Yeah, they would have made a killing, all right. They want to be careful.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was iron spheres. My bad.
Yeah, iron spheres. Yeah. Lucky that they didn't. They were lucky that they didn't knock them onto anything else, because they were still volatile. Those little spheres were still volatile. What's his name? Professor Stephen Jones from Brigham Young University was given a load of these metal spheres and red and grey chipped thermites. Okay, and when they ignited it, it was volatile. Just a little piece that they lit up. Yeah, they were volatile, man.
Yeah, they microwaved it. They hit it with microwaves, and it flamed up. They were like, "Whoa, this isn't normal." But then they would claim, "Oh no, you got the wrong sample. You must have got a sample from something else in the junkyard." It's like, wow.
No, it's well documented, and I think it was Janet McKinley, whose apartment was right opposite the South Building as it collapsed. All her windows were smashed in. Mind you, she'd already evacuated as it was happening. But when she returned, she collected that material under what they call the care of custody. So they knew how she had herself videoing herself collecting the material and delivering it to Stephen Jones. So there's no way that there was no underhanded shenanigans going on, right?
Oh yeah, I know. I'm just saying that's how they work. They'll get some expert. They'll say, "Oh, we have an expert that'll tell you that's all bullshit." It's like, yeah, you always have an expert.
Yeah, you always have an expert on hand. The lying cunt that he is. Yeah.
I've got an expert too.
Yeah.
And my expert says you're full of shit.
That's right. And then they're also, NIST is also, for the last 20 years, they've been asked to present the evidence for their progressive collapse of building number 7 due to column 79 failing. initiating this
Well, according to what's his name,
collapse due to
they had to
thermal
pull it.
expansion. Yeah, they had to pull it, of course. Yeah,
They had to pull it.
I had to pull it. I got a phone call from the fire chief, and he said that they don't think they can contain the fire and that there. So I said the smartest thing to do is to pull it. So we decided to pull the building, and
We'll just pull
we
it.
went outside and watched it collapse.
Boom.
Fucking hell! If that isn't telling the truth right there.
Well, you got to make sure the whole building's gone. That way you get all the insurance, you know.
Yeah.
Scumbags.
Do you know, on that very day, his wife had booked him to go to the dermatologist. On the day, mind you. So he'd already booked a breakfast meeting at the top of the North Tower, okay, for the morning. But that morning, his wife said, "No, you can't go. You've got to go to the dermatologist." So he didn't go. He cancelled the meeting on that day. But everybody else died in that tower, you know, apparently. You know,
Wasn't there like some?
Her,
Didn't they bring some kind of computer system up there in the upper floors or something? I heard something about that. I don't know if it's true, but these big black boxes and nobody could figure out what it was. I don't know if it has anything to do with anything, but I always wondered like what that was about. Maybe it was evidence to get rid of.
Possibly, yeah. The refurbishment, right, to refurbish and bring the Twin Towers up to smart building technology was going to cost $800 million, right? $800 million for your smartphone connections and that, just to upgrade the connections for computerization and that, okay? And then to remove the asbestos was going to cost $1 billion. And they said that $1 billion you could build a new building.
Yeah, it'd be easier to just collect the insurance and, you know, build another one.
Well, that's what he did, yeah. And then some of the families...
Well, I'm not accusing that person of that. I'm just saying it seems like the most logical explanation.
Well, what are you to think when he takes out a new policy? He acquires the building in July 24th. Okay, that's when he acquired the Twin Towers, July 24th. And then 6 weeks before the event, he has an insurance made up to protect against that kind of destruction. And then that kind of destruction happens.
Yeah, you've got to think the insurance company alone would be suing the crap out of him, right?
That's right. Well, you're going to scrutinize and do an investigation before you pay out $3.5 billion, which is what he got for that, $3.5 billion. And then he got $800 million for building number 7, which initially he only paid $400 billion. So he got double his money for the building number 7. And guess what?
How is it that a building is worth that much in the first place? God, it's made out of concrete and steel. Who cares?
Did you say 400 millions or 400 billions, Jin?
400 million.
Oh, okay. I thought you said billions. I was like, damn.
No.
Yeah, I was going to say, damn, that guy had...
No. He got 3.5 billion for the Twin Towers. And then for the building number 7, he got 800 million, but initially it only cost him 400 million. So he made his money there. And then...
I don't know. How does an insurance company sell you... Why would they sell you an insurance policy like that? I mean, it sounds to me like it would be a scam right from the beginning. I'd be weary of it. Like, wouldn't you?
Well, I think the insurance company is involved, of course. You know?
Well, yeah, that's pretty obvious. I was going to say, if the insurance not involved, then something's not right.
Yeah. So the insurance company's involved in all that. So that's why they paid up. No problem.
Apparently, there was also like a lot of movement in the stock market. Like the day before it, there was money flowing out of the stock market too.
Yeah, it was called they were betting on the stocks of United Airlines and the other airline, was American Airlines, stocks to plummet. They call it the put-up stock options. Put-up stock options went through the roof weeks before the event. Yeah, that's right. You know, they said it.
That's just scratching the surface. There's a whole bunch more stuff involved in the money part of it.
That's right, because when I first discovered the loose change, this would be 2002, right? because for the year, it didn't sit well on me that the Muslims done. Okay, because I'm in Japan here, so I'm really out of the loop. Yeah, so for the first year, just under a year or so, those first months, I was thinking the Muslims couldn't do that. They can't do that. I don't believe they did that. That's amazing. How could they organize themselves? I tried to put myself in their shoes. How would I be able to know the routine schedules of all these flights and then the security procedures and protocols? You'd have to be working there to work out all the scenarios. You know? And I said, that would be ringing alarm bells, because you've got to look at the camera system. You've got to observe everything. How are you going to be able to work this out? How could they do this and hijack 4 planes, first of all? I said, I can't believe they could have done that. That's not possible. And that didn't sit well on me for months. And then I contacted my friend and said, what do you know, this is the next year now. We're now into 2002 now. I'm saying, what do you think about that? The Muslims doing that? You know, I mean, I can't believe they did that. And then my friend said, what? You think the Muslims did that? And then he sent me a link. He said, watch this documentary thing. So I started watching it, okay? But you know when things don't make sense, you're watching it, I'm not understanding the language. This is like some kind of cognitive dissonance just hit me on the head. I just couldn't, this just wasn't making any sense. So I said, I can't watch this. This is shit, man. Let me type it in myself. So I typed in 911. And then what came all the Porsche turbos, the German car, Porsche sports car. No, that's wrong. 911, who benefited? And then, I got a tsunami of information. Loose change was amongst it. And other documentaries that I watched that showed you the paper trail and the money and how it was all linked. Japanese companies were involved. There's loads of things going on. Yeah. Lots of companies benefited from that event. Lots. One black guy was going, wow, I hope they do another one. Couldn't believe it. When the tower went down, I knew I was going to make money. I was hoping for the other one. I know I shouldn't say this, but I was hoping for the other building to go down, and it went down. I thought I hit the jackpot. That's what he was saying. The black guy was saying this. Fucking good. I know it's ridiculous what I'm saying, but we made money.
And of course, they put a black guy in that position to make everybody angry about it, right? To start the racist shit.
I mean, if the black guy said it, it's not racist.
Oh, that's right.
So
I
it's
forgot
fine
about that.
because he said it.
Yeah, silly anyway, but that's what he said. And his eyes were popping out of his head because he made money. He said, I can't believe it.
So I guess if you get sued for something like that, you'll just have to say that you're part black, right? You just have to prove you're part black, and then you get away.
You have black, so you can say. Yeah.
Yeah, classic.
It's a sad state of. Oh my god!
Really
I have to laugh because I don't know what else to do except cry.
That's the only reason Jeans get away with telling the Japanese about flat Earth, because he's black. If they said anything to him,
He's black. What?
Or you could just say what is important, no matter what.
Yeah.
What?
That's exactly that. Yeah.
No matter
exactly.
what.
Except if you're white, no, doesn't matter how important it is. You're white.
There are some things that I will say regardless of any potential consequences.
Yeah.
You have to pick the hills you'll die on, and there may only be one hill I would die on. But
there's some background interference.
Yeah. Echo.
I mean, if you're white, you better die on every hill. If not, that's racist.
Thanks for the video, rookie.
Yeah. What? Say that again.
I said thanks for the video. I just finished it.
Oh, did you? Oh, great, cool. Yeah. What'd you think?
It's a really discouraging way to start off your day. I mean, nothing new really, but I appreciate when people accumulate data.
I didn't do that. I'll give somebody else, props for that. But yeah,
I understand.
I just, I only shared it personally because I thought it wouldn't go well over, on the live stream. So I kept.
No, not at all.
Yeah. Because I figured I'd probably get yelled at or kicked or something. I don't need all that. I kind of like them in here.
Is that what you sent me yesterday?
Yeah. think the same thing. Yeah.
Oof. Yeah.
Yeah. Oof. I know. That's why I put a warning sticker on it. It's like, fair warning. This is not going to make you happy, but I don't know. I tend to think that, I don't know, when I first seen stuff like that, it kind of like made me think that there was some fakeness to it. But then when I started seeing the flow of so many videos, it was like, I can't deny this anymore. Like, I can't, plausible deniability's out the fucking window, bro,
Yeah. Well, what we're talking about here, I'm in the dark here. What are you talking about?
All right. So over the past couple of years, you know how like there's these different dances in the world, like the Mamba or the two-step or the do-si-do.
Yes.
There's all these like dances in the world. Well, like a couple of years ago, they started talking about doing a new dance. Like at first they were going to call it the light speed dance, but then they ended up calling it just the simple hokey pokey dance, where you put your left hand in, your right hand in, your left foot in, your right, and you shake it all about.
Yeah, that's great. Unless you have what do you call that? What's that disease that you get on your skin? Leprosy.
Oh, leprosy, eczema, sort of thing.
Well, anyway,
I'm talking about that episode of The Simpsons.
There's this dance that was popularized over the last couple of years. Like it became super popular in 2021. Like everybody was TikToking and Facebooking and Instagramming about how they learned how to do the hokey pokey dance.
Yeah.
And like what's weird is like you can do all these different dances in the world. Like how many people ever died from dancing the waltz? Right, the waltz is like a pretty peaceful, elegant.
At least 5 people.
It's a smooth, quiet dance, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful dance. It's pretty nice. But like the hokey pokey, for some reason, this dance is like really dangerous. Really dangerous. And there's this video that he shared that was just showing like all these incredibly healthy people, like the top healthiest people in the whole world, all over the world, just learning how to do this dance. And then, lo and behold, they're not just like breaking their legs, twisting an ankle. They're like, their hearts are like exploding because this dance is just awkwardly intense, I guess. I don't know.
Let me see. Where's the link?
I don't know if it's the shaking part where you're shaking it all about, or if it's putting your right foot in and your left foot in. But some aspect of this dance is just literally the worst thing ever.
Where's the link?
It would have to be emailed to you. Do you have a Proton, Mel?
Yeah, it's DM or that's.
I don't recommend DMing it over Discord unless because this, not everybody. There's a lot of people that really like this dance, regardless of the evidence, against it. So we don't want to hurt people's feelings that are, dancers.
Your feet are
I'm not here to shame. I'm not here to shame anyone.
But I thought if you DM things, that's okay, isn't it? To DM? Sure.
Well,
yeah, but it's safer for email because then Discord doesn't track it. So.
Correct. See, if there's every message sent on Discord has a message ID. Okay. Yeah. Right. And it's from what I understand, it is all but permanently stored. So once they can algorithmically analyze or once they identify a specific link, like for instance, a documentary about this dance, they can just search all message IDs for that link, and then I'm saying it's plausible. I'm not saying it will happen, but it's plausible that they can just nuke you for talking about a dance.
And they can also destroy your evidence or destroy the videos too, if they can link it, right?
If they have,
if they wanted to get rid of the evidence, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it has a trail, then I don't know. I'm just saying it's.
Are you saying they're gonna 9/11 all of the build every town and city?
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about our part-time job.
I'm just saying that if they can delete the video from the internet, I mean, how many copies probably out there already of the video?
Why do you think I store things off of line?
Yeah, good point though. I would like to go ahead and save that video. Let's see how hard that is based on the website. Let's see. Right click.
Consider like multiplying that, but I got to make sure that it's all right with whoever made it.
It's whoever made the video posted it, and it says share this.
Oh, share it to
I didn't
me.
notice.
It says share this: Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, Pinterest, email, LinkedIn, WhatsApp. Got like links.
Oh, just in case it disappears, that video, I recorded it, so I've got a hard copy of it.
I'm trying to find the video file. MPG? No. What is that? MP4?
I think it might be MP4. Partial. I don't know. I mean, it depends on, how big it is.
.m. It only shows up 4 times.
All I can say for all this is the people involved is that people are coming for you, and when we find you, we're going to take you down because this is baloney, and killing people ain't a joke.
Yeah, well,
so mark my words, we will.
Yeah, they act like it's just putting your left foot in, put your right foot in, but there might be more to this dance than meets the eye. That's all I'm saying.
The first thing I thought when I saw the tests is I thought, what are they putting on the cotton swabs?
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Well, could you just stuff them all the way up inside of your?
I'm not familiar with any cotton regarding learning how to dance, but
I mean, I imagine the people doing this dance are definitely going to the doctor and getting the jibby jab, so there may be a correlation right there.
Bruh.
Nah, that's not possible. Nah, why would they do that?
I mean, if you're doing these dances,
they wouldn't do that. That would affect their kids too, though.
You're definitely going to the hospital and doing the thing.
I want to know how a cat gets a cold. That's what I want to know.
I want to know how I get a splinter spontaneously. That's what I want to know. I have a splinter in the tip of my finger, and I don't know where this thing came from.
I never got a splinter because I never got one of those. You know what? And
you've never had a splinter.
And I didn't.
You've never had a splinter.
You probably fell from heaven, and it fell on your finger.
I must be a god or something because it didn't affect me at all. Everybody else got sick and I didn't. And I just laughed. I said, well, that's probably because you got the you-know-what, dumbass.
I'm literally talking about a splinter that is in my finger. It's not metaphor land.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Splinter is a piece of wood, right? Isn't it?
Yeah. Well, that's what I think it is. But this one's like
good all morning.
Really small and annoying.
That's what she said.
Big ones you can grab them and take them out. But the small ones, oh no.
Yeah. I don't know where this came from. It's really weird.
Okay. Sorry about that. You need some tweezers, bro?
I'm working on it.
Don't get it. Use some iodine.
I wonder if I started a what do you call that thing? The thing you can do on Discord, an event. An event. If I started an event about the part-time job, would I get in trouble and would they cut me, or do you think I'd be able to get away with that?
Yeah, you can get a part-time job and make money. Yeah.
Cool. Maybe I'll try that today because it seems like this has been coming up a lot lately, and maybe we need to talk about it.
DM'd you. You've been ignoring me, bro. Come on.
I'm not ignoring you. I'm talking, and I'm only looking at the list. Oh, Ray, you fucking asshole.
That's kind of racist.
It does.
Well, are you black? Are you black? I gotta make sure. Are you black? I gotta make sure.
People call me Mexican, so yeah, you're being.
Yeah, but you're still colored. All right, I'll shut up now. Now wait. You sent me a DM. All right, hold on. I'm looking for it.
MJ says something. Come on, MJ. We can say something, MJ. You're allowed.
I said he prefers the most fearless guy in the room talking to, not Jemsy.
Oh yeah.
I'm talking about gospel, of course. He's probably the most whitest one in the room right now.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
I take offense to that.
Probably true. I'm pretty pale. And living in North Dakota doesn't help.
For a pale guy, you look good, though.
Well, thank you.
I'm gonna buy some roast beef. Any
they definitely don't. The saying doesn't go tall, pasty, and handsome, does it?
Oh, that goes with my description. Was this guy talking about, people that want to be called it or he or whatever? He said, how about you call me handsome, beautiful, and smart?
I'll send it to you.
Oh, thank you.
Who else wanted it? Cut the shit. Did you want it?
Is that what? The video?
Yeah, the one I spoke about earlier.
Yeah, can you DM Gin CBR1? Just DM me. If you can't DM it, then never mind.
Well, if you send me your email, I'd do it that way, but I don't care. I'll DM it. I'm not afraid of it.
Yeah, just DM it to me, man. Come on, man. We've got to be past something fast, I think. Come on. DM Gin CBR1. That'll do. Should be okay. I'm not spreading any rumour. It's private. You're not.
Yeah.
Just remember, I warned you. It's not going to make you happy.
Oh, don't worry about that. I'm not happy as it is already with it. Much for that.
Rookie, that's not the dance video, is it?
Yep, but he's not here right this minute.
So if we say the numbers are, the flat earthers are increasing.
Yep.
Right. So that means slowly but surely, flat Earth is going to get the globers. Is that a bad thing to say?
Convince, or they will no longer be able to utilize the appeal to populace argument.
Yeah.
Maybe something like that. But yeah. The other words, nah.
Yeah, we don't mean it in a vindictive, destructive, killing ending of life way. No, we don't mean that. we mean that we want to basically stop the decimation of this horrible heliocentric model being projected into the world.
Well, shine a light on the mystery school religions. That'll take care of that. Where all this stuff comes from.
But yeah, no problem. We understand. Flat Earth truth, flat Earth truth, flat Earth truth, smashing the heliocentric model to smithereens 365 days of the year. Lovely. That's my flat Earth truth chant. Flat
Do you have any
USA? So I say flat Earth truth. Flat Earth truth.
Do you have any local long distance observations that you point people to?
Not around here because it's all houses and flats and apartment blocks.
Okay.
So,
no lookout, no mountain lookouts or anything like that?
Not really. No. But I do mention the fact that from a certain mountain you can see Mount Fuji. That's what I say. Yeah. They know the mountain because most of the people in the neighborhood have been there once at least. So they know the mountain. They would have been there once because their elementary school would have, taken them there.
Sure.
They've lived there long enough, so they would know that mountain very well, yeah. So from there, you can see Mount Fuji, and when you work out the distance, the curvature should be in the way we shouldn't see Mount Fuji, you see. But look, Zen Miedo, and then we can see it. And Mount Ohira as well. So they think, yeah, I didn't think of that. That's right. I mean, even from where we are, we can see Mount Fuji sometimes. That's the amazing thing.
Mm-hmm.
On a clear day, sometimes it's like this particular day would be like the sun. It's like a golden day, and Mount Fuji, you can just make out the silhouette through the medium. Yeah, in your car, seat belted up, driving, and you can see Mount Fuji. I remember when I first saw that, and I went, "Wow!" Because my student told me that she saw it once, and I thought, I can't believe that. And then one day I did. I saw Mount Fuji from where I lived. I thought, wow, yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
It's usually when the sun is out and it's nice blue skies, yeah, and you can make out Mount Fuji, and it's just unbelievable. It's almost like a ghost. The distance involved, you think, am I looking at it? What is it, a mirage? Is it a mirage? You think, is this really what? The very first time I went to climb Mount Fuji, it snowed. So this would be the year 2000.
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Let me just work this out properly. 2001 July. So yeah. So it would be 2001. Let's say January, February, there, somewhere there. And I wasn't driving at the time. I didn't have a driving license. So my wife drove this Honda car that we had, Honda Life mini car, and we had my son in there, so he would have been about 8-9 months old, 10 months, something like that. And we were on our way to Mount Fuji. And as we were driving, Mount Fuji just kept getting larger and larger and larger. Well, bloody hell, how big is this mountain, man? Fuck. Okay. Still haven't got there yet. Yeah, okay. And then we get to the foot of the mountain and the police stopped us. They said, because there's snow on the mountain and you haven't got any chain tires, you can't go up. I said, shit. So I said, okay, yeah, thanks. Yeah, so we went to the lakes instead, and we enjoyed, went to a French restaurant, had something to eat there, and enjoyed playing in the lakes with my kid. And then we came back, took the pictures, but that was the best I could do. That was the first time in 2001. And then the next time I went to climb it for the first time was 2008. That was the first time I climbed it. So July of 2008. And my friend made a DVD of that day. And it was a classic day because it was cracking up, laughing all the way up. People, all the gear people had and the jokes we were talking about on the way up. Yeah, it was a great day. We took the third longest route. 4 routes there are on the mountain. We took the third longest one. And it was nice. It was good. Nice sunny day, but it was a little bit cool, and we changed the clothes. Change because you get sweaty and all that. Change all your gear and then get ready to go down after about an hour, let's say. Yeah, about an hour break up there. And then we descended. Great view though. And the clouds coming across and hitting you in the face, cooling you down, really refreshing. Yeah. $3,771 meters up.
Yeah, that's pretty well up there.
Yeah, I think it's just over 12,000 feet or so, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fantastic view. Again, I wasn't a flat earther 2008. But I was, but I didn't realise, yeah. So, but I remember the view very much indeed. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Great view. And everything was indeed flat, no curvature anywhere. Didn't realise. Just thought, just didn't even click. Didn't even click that there's no curvature, Jim. You're looking at no curvature. That was not there. I was just looking at, wow, look at what I can see. Yeah, that's where I used to live. I could see where I used to live.
Mm-hmm.
Bloody hell. I said, yeah, that's where I used to live there. Look at that. I've actually been to that beach many times, man. I was saying to my friend, not realising the up is flat, yeah?
Yep.
Magnificent view when you're that high up. And those clouds are really refreshing. Yeah. First time ever, the cloud hit me in the face. Mind you, prior to that, I'd been up in the mountains in Spain on my motorbike, Africa Twin. Yeah, I remember the clouds getting me all wet then. But that was because it was a rainy day, yeah? So, So that was kind of like expected. But it's different when you're hot and sweaty and you're looking to cool down and then the clouds come across and cool you down. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Feels really nice. Don't know if you've ever experienced that, but it is wicked.
Yeah, I've been in the clouds. That's what there's a spot in North Carolina they call the Smoky Mountains.
Okay.
They're not extremely high mountains by any means. Maybe even only like 6,000-7,000 feet and stuff. But the clouds linger pretty low.
Yeah.
So I've definitely had that experience. I'm aware of what that's like.
Yeah, and it really is a wonderful experience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, roughly 12,372 feet, roughly.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, when you're up there, it's nice. It's just it's a volcanic mountain. And sometimes I can swear it moves, Like a little earthquake there, you feel it under your feet moving. Yeah, I've experienced that. And I used to bring back, I've climbed it 12 times I have summited, but I've been there 14 times to climb. Well, okay, let's say 15 times to climb. And the 3 times that I never climbed it was because of bad weather. The worst one was when I climbed up about a third of the way up, and that took me like 2.5 hours. But it was hard going because it was driving wind downwards, so it's blowing against you, hooking onto your rucksack at the back because you're going up and the wind is blowing against you. Then you had fog and the driving rain. So I kept going for about 2.5 hours, and I wasn't making much leeway because I'm usually much faster pace, but because of this driving rain, it was nighttime, I was a bit slower. But everyone came down, never got to the summit. Everyone that came down didn't go to the summit. They said, no, too windy, too dangerous, so be careful. I said, yeah, I will. And then, after 2.5 hours, there was this massive group of people coming down. And I asked, did you go to the top summit? No, they didn't. I said, yeah, shit. I may as well come down then. Fuck. So I came down. I went back down. But the other 12 times, yeah, I summited twice with the kids. Took my kids up there. And then I took some of my Japanese students because they heard the stories that I was telling them of the mountain, how good it was and how much of an enjoyment it was, that they wanted to climb it, So I said, yeah, I'll take you up there. Yeah, no problem. So took them in the car, my car, yeah. Got them to climb up with me. Yeah. 1 or 2 of them was going to give up. And I said to them, look, it's cost me money with the petrol. Because of the petrol alone, you can't give up. I said, that's the first thing. So I haven't driven this far not to get to the summit. So we're going. Don't worry. You are going to make it. You are definitely getting to the top today. Don't you worry. Don't care how long it takes. And then when they got up to the top, you should have seen the change of mood when they actually finally made it to the top, to the summit. Yeah, man, they were overjoyed. They were so happy. I said, you see? Yeah, right. Kept saying you want to go down or you want to stop or you're going to wait for me. No, you're coming up. I brought you here to see the summit. And now you did, yeah. One of them admitted that they tried before and never made it. But this was the first time they actually got to the top. I said, well done. Good, you made it. Of course, Jin Sensei, together, you'll do anything. You'll achieve it. Yeah, man. And then they picked up their mountain volcanic rock as a souvenir and a memory that they actually did go there. Yeah. And I collected a few from my other students who wanted them. And I said, yeah, take it to school and show your teachers and have a discussion on how this rock was made from a volcano because it was molten. And then it dried and hardened to this shape. Look at that. Yeah. So my rucksack was heavier coming down than it was going up, yeah?
Yeah.
Luckily, coming down was, descending was easier than actually ascending. Yeah.
If anybody wants to discuss previous topics, Rookie is hanging out in chill chat.
Yeah, but it's amazing how far you can see from a high vantage point. That's the thing, and from there, there's just no degree of curvature at all with your own eyeballs. So you're not using any camera or anything, just your own eyeball. It's amazing what the eye can detect. The degree, it's that sharp, the eyeball.
Yes.
And especially if you know the lay of the land and you know what you're looking at, and you're picking up certain places that you know and recognize. Yeah, and you just think, at the time when I was looking at this, the views that I had from Mount Fuji, curvature was just not in my mind. But when it was brought to my attention in 2015 now, all my life experience just came flooding in one like warp speed. Boom, it's flat. Because I've uploaded all this information, but hadn't joined those dots, you see. And I really did have that moment where all your life flashes in front of you, all your life experiences, Yeah, that's how it happened for me, because I thought Flat Earth was stupid, of course, prior to clicking the video, like 5 minutes prior to that, I'd been avoiding it for like months, thinking how stupid it was, and I thought, okay, I'll click on it for a laugh. Let's see what it's got to say, That's what I'm saying to myself. Let's see what this has got to say, Stupid thing, come on. And from that moment onwards, I was not laughing. I was looking like I was feeling dumb, inadequate, totally unintellectual, absolute foolish. And then my face changed into that donkey that you see in Tom and Jerry. That's exactly what was happening. And I was getting chills. Yeah, well, not Pinocchio, no, because Pinocchio is when you lie, the nose gets longer. In this case, your face changes from your regular face into the jackass, donkey's ass face. That's the face I had.
Yeah, look, I put a GIF. I think
I'm going to give you that.
I don't remember that happening. Maybe it did happen in Tom and Jerry, but it definitely happened in Pinocchio. Remember, he visits Misfit Island or whatever.
Pinocchio. Yeah. Pinocchio. You see, but if you look at Tom and Jerry, there's a Tom and Jerry episode where Tom becomes a donkey, face transitions into a donkey because he's jackass, because he did something wrong and he made himself look an ass, and that's how I felt.
Oh, yeah. Daffy Duck did too, apparently. So there's that.
Yeah. Tom and Jerry, yeah. And I just felt a complete and utter buck, because I just said, yeah, that's right. Yeah, and that's right, because everything he said I could instantly relate to. There was no mistake. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. And as I'm saying, that's right, I'm becoming a fool here, because I've been calling the Flat Earth stupid, and all these months of ignoring it. All that's happening. Warp speed, it's all happening. And then all my experiences are flooding in because of the views that I'm getting from the video. And I'm thinking, and then, whoosh, it all just came in at warp speed. Zoom, it's flat. Wow. And I paced up and down here, slapping my head, thinking, and I did the moon landing research 10 years, and I still didn't realize. Can you imagine how stupid you feel that you do 10 years research and you didn't conclude that the Earth is flat from that? Oh, man, I felt stupid, man. I really did. 10 years of looking at the moon landings and looking at all the videos and the ins and outs and how they didn't go, and I still didn't clock that they couldn't have taken a picture. I didn't even clock that. Is that a picture? And I even watched Matt Howland's, is it a photo or a painting? You know? I mean, there it is in your face, and I still didn't get it. Fucking hell, I still didn't get it. Fuck. Yeah, man, I felt stupid. And I'll
MJ
never
is right.
forget that. Sorry?
I said MJ is right. You can be anything you want to be in 2022.
Yeah. 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 That's right. Yeah, I'm still looking at the Pinocchio one. Yeah, I remember this.
Yeah, that's a cautionary tale. And kind of an interesting movie. Of course, the island that they go to kind of reminds me of the Epstein Island situation, but
there you go. Yeah. Yeah. Some of the truths are in this. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, Awesome JP posted a video about him being a woman and a swimmer, and I'll just stop at that. It's a really good video.
Oh yeah.
All right. And then you got Kermit the Frog.
Yeah, Rookie was just pining for somebody to join him. It looks like Flatty joined him, so nobody was joining him down in the chill chat, so he was just getting anxious or something. Yeah, lonely.
A bit lonely. Yeah. So, just discussing the Flat Earth Awakening. You know, that's how it was for me. After doing all this research, I realized that I didn't really connect the dots, which made me a little bit of a bad researcher. I didn't conclude properly.
Mm-hmm.
Because the amount of material that I'd seen, I should have concluded that. I should have picked that up, you see. Really. I should have deduced had I thought it through properly. Because I thoroughly understood that it was impossible to go. We don't have the technology. I understand the environment. You know, there's no way. Photographic anomalies, that's impossible. The photographs didn't have a single bit of radiation impingement on any of the photographs. They were perfect. And how could you do that with the camera being on your chest? So with all that stuff, I understood fully. But I'm still not connecting that, the Earth is not a globe. You understand?
If you had to take a guess between the moon and the Earth, which do you think there's a higher gigapixel photo of, the Earth or the moon?
The moon.
Yeah. Why is that?
I think they can zoom in on it from the Earth, can't they? That's why, isn't it? Obviously.
Yeah. I would agree with that. It's just the place where we live that would just be fantastic if you could just have just this beautiful, imagine like, I don't know, a 100,000 gigapixel photo of Earth where you could just like zoom in and see everything.
Yeah.
And I mean, that would just be mind-blowingly awesome.
The funny thing is,
they can't do
that imagination before I was a flat earther. I had that imagination. That's how I thought the Earth was, you see. You know, this blue. Not the fact that you could see planes flying upside down or ships that far, no. Just the Earth as a ball, beautiful. You know, I wanted to have a T-shirt of that. Do you understand?
Yeah.
I wanted to have a T-shirt with the globe on it. I was in love with the globe, man. It was, I wanted a T-shirt like that. That's where we live, Earth, the ball, spinning blue. Yeah, I had that imagination. Not to the point where you could see, like I said, aeroplanes flying upside down and ships flying perpendicular and, sailing. No, I didn't have that kind of image. But I still had the idea of the satellites zooming in. But again, I didn't go all the way with the full image of planes flying, because that would be the one, the video of this thing spinning, as it's supposedly on its axis, and then the planes flying, and that would be such a beautiful image to have on your computer home screen, you see. And I got that idea from Generism, you see, because he was the one that highlighted that for me at the time, 2016. And I thought, that's a point. This is what I mean. I kept getting slapped in the face with things that I should have known. That was one of them. That was one of them. Well, yeah, look. I mean, what is it with me? Why am I not thinking properly, man? Man, I'm useless when it comes to this stuff. That's what I used to say to myself. Which is why I hang on to people like Jennerism and Mark Sargent. I like Mark Sargent because he's talking to people in the real world, in the field of like astronauts, Marines, weapons experts, submariners. These people come on now and again and they talk about their experiences, and I love those testimonies. So he's done some good work, even though he's a controversial individual. But if you look at the body of work and content therein, that's what I hang on to. So Mark Sargent will always be there. Eric Dubay is always going to be there. Dave Murphy, they're there. Celebrate Truth, all of them, because that's the beginning, isn't it? They're all going to be there, regardless of the controversy that surrounds them. It's the work, the body of work that they've done. Dave Weiss, I keep missing him. Dave Weiss as well, because he comes in as the 5 minutes, sock it to you, this is the flat out, bang, 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 quick, polite, but it's there, it's precise. That's Dave Weiss, can't take it away. And he's been doing the past couple of years, 3 years, he's been doing some long debates on these different shows, and it's repeating the same stuff, but he's on different shows, so it doesn't matter. And I like to watch the reactions of the people he's trying to convince, or at least bring it to their attention. So I watch Dave Weiss as well. And occasionally I might post one or two interesting ones in the server, but, I don't that often, but there you go, Got to keep the community together. We all come in with our different styles, and we do have our own. The speculative thing is speculation, so you're entitled to say what you like. But the core foundation is there's no curvature. We don't detect any spin, and you cannot have a ball in a vacuum, right, and have air pressure on Earth in a vacuum without a container, some kind of containment. It's got to be there. And those three things are the foundation of any flat earther, and we want the globes to address this, globe heads and professors to address how this can be. So, everyone takes to whoever they like, but I've got a whole bunch of people. And then there's people like Harry from the Globe Lie. The Globe Lie? Harry, he was good, from Scotland, when he used to walk around on the streets and just strike up normal conversations. How open-minded are you? Can you give me a percentage sort of thing, and then starts to introduce the flat earth to the individual. They're very good. Very, very good indeed. I'll never forget Harry. I promised him if I ever see him, I'm going to buy him a pint, 2 pints. Yeah, Harry. I'm never going to forget him. He's a really good man and did some really good work at the very beginning. I was disappointed he wasn't on the Globe Light tour, the first one. The second one that went to Europe, that covered all of Europe back in 2018, I think that was. Yeah, it should have been on that one, or 2019 was it? Yeah. But I carry all those memories. Got to carry everything, bring it all along. That's because it's a watershed moment in our lives, and there's nothing wrong with old flat Earth videos on a loop, on a rerun. Remember, they loop cartoons, movies, songs are being repeated. So it's okay for us to be quenched and drenched and covered in the flat Earth truth over and over and over and over again, just like they did to us with the globe. Do you know? Nothing wrong with that at all.
Jen.
Jen. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
This is a family show, all right? No R rating.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
The radius.
Yeah. So it's okay to review videos that you've seen before. If they bring you pleasure and whatever, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. It's okay for the content producers to upload these videos, because the last thing I want to see is them to start thinking, that's an old video. It's so 2015. No, drop it. Bring it, upload it. It's good, because there'll be new people coming in that may have not seen it, And if I've seen it, I'll watch it again. I don't mind, because it's all about memory lane at the end of the day. I've watched a lot of reruns in my time, so why not? And I listen to music as well. repetitively, so why not? Yeah. Yeah, and it's good work. It's good work. It's not rubbish. You know, I say that the flat Earth producers who have produced content have done better than Hollywood, Pinewood Studios, Paramount Pictures, and alike. They've done better work, more integrity in the work they've done when you compare. What say you guys?
Truth is Stranger Than Fiction's my favorite content producer on the flat Earth topic.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, yeah.
And I think that he does a very, very, very good job putting his stuff together.
Yeah, yeah. I would have to agree with you there. Yeah, but I do think all the others. You know, let's not forget Celebrate Truth Gang and Generism and the like. You know, they produce some good stuff. And I'm saying that the stuff they produce, I think it's better than what Hollywood have done and the entertainment. You know, because at the end of the day, they haven't really enlightened people and motivated people. No,
yeah,
get that in the movies. It's all bullshit. It's fantasy what they've done. You know. So I think the content producers of the Flat Earth content producers need to understand that they are a valid part of the community. They are the foundation. You know, you're taking off where Samuel Rothbotham left off. You know, and he died with integrity. Even though he died a poor man, his integrity was not in doubt. So there you go. And he won his case in a court of law, and they twisted it. So, you know, yeah. And today's modern flat earthers with their technology and the content they're producing, yeah, they've taken it to the next level. Rothbotham and Charles Johnson, these guys will be, you know, jumping and jiving in their grave,
yeah, but
dancing in their grave.
There's a lot of people wondering what are the contents of the case you're speaking of.
Oh, you know, I'm talking about videos that they've made. You know, just
Rothbotham made videos?
No, Rothbotham didn't make videos. That's why I said that the modern flat earthers using the technology. Rothbotham took it as straight, you know, the Zetetic Cosmogony, you know, his pamphlet book and that. Natural observation and taking that route, taking it to a court of law, winning, but then being discredited and, you know, and he died a poor man in the end, you know. But although his body of work was solid and sound, I'm saying that today's modern flat earthers are taking that and taking it to the next level with their technology, with the technology we have today. What do you think? Am I wrong? Am I wrong in what I'm saying there?
I have no input.
I was trying to lead you to discuss the details of the case that you're speaking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about, well, with Rothbotham, obviously, he produced the Bedford Canal experiment, where he observed a boat with a red flag, and they set it up with his telescope over 10 miles, wasn't it? 10 kilometers, 6 miles. And he could still see this boat in his telescope. And there should have been 16 feet of curvature, which should have been obscuring his view. That's Rothbotham. But he went on to produce a book or a pamphlet known as a Zetetic Cosmogony, you know, dealing with the flat earth and everything else. You know, lack of curvature in places, long distance observation and things like that. And I think that the modern flat earther, you know, those who are producing the contents that they've loaded up on YouTube back in 2015, took that and went and ran with it and produced more. You know, looked and scrutinized NASA and the lies that they told about going to the moon and things like that. And how comes we don't have real pictures from an organization that's getting, today, as we speak, $67 million roughly a day You know, $23 billion budget, and they can still tell us we don't have a real picture of Earth. So it's a crime. But yet we had the likes of Rowbotham proving that the Earth is flat from natural observation around us. And here's NASA claiming they've gone to space, gone to the moon, showing us no real pictures of Earth, though. Wow. So the flat earthers of today are highlighting that kind of anomaly. That's the next level. That's what I mean by that. So I hope I'm not confusing anyone.
Trying to find out. I'd looked this up not too long ago, the number of employees, including contractors of NASA. I had done the math. Everybody, if you divided the money evenly, everybody would be. Of course, that's not how it works, right? Just because you have revenue, that doesn't mean it exclusively goes to salary. But I used to process home loan applications and home refinance applications. And so apparently it's about 117,000 total.
Right. 17,000.
Total people. But anyway, I got to see the income of different people across the United States of America. I got to see a handful of NASA employees' incomes. I got to see a handful of different news and journalism outlet incomes. And at least in my anecdotal experience, all of the journalists were making more money than any of the NASA employees that I encountered.
Ooh.
Yeah, so I saw like a range of 70 to 120,000 with NASA employees. I saw a range of $300,000 to $900,000 with the journalism employees. One of the people that was making about $430,000 a year was a food critic journalist.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. Wow is right. Money goes to some weird places. It's not just NASA.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have to agree with you there. Yeah, they're making money for nothing, aren't they? Those journalists, so-called food critic journalists.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in my case, I try to memorize flat earthers over Hollywood stars, for example. Been doing that now for 7 years. I think they're worthwhile remembering over Hollywood film producers and that. I think, although creative arts, the creative arts, although it's nice and it's great, it's good, right? But it has been a distraction in our lives. It's been part of a distraction, although it was entertainment, okay, but it was part of a distraction. Depending on how many movies you watch and how often you go to the cinema or whatever, but it was a distraction for sure. And did it bring you closer to the earth? No, it didn't. Did it bring you closer to God? Maybe one or two of the films may have done. I will say, growing up through the 60s, 70s, I used to watch a lot of the westerns that were made in America because I was born in England. So we used to watch, in England, they used to watch a lot of these American westerns. And the one thing that I took from that was moral fiber. The rights and the wrongs was definitely running through those movies. And that made an influence on me. It influenced me anyway. That's why I like the American cowboy movies. Although it still deceived me because I thought the Red Indians were the baddies. Okay? Until 1993, round about then, BBC put out a documentary on how it was called. No, it wasn't BBC, sorry. It was Channel 4. Channel 4 is an independent TV channel, so you don't need to have a TV license for that. But they produced a documentary called How the West Was Won and Lost. And it covered the red, the Americans, of course, the immigrants immigrating to the New Americas, setting up themselves there and taking over the land from the Red Indians, the native Indians, and how they won, the Americans won, but the native Indians lost. It was the first time in years that I shedded a tear after watching that. It prompted me to actually buy the book, which I did buy. I went to the actual studio to get it, and the video of the series, complete series video.
Talking about how they poison them?
Yeah, everything, yeah.
With particularly with sugar and addiction?
Well, at the time, it was more like the whiskey and the drinks. Not that analytic. It didn't go that deep into it, to be honest.
They blame like malaria or they blame different diseases as the cause, and there is enough evidence to conclude that was not the cause, that it was actually subversion through the vices that caused the most death.
Yeah. But it's just that, they got treated badly and, they were almost wiped out.
Yeah. Wiping people out is not a good thing.
New thing. No,
it's not new either.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's still partially true today. They give the whatever you want to call them, Indians, let's just call them for ease of use. They give them land and essentially gross welfare, and it essentially ruins them. So they don't have to struggle or survive. And there's a lot of, elder men getting out of there and trying to get the kids out of there because they realize that the kids are basically being raised, for lack of a better term, intentionally to be losers. Like they're weak. They can't get away from vices, like you said. They can't be constructive or get a job. It's like they're basically just getting ruined. They're getting spoiled. And the guy's like, hey, get out of there. Come out into the world, compete, earn, learn, stop being, getting a free handout. Be much more successful in life.
Breastfed for life.
Yeah.
And it's not from mother government, it's from daddy government, so that's really awkward.
Speaking of Indians, native Indians, what's happened to Battle Mod? I haven't seen him for a while.
Discontinued from this server.
What do you mean? I don't understand. What, he's no longer around?
Violated Discord terms of service by threatening the life of a human being. No longer on this server.
Wow. Okay. I better be careful then. I liked him though.
I mean, it's just in general, it's not a good idea to threaten someone's life and then to double down and say that you're not even being sarcastic, that you're not joking, that you're dead serious. That's not a good idea. Don't do that kind of thing.
Angry. He must have been very angry because that's not usually battle mod. He might go to the line, but he wouldn't press it down and like that. He must have been livid. Why? What happened? What did he do? What happened to him for him to go like that?
I don't think I'm capable of answering that question.
Okay, yeah, I can imagine anyway, because I know what battle mods are like. Someone didn't back down.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get me wrong, yeah, I did like battle mod though. I do like him, yeah, I like him.
Yep, he has a server. You can find him there.
Oh, what's his server? Can you link me to that, please?
I don't have a link.
You don't have a link to his server?
No, but it is called Reality something or other.
Oh, yeah, right, okay, yeah.
He gained control of it a couple of years ago and has been trying to build it up since.
That's right, yeah, I think I might have that actually. Let's have a look, yeah.
Yep.
It's a shame, man. I cannot believe that he's gone. Yeah, I've got it. But nothing's happening on it at the moment. I checked, it's quiet. Shame that is. How long ago was that?
Approximately a month and a half. Month and a half.
Okay. Right.
All right. That's enough of that.
Okay.
Jen, if you want to know more, do it in the back chat.
Yeah, I understand. Okay.
Any signs of this globe that everybody thinks they live on, guys?
No.
Still no.
And
okay.
My man, David Hinkle, have you found any curvature in your travels in the last couple of weeks?
No, Earth curvature, no, sir. Have not.
And did the Earth move for you in the last couple of weeks? Has it been moving?
Earth remains motionless in my witnesses of it. So,
well, here in Japan, it moved slightly. It moved to 7.4 on the Richter scale.
Wow, yeah, earthquake.
7.3, sorry, 7.3 earthquake. Yeah,
yeah, earthquake.
Couple of weeks back.
Anybody get hurt?
If I remember rightly, I think 3 people died.
Wow.
There were 3 deaths, but mainly property damage in the relative areas. But where we are, no property damage. We just got the hibby shakes, that's all. And then we lost electric power for 2 hours. During that time, we had the emergency power come in, but it's only very tiny little lights, emergency lights. And then we had an earth tremor, and it knocked out those lights as well. And then we were in darkness for 2 hours. But luckily, it happened when it was like bedtime. So 11:34 is when it happened. 11:35 in the evening. So it's really bedtime for everyone anyway. So put the flashlights in the kids' hands. Yeah, go to bed. All right. See you in the morning.
So you actually witnessed the Earth in motion for a few seconds anyway, is that what you're saying?
Yep, I felt the motion of the Earth under the house for a short time. Yeah, lasted about. It lasted about, I would say, 15 seconds, round about that, and that's a long time for your house to be shaking. All right.
Anybody else on here felt an earthquake? I never have, thankfully. Knock on wood.
Only a very slight tremor.
Okay.
Very brief.
Yeah.
I felt earthquakes before. I live in California.
Right.
Mine was in.
Yeah, go on. How did it happen?
I was just going to say mine was in South Carolina, so it was unusual.
How did it happen? I mean, what was it like?
Rookie, you're the one that you said you had earthquake experience.
Yeah. Well, for us, like back on that day, a couple of weeks ago on a Tuesday, what happened was there was a rumble under the house, and it died. It was like a sudden rumble, and then it died off. That was just a little tremor, and then 10 to 15 minutes, 10 minutes later, I could feel the rumble, and then it was getting louder and louder and louder and louder, and then it passed under the house, right? And then the house was shaking for about 10 to 15 seconds as it passed through. And then 30 minutes later, 40 minutes later, we got another tremor. And then that was it.
Yeah. Mine was like intense thunder without anything happening in the air, or, you know how thunder can shake the ground? It was like that.
Yeah. Now, in our case, the house was moving from side to side. Side to side, swaying from side to side. That's what happened, really. But it wasn't violent. Just a gentle shake. You know, like what you'd get if you're on a train or in a truck and a bus, when the seat bobs up and down as you go over the bumpy ground, just like that, if you can imagine. Yeah? If you can imagine that.
Last earthquake I felt was one that I think hit Santa Rosa or somewhere up north of here, but it was like a 6 point something, and I was sitting in my grandma's house sitting at the time, and I remember I was sitting there writing something or drawing something, and I sat back against the wall, and I felt the wall move, like the whole room moved, and I was like, well, that's weird. Who's moving the house? For some reason it just triggered the thought that I'm in a trailer or something, right? And I thought, who's shaking the trailer? And then I look around and I think, wait a minute, I'm not in a trailer. Like holy crap! And it like shook for a while. It scared the crap out of me. I was like, wow, that was strong.
Yeah, my first experience of an earthquake wasn't scary because I was at a community center learning Japanese in the afternoon. It was on a Sunday, and the teacher said "Jishin." He noticed it before I did, before any of the students did. Right? He said "Jishin," which means earthquake. And I went, "What do you mean?" And then suddenly the whole community center started to move side to side. And I thought, "Wow! So this is the earthquake. It really moves the building." And I was thinking to myself, "Wow! This building has been well constructed to ride that out." And then I realized what earthquake really meant. And then my teacher said to me, "Was I scared?" I said, "No, it was enjoyable," I said. And he laughed.
Yeah, it makes you kind of dizzy like you're on a ride.
Yeah. Because I heard a lot about this earthquake thing, but I'd never experienced one. It was the first time at this community center where I was learning Japanese.
Jin, I think you're onto something. If Godzilla was real, Japan would experience seismic events on average.
Yeah, every time
you experienced a seismic event, therefore Godzilla is real.
Yeah.
Wow.
What I want to know is what happens when Godzilla sneezes?
It's funny you say that because there's Godzilla and King Kong are still alive here in Japan. Would you believe? Yeah, still alive. They're still there. They're still prominent characters. Okay, King Kong and Godzilla. All these years, All right, and it's an American thing, really. Well, I don't know. Yeah, Godzilla.
Doesn't Godzilla shoot gamma rays or something?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And then there was that cartoon series called Donkey Kong. That was quite popular here in Japan as well, to my surprise. You know. And
Actually, it used to be known. It used to be known as atomic breath. That's what they called
That's
it
right.
in the series.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. I couldn't remember that word. Atomic.
Yeah, atomic breath.
Right. I don't know. I always thought Godzilla was cool, but then when I saw the moon landings, I was like, "Are you serious?" And they don't even look as good as some of the damn dinosaur movies. Like, really, bro?
Yeah. When you look at the moon landings, man, it's terrible. Terrible footage.
Yeah, I was hoping somebody would notice that my logic was flawed, and you should demand evidence of Godzilla himself, not just an affirming the consequent fallacy, like the Globers often do.
Come on now. Don't get all technical on it.
Yeah, there's one thing I would say is that it shows how naive we all were back then when those moon landings were taking place. You know, and when they show you pictures or video footage of people around the world looking at their screens, you see the innocence on the faces. You know that? That's the one thing that you can definitely see. The innocence on the faces of the people in the crowd as they look up and they're looking at the rocket going up. I said, look at that, look. And they were being ripped off then. They didn't even know. They were being deceived.
Well, I'm not sure that we were all fooled by it. I'm sure there was probably a group of people that said no way, but I'm sure that they got hushed up pretty quick.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like Gus Grissom?
Yeah, Gus Grissom, the poor man, you know. Yeah, he knew.
Oh, yeah, I know.
He knew, he tried to, and then he got barbecue.
Yeah, poor man.
Wow.
You know,
it's harder.
Yeah. There's a video where you can hear them, someone was screaming inside there, you know. He was on fire, and then you hear him screaming, and then the voice stops. Shit, man, what a way to go.
If I remember correctly, there was like 7 or 8 different mysterious deaths of astronauts between like 62 and 70. I could be off on the numbers there.
Yeah, you'd be right there. Yeah. I recollect that as well.
One of them got killed by a train in his car, and the train was owned by NASA. It's a quinky thing.
Wow.
But anyway.
Yeah, I've forgotten that guy's name. He was the one that was reporting on the state of affairs of Apollo, the financial side, and how much progress they were actually making. And it doesn't look like they were going to get to the moon. And then they took him out. He had his wife and his daughter-in-law, his wife's daughter, in that car. They all went on the. They got stuck on the level crossing.
When just being honest gets you killed, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, it's dangerous to be an astronaut in the 60s.
That's not a problem, right? We're not scared. We're not worried about that at all, are we? We just sit around and think, no, it's no big deal. You know, it won't happen to us, right?
Yeah. Honestly, you're quite right. You know, in that we should take that very seriously, but humanity is just not taking that at all.
If one person dies, we should take that seriously.
Yeah.
But I heard somebody say earlier 3 people died in an earthquake. Well, that doesn't get enough attention, right?
Yeah.
If it's not 1,000 people or 1,000,000 people, then no one seems to give a crap, right? Well, it's only a few people. What's the big deal, right? Well, that happens all the time. No, it doesn't.
No, you're absolutely right. That's been my. Look, I've been into that Gem Panda server, yeah, and I've been screaming at the top of my voice how you can think fire can bring down a steel protected building at free fall. And I said, bear in mind, don't forget that my car registration plate is 911 in memory, so that I never forget what they did and the people that died. So do not say that I am disrespecting the dead. You're the one, and I screamed at them, you're the ones who are disrespecting the dead if you think fire can bring down 2 towers and building number 7 at 3 full speeds. Fire, yeah? Never happened in the history of skyscrapers, and yet it happened 3 times on that day. You know? So yeah, I'm livid. I'm updating them on the situation. Today, NIST is being sued for the report that they put out that doesn't quite explain how that building number 7 came down progressively when we all saw a global collapse where 400 girders, supporting girders, were dismembered simultaneously per floor per second. Okay, 400. Fire can never do that. And this report doesn't even report that properly. So they're being sued on that. They're being sued for removing the material. And they're being sued for not correcting their report. Yeah, there's 3 lawsuits that for not. There was one other one I'm missing, right? There's 3 types of lawsuits that they've got. The FBI are being sued. Okay, FEMA is being sued, and the government's being sued as well. So, and this is all coming out in.
Not that that'll ever go anywhere, but it's a good thing that somebody's trying.
Yeah, architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth. That's the organisation that's been for the last 15 years been pushing that case on behalf of those who have lost their beloved ones on that event or in that event. So they're pushing that. And they've been pushing it for 15 years straight. And they reaffirmed the lawsuit last year, August, together with some new family members who are having their sons remained reanalyzed because, you can't say that this was by fire. Small bits of body fragments. This cannot be caused by fire. And things like that, yeah. So they got the coroner to reopen the investigation into how their loved ones died. Yeah, especially in Britain anyway. There's a few people in Britain who had their lost ones, and their family weren't satisfied. The case seemed to be closed, but what they've done is they've had their remains sent back to Britain, and then the coroner has to resume the investigation, basically. And that process has just happened.
Wow.
Yeah.
They always got red tape to blockade him.
Yeah, there's just lots going on. But the thing is, it's still ongoing. They're not giving up yet. And I love that. But I've been in that Gem Panda server to remind them that, your attitude to dismissing all the facts that I bring to you is disrespectful to those who died. Because they're trying to say that I disrespect. I'm the man with the car 911. That's my registration plate. I chose that number. So don't say I'm disrespecting. You're mad. I'm the man who walks the walk, talks the talk, and I drive the drive. Okay? The people cracked up when I said that bit. But I was serious. Yeah.
What is when they're talking about the globe, they brought anything new to you? I know it ain't nothing, but I'm just curious. They tell you anything new about the globe proof or anything? The Gem Panda boys.
Yeah.
Do they?
No, they're just a welcoming group of cordial individuals over there.
Yeah. They don't hit you with any new globe proofs that they're attempting, Jen? I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, what was the question again? I didn't quite hear it.
Gamma Panda's crew, have they got anything new they're attempting to use as globe proof?
No, they got nothing. They got nothing. They're dying in there with the globe thing. I'm definitely hammering them, and then there's other people. Globulus goes in. There's loads of people going in there and destroying. They're talking about other subjects. They're avoiding the globe lately. Why do you think I've been bashing them with the magic bullet theory? I'm hitting them with that. I'm hitting them with Pearl Harbor and Roosevelt knowing Japan came. 9/11.
So it seems as far as the globe argument, they're down to NASA pictures and appeal to consensus. That's all they got.
That's all they got. They got nothing.
Y'all go ahead.
They got nothing. Yeah, I just go there to remind them that you're living a lie. If you think higher, can bring down, and they say, yeah, but why do you care? So you have no humanity now. Now you're showing no compassion. Why do I care? It could have been any one of us. When they died, a piece of me died, yeah? The Twin Towers, they were murdered. Okay? Fucking hell, don't you understand it? You don't connect. You have no humanity. That's when I said, and this phrase came out of me through my anger, you do not have the excellence or the integrity of a blade of grass. That's what I said. That's what I said to them. They don't have that. You are you're lower than the belly of a snake. You are less than cow and rhino feces mixed. For that can fertilize the earth, and I can grow vegetables and gain substance. You, on the other hand, are of no use to humanity, you lot. I've never heard you once say anything to uplift humanity. I don't hear it in this channel. I don't hear it. I've never heard you. And I've been coming to you guys so long, I'm surprised you don't ban me.
I should go over there and talk some smack.
Yeah, I'll tell them. I'm surprised you don't ban me, because I'm not mincing my words here. I'm telling you, I don't hear anything that you say that uplifts humanity. Nothing but devaluation, the degradation, everything is downhill with you guys. Downhill. Fuck.
Appreciate your passion, Jim. That's probably enough time wasted on those guys. I was just curious if they had any new arguments.
Yeah, well, I'll let them have it. I'll let them have it with both barrels.
If you like going over and needling them sometimes, that's fine,
Oh, I like going over and needling them. Yeah, I'm sure their ratings are going up. All right, fair enough. But it's a good debate because I'm firing on all cylinders, doing the research, clipping photographs of evidence, like with the Twin Towers, for example, right? You got the Twin Towers, one Twin Tower with a little bit of a block on top, the bit that's separated from the impact, okay? And then another block next to it, and underneath the caption says, which is going to land first? you know what I mean? And then you send that to them and say, yeah, right. Which is going to hit the ground first, Jem? Which block? Because NIST wants us to believe that this block will land the same time as the block with nothing underneath it. Yeah, is that right, Jem? And then, you know what, you're just a moron, Jim. Yeah, right, Jim.
Yep. Everybody call you a moron when you bring up the truth. They hate it. They fucking hate it.
Yeah. So they call me a moron now. But, that's fine. That's, like you said, that's enough of the Gem Pandas. They're drowning in the truth when I enter. They've got to mute. It's too much for them. It's just, they're drowning. Put your flat earth jackets on, because you're going to be drowning in the flat earth truth.
Well, he's already conceded that his apprehensions about believing any of this stuff is for sociological reasons, not evidentiary reasons. Meaning that if any of this stuff is true, then that means that humanity is a lot more evil than he could ever possibly imagine. He's afraid of that thought, that there's actually evil people out there in the world.
Yeah.
So basically, it's really a fear.
That's really what it is.
Following any of the evidence. Yep. And that's not any mischaracterization either. That's on record that he said here and there.
Yeah, I remember him saying that. I'll back him up on that. He pretty much was
do you remember him saying that we need to do away with the scientific method, and this server's standards are too high? He said that in this server, Gem Panda, and we all cracked up laughing when he said that. I said to him, no wonder you got no standards, Jem. Fucking hell, is that what you really want? So you want us to do away with scientific method. And then where are we going to be with that then? Anything goes. What a ridiculous thing to say. And he keeps denying that he never said that. I said, we got you on record.
It's not ridiculous. It doesn't get ratings.
Yeah. Mad. Our standards are too high, he said on this server.
What?
Really?
What kind of statement is that?
That's what he said. But that's what he said, yeah. Our standards are too high.
I don't agree, but okay.
Yeah, no, of course not. Silly ass. But he made me laugh that day. That day, Miggy was there that day. Definitely Miggy was there. And a few others. But me and Miggy, we were just cracking up when he blurted that out. And he blurted that out after being pressured about the glove, of course. So, you know how they, heat of the moment, just blurted it out and we just cracked up. And we weren't being obnoxious to him. We were just pressing home the facts that he was trying to avoid and elude and, obfuscate from. Yeah. He doesn't like the 3-point question. He says, you trap, I'm there, he goes, you flat earthers in that server. You trap the newcomers coming and you trap them and you force them to admit things they don't know. I said, no, we don't do that.
How do you admit something you don't know?
Well, the Godzilla analogy is quite adequate to explain that. It's like you say, if there's an earthquake, Godzilla exists. There's an earthquake, therefore Godzilla exists. You're like, where's the evidence of Godzilla? Dude, I just gave it to you. Yeah. If Godzilla wasn't true, then all
don't
the
you know?
have to be lying.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they made movies about him, so he must
be real. Yeah.
Here's a model interpretation from an artist that explains the size and weight of Godzilla. Yeah, but where's the actual evidence? Dude, your standards are too high.
Yeah. That's exactly what he said. Just like that. Give him the specifications of the globe and the size and the spin with the 3-point questioning, and then he accuses us of having too high a standard and the scientific method should be done away with. Oh! I mean, that was...
Well, I mean, he might have a point. They're not really using it lately, so...
Yeah. Oh!
Well, at least not outright.
Yesterday's latest statement, which I got totally livid with it. Science doesn't prove anything.
I was just going to say that, Jen. When
that's true.
Pressed up against the wall, that's what they resort to is, well, science doesn't prove anything anyways.
Yeah.
Well, this goes back to a conversation that I've heard about, and that is, if I put something in a box and seal it up, and you're a scientist, and I tell you to tell me what's in the box, but you can't open it, you can't scientifically prove what's in the box till you open it, right? So therefore, science is basically worthless. Without observation, science is worthless. It's true.
Yeah, it's true. Very true.
You must verify by touching it and pulling a tape measure across it. Until you do that, you can't ever really know, can you?
Right. So yesterday...
And if you believe that, then you're a fool. I'm sorry.
No, that's right. That's right, what you said there. So yesterday I said the law, the Newton's law where a body in motion remains in motion until acted upon by another force. I said that might apply a little bit here on Earth, but in space, how do you know that? How do you know that? I mean, where
does space exist?
Yeah. How do you know this? Because that's what they're using for their rockets to go to the moon and that. That's that law. That law is carrying it. Do you understand? That's why people believe. Because that law applies to that rocket, or that rocket applies to that law. And the idea that a theory is a fact really pisses me off.
Especially when that theory came from some school dropout.
There you go. Yeah.
Just think about the contradiction in that, right? A theory is a fact, but science doesn't prove anything.
That's what I said yesterday.
And the guy they got it from didn't ever even go to school. He basically dropped out and failed.
There you
So
go.
let's take his advice. Let's take his theories definitely make sense, right? Because he's a smart guy, right?
Yeah, he's the man. E equals MC squared, Yeah, let's go.
The 3 most smartest people in the world didn't finish school. Explain that to me.
Oh, there you go.
How does that work? How does that work? Maybe they were geniuses because they didn't go to school.
Well, he stole most of his stuff from Hanwei Poincaré.
Well, he stole it from the patent office he worked at. Yeah, I'm sure. But
no, not
anybody.
Not really
Anybody can seem smart with when provided with the right information and in the right context, right?
I mean, stealing something from a patent office would lead you to believe that Einstein created something that was patentable or that had any use, right? There was no engineering
you got a point.
as far as that's concerned. He just stole some of his conceptual ideas from Poincaré, which he was dealing with chaos theory and relativity prior to Einstein. So, but anyways.
Oh, good old chaos theory. Forgot about that.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to that? I mean, even what's his name? The guy that does the apartment commercials. The goofy guy with the bug eyes and the black hair and the glasses. Anyway, whatever his name is, he was in The Fly. Anyway, you know that.
Well, I mean, I'm not.
Jeff Goldblum. Jeff Goldblum.
Okay,
You're talking about Jeff
I
Goldblum.
know that guy. Yeah, I'm not privy to watching that kind of thing here in Japan. So no, I don't watch TV. So
what's it like over there? Like, is it any different than being here, except for the language, or is it really different?
I mean, the language is obviously different. The buildings are slightly different in places.
No, I mean the people. Like, are they? Once the language barrier is broken, are people pretty much the same, or are they really like different, like compared to like Americans?
Those who have been to America, and traveled the world a little bit are going to be a little bit more free with no inhibitions. They tend to speak out more freely, but
they're pretty quiet.
I would have to say that would be maybe 10% of the population, maybe 15% of the population. The rest.
So they're fairly scared type of people then.
Well, I would say that they're very reserved. I won't say scared.
Right, right. There you
go. They're very reserved and very well mannered, very trusting of the government. They just want a peaceful, easy life. They probably know what we know, that the government's dishonest and, you can't.
Right. Yeah, they figured that a long time ago.
They don't.
In a sense, they're a lot smarter than us, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, but hang on a second. But it's making some of the technology that they're inventing, I think, is weakening man. It's not making man or woman stronger.
I agree.
Or more intelligent. So, do we need the stuff?
Making us lazy.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I think. Don't be proud of making things that are making us dumber. No, please. No, I don't think so at all. I think.
Yeah, but capitalism is what controls the world, though.
That's right. Yeah. So that's where it's.
And as long as there's some dummy who's dumb enough to buy it, then there's going to be some company willing to sell it.
Absolutely, and Japan is the place for that. They'll buy and eat anything here. I'm telling you, they love it. But that's in one aspect, it's good. But then in another aspect, okay, I mean, I'm not very happy with technology being used as a prison for humanity, because that's where we're headed in breakneck speed. Flat Earth.
We're already beyond that, I think.
Yeah, the flat Earth.
I honestly think that.
I think
that we're getting all this information past tense. I think this stuff's already in place.
Oh yeah.
I think it's a storyline to make us think that they haven't done it yet, so that they can keep controlling it and keep one step ahead of us.
That's what's worrying me. That's exactly what's worrying me. And
it's really hard to know, like, what to believe. It's so hard to go through it all. It's almost like you just might as well not waste your time. I get where people are coming from when they say that.
Yeah. Well, you can see that when Flat Earth came out, and started waking up everybody else. You notice how they had that lockdown thing, and now they're moving quick to get this digital currency. They can't move quick enough now. Okay, they've had to speed up a bit, and I've noticed it definitely.
It's funny how they were talking about it like 10 years, 15 years ago. They were talking about how it was stupid and never going to happen, never going to work. It's all baloney, and then poof, it's right on. And the CIA is involved. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, there you go. CIA.
Well, supposedly.
Well, yeah.
Allegedly.
So yeah, humanity's in trouble, man. Humanity.
Oh yeah, we're in trouble because we're in denial of all the truth. Like we have videos made by the government that show us they have laser beams that can vaporize a person right where they stand, anywhere you want, anywhere you're at. Now, all they got to do is track your cell phone. You're done. But no one wants to believe this, right? They can burn a hole through an engine and stop a car, but it can't burn you up. Oh, come on, really?
Yeah, come on.
People are ignorant. But they believe in Mandela effects, though. That's definitely true. But no, it's not true. The government's lying to us and killing us. Nah, that's not possible.
Yeah, humanity.
No, they just go back and change time. Yeah, that's what
That's what they're doing. Yeah, look, humanity's lost, confused, distracted, well behind in the knowledge. Oh.
You guys don't understand. I just watched the movie Moonfall. I recommend you watch it, guys. It's a very good movie. The moon is it's not falling, but it's coming in a close orbit, like it's getting in touch with the Earth, and you can see the immense gravitational forces involved there, like
it'll happen.
They move mountains, and it makes mountains. It turns them like into little rocks, rolling and destroying cities. Ships fly. The forests are ripped off from the ground. The oceans float up in the sky. Yeah. It's mind-blowing. Yeah.
You see what I mean? Is this a Hollywood production? Is this a Hollywood production?
Yeah, it's funny how they come out with a movie about something 5 years before they spring it on us. And then everybody goes, no, it couldn't be. They made a movie about it. It couldn't be true. Why would they tell us about it? All I have to say is, dude, take the dunce cap off and take the wax out of your ears and take the cotton out of your ears and put it in your mouth so you can listen.
Yeah.
One funny thing about the movie, it shows how this moon destroys all the satellites in the sky, in space, everything.
That's a good excuse for why they're not there anymore.
And at the end, a little boy uses a satellite phone to call his dad, hey, Dad, I'm all right.
Now look at right. That's all due to the flat Earth exposing all that stuff. We exposed. There's no satellites. We exposed.
Oh, you mean they deliberately put it in there that he used a satellite phone after all the satellites crashed?
Yeah. So
okay, now I am gonna have to go watch this. I thought you guys were just being facetious or something.
And they say the moon inside is hollow and is actually a mega structure, some sort of super spaceship powered by a small dwarf star, and
okay, so how does this work then? See this
it was this ancient civilization, the ancestors of mankind, who built a perfect world, and they created an AI which was taking care of everything. But at some point, this AI decided to fight against humanity and destroy humanity, and now this last spaceship of that civilization came to Earth, and they lit the spark of life. But one of these AI reached this area, and now he infiltrated himself into the moon and makes the moon fall onto the Earth. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's a nice movie. It's good, nice special effects. I give them that. But the ideas, I mean, yeah, it will make.
I got a theory for you. I got a philosophy for you. What if the moon is a frisbee? You see the pictures I posted? I posted some pictures in there. What if it's a frisbee? Well, it can't be hollow if it's a frisbee. Now,
yeah.
Here's some photos from a video that I watched, and it shows the moon slowly. Oh, it's a time lapse thing, and it shows the moon slowly going down. And as the moon goes down, it flattens out. Now, how does that work? Is that just refraction? No, right? Wouldn't refraction make the whole everything flat? Come on, people, wake the fuck up. The moon's not fucking real. It's a fucking hologram. Give me a break. This is such a stupid argument.
It's just a light source. It's not electrical and phenomenal.
It's probably a giant mirror with a small ass little tiny picture of a moon on it, and it's reflecting into a giant disk in the sky. And yes, I do believe that's possible.
Something.
And I don't care if anybody don't like.
No, those thoughts have crossed my mind as well. So no. You know, those thoughts have crossed my mind as well. So that doesn't sound odd at all because you just don't know what the moon is. So the door.
I was going to say the one thing that got me is when I found out that the new moon is invisible. Like the moon literally disappears from the entire Earth. No one sees the moon in one day a year or one day a month. I was like, what? You're kidding me? I'm like, no. But I don't remember ever seeing a new moon. Like it's completely black with like. But wouldn't that be considered an eclipse? A new moon, wouldn't that be an eclipse? Like it doesn't make sense to me. Like none of it makes sense. You can't prove it. And when you look at it, it doesn't even look real. It looks like something is hot. It looks like it's something that's heated, right? It looks like it's warm, right? Because there's all this rolling, like weird, like effects. And why is it that airplanes fly through the sun? I mean, airplanes can fly through the sun and moon can go between the clouds. The sun can go in between clouds, but no, it's definitely out in space somewhere, right? Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah, and the other thing about this moon thing is that the light is uniform, left to right and top to bottom. It's a uniformed light. It doesn't fade.
Yes, it doesn't have a hot spot.
It's a light, isn't it?
And if it was a sphere reflecting sunlight, it would have a hot spot. I'm sorry, it would.
That's correct, and it would fade off as well. There'd be a faded area as well because you can't. It wouldn't be completely uniform like that. It wouldn't be.
Yeah,
there'd be a Terminator line.
Yes, that's what I mean. Yeah, and then there'd be fall off, grey area if it's a sphere on that. But this thing is just uniformly lit up all the time, and then it goes through its phases.
Yeah, but you gotta see this movie. You gotta see this movie to understand the force of gravity and all of that. It's so massive.
I knew he was going to say that. Now, is this movie in the cinema? Is it in the cinema or online?
Moonfall. It's 2022 movie. It's a new release.
Oh well, I'm not going to go to.
It's the newest James Bond movie, dude.
All right. Let me have a look at this thing.
Search Moonfall.
Moonfall. You know, now you know that the people who created this movie are there brainwashing people with that. You know, that gravity thing, yeah? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, these people.
Can I butt in for a second, guys? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, Dave.
Yes, nice one, Davey. Davey, man. What's up?
We've been joined by Blue Mito. I want to give them a chance to talk if they want to. VC verified.
Okay.
Hello, Blue Mito.
Oh, yo, guys. I'm at work. I'm just listening, guys. I have a little noise around me sometimes, but I'm cool. I'm just listening, enjoying.
Yeah. Thanks for talking.
Okay, welcome to the server.
Good.
Oh, I've been here. What's the say?
That's fine. Why don't you just listen? Y'all go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
So he's just listening. Is he a flat earther or is he a heliocentrist? Which one?
I am definitely flat earther.
We'll find out later.
Welcome.
Sorry, I just rumpused you, rookie. Go ahead.
You didn't rumpus me. I'm sorry. I was probably just. I didn't realize my mic was on. My.
Yeah, so that Moonfall movie, yeah? Wow. You can see how it's promoting the gravity side of things. Keeping everyone vested in gravity as a real thing. Terrible. For review, a warm and fuzzy sci-fi disaster romp. That's what they call it.
Warm and fuzzy disaster sounds about right.
Yeah, a warm and fuzzy disaster.
Yeah.
Really?
What a description. Yo, Rookie, I'm having.
Oh, it's from the guy. You know, it's from the guy who produced Independence Day.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Napalm. I'm really not. I'm just saying there's a lot of stuff online, and that's from a video, and it's not a contrail because it only lasts for a few seconds away from where it supposedly goes through the sun and comes out the other side, and then it just disappears, right? And you just see the plane fly away. So if it was just a contrail, then yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Look at the video I posted.
What's that? Okay.
The same exact effect. Just obviously the moon is a lesser light, so it doesn't produce as much light. But
Yeah, I hear you.
but the same exact effect can be seen in that video I just posted.
All right, I'm watching it. Hold on. Yeah, I see. Okay, I see what you're talking about, but I'll have to send you the video, I guess. I see what you're talking about. It's the heat that's coming out of the engine, yeah.
Yep.
But this is a little bit different. I see where you're coming from, though. Totally. I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm saying, like, there's evidence out there that people just throw away, and I just think it's silly. I mean, just because it sounds crazy doesn't mean it couldn't be possible. You know, like, I think,
Do you think
I don't
that
know. I'm
planes
sorry.
fly-
Maybe I'm gone. Maybe I'm offline, or maybe I'm off base or something. But I don't know. There's just all kinds of evidence out there to support that there's something up there. That's not what they're saying it is, obviously, but there's something up there. So I think that when we deny that it's possible that there's evidence of it online or wherever, that we're not catching video of it, then I think that's crazy. I'm not saying this is real. I'm just saying that I think if we don't look at everything individually and kind of take a look at it, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm not trying to push something that's crazy or stupid, you know, I'm just saying it's a thought. It puts things in your mind and makes you think differently, that's all. You know what I mean?
And what if
maybe it is some kind of a video effect or a camera effect. I might be wrong. I'm just saying It's interesting. That's what I was saying.
But if you're
Like the
thinking
moon flattening out.
oh my gosh, if you think that if you're thinking in error, wouldn't you want to know that?
Yeah. That's why I watched the video. I see where you're coming from. But unless we sat and went over both videos and then discussed it, I mean, it'd really be kind of hard to like make that. You know what I mean?
I provided yet another example.
I got a bunch, and I mean a bunch of video and photographs that I've taken myself, and I didn't edit any of them.
So did you look up those planes on like a flight tracker, and you would think that if it's a passenger plane that the passengers would have an experience of flying through the sun? I don't know of any firsthand accounts of this. I mean, seeing things in the sky where you can have obvious optical illusions, distortions that take place, the screenshots that you were providing earlier, it's very possible that the exhaust from the engines does catch some sort of light based on the angle in which it's being viewed. It can be dissipated very quickly. I
agree. I completely agree.
Factors, especially to make an assumption and put it forth as if it's a possibility based on very inconclusive evidence.
Bro, you're a celebrity. I just found out who you are. Napalm.
Who are you talking to? Uh-oh, somebody found out your secret.
What?
Napalm, you are the famous You Suck at Cooking guy.
Is my voice similar? Is that what you're saying?
Bro, so similar. So similar.
I'll have to listen to that.
I was hearing you talk and I was just like, man, he sounds like somebody, and then it just struck me and I was like, the You Suck at Cooking guy. He's hilarious.
I've never seen it, but I was going to say there's somebody that I know that sounds like John Keane. You know who John Keane is?
But are those my hands?
I swear it's the same guy.
I know. Listen to I know it's hard to know what your voice sounds like, but listen to yourself on the live stream and then listen to the You Suck at Cooking guy. It's like,
I hate listening to myself, and there's times where I've felt like maybe I've had something decent to say and I want to go back and listen to it, and I even try to refrain from doing that because I just find my own voice or cadence or whatever, the fact that it sounds different than the way I sound in my head, it drives me nuts.
That is a weird thing because my voice sounds so deep to me because I hear all the bass in my chest, but you don't hear any of that. So when I hear my voice, I don't usually recognize it. I'm like, who's that? And then somebody's like, that's you. And I'm like, oh, thank God for that little button that pops up and shows who's talking. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know it was me. It's like weird. Wow.
A little different. Now that I'm listening to it,
I don't know.
Again, a little different, but
I don't trust flat earthers and their voice recognition abilities.
So, Rookie, just not to necessarily go back to the previous thing, but I would just.
No, I agree with you. I think it is some kind of a thing, but I was just showing, it was a point I was trying to make. That's what I was trying to say. We're not.
You straight just interrupted me before.
Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, and you're doing it again, bro. I would just say, a word of caution before throwing out such a statement is, I would maybe preface it with, this is my pure speculation based on something I've seen. It's not.
If you go back and
something that
listen, I
claim
did
to
say
be
that. I said,
reality.
this is my philosophy. And then I posted this stuff.
Right. I was just saying to preface before the statement came out of the mouth. But
Gotcha.
yeah.
Maybe I should repeat it over.
I gotcha.
It was like more like a thought experiment. I didn't mean to like throw everybody off and throw a wedge or anything. I apologize.
Yeah, how dare
How
you
many
extreme in your
people?
opinions, rookie?
But did you not think about that? Did it not make you talk? Did it not make you think about the considerate, right? You considered it for a second, right? It makes you think, right? That's all I'm trying to do, guys.
It did make. No, I didn't consider it for even half a second. I think it's.
Okay, well, you've already experienced it, damn you! But that doesn't mean someone else can't. All right,
I think it's preposterous.
Thank you.
Well, look, we have a long-standing example in the flat Earth community, which is looking at
pink
stars. Looking at stars.
You think
through,
those are real?
I think the bot that I'm going to put in place that automatically bans people who interrupt me is real. How about that? Anyway, yeah, we have a long-standing. I'm not going to say it's a feud, but it's a misunderstanding with long-range photography of the stars by using inferior cameras and inferior methodologies of focus. You end up with a very weird effect that people, in the past contributed to sonoluminescence and all other kinds of effects because they do look similar. The problem is that you can produce the same effect from a streetlight with a blurry camera. So it's really inconclusive. And not to mention that you failed to focus the camera. So what's the problem? And people, even after they're told or they hear it, they'll still post like this is evidence of something. And then people will rightly so critique them and be like, hey, that's just an out of focus picture. But it does lend something important, which is optical phenomenon cannot necessarily be concretely attributed physical properties, especially at first glance without further scrutiny.
I agree to that statement. Yeah, it's fairly cringy sometimes when people use out of focus images and try to claim that this is what the stars actually look like. And it's like, no, you're seeing turbulence within the air, right? Disturbance and on an out of focus image. And but your point is very good that these things in the sky, right? These optical phenomena that we see. I'm trying to think of how you stated it very well, AI, that you can't attribute these things to physicality because there's obvious inconsistencies between physicality and what we see, or physical concreteness.
Well, there's a case to be made that all optical phenomena is just an instance that's rendered to the subjective observer at the point of observation from the point of propagation. Now, that could sound weird to you, but that's actually how everything is seen.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that statement. So let me ask you a question. I've heard very varying theories, right, when it comes to light propagation, and some of those being that the colors in which we see and the things that we see with our eyes as physical objects, those objects themselves are absorbing and re-emitting light back to us in various wavelengths. And I've also heard that the same is taking place, but instead of an absorption and re-emission, it's a reflection. Have you looked into this absorption and re-emission at all?
Well, if it re-emitted all the light, then it would have no color.
Right, an absorption and a re-emission of a specific wavelength of color.
You talking about the moon?
No, I'm talking about people that, when trying to reconcile some of the properties that we see of light, right, going through various mediums, like, say, glass slowing down and then coming out and speeding back up. Some people trying to reconcile these things that we see taking place, right? That if it was the case that light as it passes through glass slows down and then upon exiting speeds back up, that violates some of the known principles that we have, right? Some of the known laws. So people, in order to try and reconcile this, have come to some sort of idea of the possibility of the object itself absorbing the light or the energy and then re-emitting the energy. I don't agree with this. I was just wondering if you guys have heard anything about that.
Yeah.
Dude, I've heard that because light is measured in frequencies and sound is measured in frequencies, that light is sound. And because electricity is measured in frequency, that light and sound are electricity.
I mean, using sound and sound wave propagation as a good analogy for light is okay in my opinion, but to equate them as two of the same things is
horrible. It's horrible analogy. It's horrible and terrible and poo-poo.
Well, it's only a horrible analogy because the medium of air in which the propagation is taking place is something that we can work with and is somewhat tangible. When it comes to light, it seems to be more of the etheric nature.
Okay, how many receivers and interpreters does a piece of sound need to transfer the information? For example, a phonograph. How many interpreters is in a phonograph? And by that I mean the information's in the record, right? Striations in the record gives the information to the phonograph. How many interpreters is there?
Interpreters as far as like
interpreting the information. Yeah, like what interprets the information that's on the record that converts it to sound?
The needle?
The needle's movement is
yes, a singular
in the cartridge.
Correct. A singular interpreter, right?
Yeah.
Now, does light operate that way? Can you get an array of a photograph with a single interpretation, or does it require a multitude of sensors?
Yeah, if I close one eye, I have a single interpretation, right? Are you talking about the fact that there's multiple
researchers? You have millions of rods and cones.
Yeah, is that the implication? I mean, to form complex images, sure. But I would
say the point is, with a phonograph, you get all the sound information with one interpretation, and it's mechanical. So the needle vibrates with the striations and creates a mechanical disturbance in the world, which is then traveled through the world mechanically, arrives mechanically, and then is interpreted by the other device. It got converted. Light doesn't function that way.
I'm trying to think of, it's obviously more complex as far as the amount of information, for sure. But I feel like you could have one singular photoreceptor to interpret just light as opposed to darkness, not necessarily all the information that is received through the human eye as far as colors and all that kind of stuff, but just to interpret a flash of light lighting up one photoreceptor. I don't think that's impossible. I'm certainly not trying to defend somebody's claim that light and sound are the same thing or even similar. It's a crude analogy. I mean, they probably misinterpreted or took too far Nikola Tesla's statement that he was the one that gave out the analogy that light is analogous to a sound wave. That came from Nikola Tesla. So let me ask you a question, AI. Are you a light as a particle guy?
Well, you'd have to define what particle means.
Right, so something of some sort of mass, right? Like a particle, a physical particle that would be able to, bounce off of something or...
Well, I mean, light reflects. We know that. Light takes time to go from point A to point B. We know that. Now people will contest that. The problem is that
sound reflects too. So is sound a particle?
No. But you asked, does it reflect?
No, I didn't ask.
Okay, I'm going to make this clear. I'll make this clear. Sound.
Like particles bouncing off one another.
Yeah, sure. Sound is an experience that's informed, okay, by mechanical disturbance in the environment.
That's eloquent, but I think something very similar could be said for light, right? Light is an experience.
No. Seeing is an experience.
Hearing is an experience.
Right.
You can feel sound as well, right?
Well, you can feel the mechanical.
You can feel
motion.
You can feel energy from light as well, right?
Right, but when those two things are happening, they're happening in a different manner.
Yeah, I'm not equating them to be the same. Like I said, the sound wave in the air as an analogy for light isn't necessarily equating the two as the same thing, but is an analogy for people to better understand or comprehend or visualize, or however you want to state that, the propagation of light. Air not being the necessary medium in which light is requiring to travel.
Yeah. Problem is that we seem to experience the effects of light linearly, not omnidirectionally. So, for example, you have angles when it comes to optics, like the Rayleigh criterion. Now, similarly, you could do that with sound waves, like with directional microphones.
Correct.
But if you put the sensors in a room with no obstruction around, audio sensors, they'll all receive the same information.
It's kind of like a coaxial propagation. Similar to like a coaxial propagation, right?
Maybe, if I'm getting what you're saying.
As both components of the kind of a wave, you know what I'm saying, like energy propagating in a wave type form, but also instantaneous aspects, kind of like if you had a rod and you just tapped on the end of it, as opposed to a rope that you moved up and down. It's kind of a combo of the two.
Wave particle participation rather than duality?
No, I would remove the particle from that, because a particle would require a like a store of particles that are then emitted and moving from point A to point B. Whereas like a wave is not necessarily moving from point A to point B. It's induced within the medium.
Well, the mechanical action is transferred, and it can be visualized, and it begins at the point of initial perturbation and then travels in intensity from point A to point B, and then it arrives at a point in time at point B. So saying that it's moving from point A to point B is pretty accurate.
But would you equate a wave, so say like a wave in water, as something moving, a particle moving from point A to point B and then received on the other end?
Well, no, if all the let's just say for instance, if all the particles of the water remained in their vertical and didn't take any horizontal motion towards the beach, then no particle would actually arrive at the beach.
Right.
However, that wave motion can carry an object in the wave along with it.
Like a surfer.
It can, but not always, right? Typically an object would, when confronted with a wave, is not necessarily taken from point A to point B. Typically it will move more up and down, but also slightly towards the way in which the wave is propagating. But in order for that object in the water to move from one side or another because of a wave, typically, if we use water as an example, it would be a current, like a flow or a direct movement of the water that would carry something. A wave passing over an object, right? I surf, so when I'm out in the water, I'm pretty much in the same spot, bobbing up and down. If I want to travel on the wave, I have to position myself to where that wave is breaking, and I get on the wave front, and then I can ride that wave in. But prior to that, when I'm out past the break, as waves are coming past me, I'm bobbing up and down.
Sorry for interrupting here. Are you guys aware of the debate that's going to start in 37 minutes between David Weiss and Professor Dave?
Ooh, Dave Weiss and Professor Dave? Is that what you said?
He didn't back out, apparently. Apparently he's going to
be painful.
37
Where's it
minutes.
taking place?
I posted in the voice text, the link.
Cool.
Sean Atwood is hosting it. I mean, if it's real, I want to listen to this.
So I feel that Dave is a good orator of simple concepts to the layman, for sure. But we'll see how he does if pressed for specificity and evidence for certain things.
We'll see. It'll be interesting if this goes as planned.
Professor Dave.
See him.
Moderator, what did you say was the moderator person?
Huh?
You say was moderating that?
Sean Atwood is going to be the host, I believe. I'm not sure if you've heard of him. Sean Atwood. He's a British guy.
Don't know him. Is he a Glober?
I think he's more in between, just watching being the host.
He's the guy that works for David Icke.
I mean, he it's just not one topic. He's doing a lot of things. But he's hosting this, so I believe he's going to be the moderator as well. Anyway, I just found it out right now, this very moment, so we'll see in about 30 minutes. It should be interesting.
AI, I like that you brought up a phonograph and records, because I've started collecting a lot of vinyl, and I find that the depth within the music on many vinyl pressings is something that can't really be replicated in some of the digital processes that we currently use. A lot of those digital processes cut the waves off, flatten the waves to compress the data. And I enjoy listening to especially older, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s pressings prior to digitization. Most records nowadays, you can get a little bit more depth out of them, but they're still lacking from direct recordings. we had in the past, because it's kind of a like an interpretation of already compressed data that is then pressed into the vinyl. And when you get into vinyl, you'll hear a lot of talk about, which pressing is best, what pressing has different qualities, because many different pressings have varying depths to the music. Some may be better on the high notes, some may be better on the low notes, and some may just be better all around as far as the depth and the quality to the sound that's produced.
Yes, he must be busy, Napalm, but I'll back you up on vinyl sounding better, generally speaking.
Yeah, the best way I can explain it is the depth to the music's just some of the punch that you kind of lose in digital recordings, like MP3s or even CDs.
I'm going to go ahead and make a quick prediction. Is my mic working?
Yep.
One of Professor Dave's, if he actually does the debate, one of the first things he'll bring up for globe evidence will be something in the sky. Anybody want to take bets?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
He says Dave strawmanning him when Dave won't be strawmanning him. He'll misuse the term strawman 100 times.
As Bon Jovi would say, he gives Dave's a bad name. Bad name.
Already the trolls are showing up in the YouTube chat. People like Dearth and Mark Sargent know the Earth is a sphere, but have found a convenient avenue to scam money out of people under the disguise of truth-seeking. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it begins.
Yep, it's another example. We're all crazy, so they got to troll us like that. Whatever.
Wait, my tinfoil hat was over my ears for a second. What did you say?
Okay, hold on. Sorry, tinfoil.
No, for real, I wasn't paying attention. What were you saying, Flighty? I know I made a joke of it, but...
I think it was Quetzalcoatl.
Oh, Quetzalcoatl. Sorry. I obviously wasn't paying much attention. The talk about records got me inspired, so I threw on something real quick and was listening. An old Santana record, I'll tell you what. Original pressings of Santana, listen to that dude riff on a guitar. Whew. It's a thing of beauty.
Now, how do you tell the different light apart?
The different light?
Yeah, how do you tell it apart?
Well, we only see a small portion of light.
Well, that depends on how you define light.
Yeah, that's true. And this is a debate that could go on for hours and days to no avail, probably. I'm of the opinion that everything on the EM spectrum would be considered light, only variance between in wave and frequency, right? Or
Right. So if it's all on the same spectrum, does that mean it's all the same thing with just something different about it? Or is it completely unique?
Me personally, I would say it is all the same quote unquote thing. The differentiation is the frequency.
Is that akin to alchemy?
No, I don't. I wouldn't necessarily say that. I mean, if you're going down that road, then you could say that the visible light being able to be split into the rainbow color spectrum that we see would be akin to alchemy, meaning that blue light, red light, green light is all different things.
Rather, can you convert visible light into infrared light? Can you convert visible light into radio waves?
It's a good question. I'm trying to think of a way or a process that you could do that. It would just be an increase or a decrease in the frequency. How you would do that, I'm not too sure.
What's the mechanism that creates X-rays?
That has to do with it's been a while, but there's some sort of specific material off-gassing that's used. Not off-gassing, but I can't remember the element that's used to produce the X-ray. It escapes me off the top of my head.
Well, is it being produced, created, or is it being released or emitted?
I would say induced through the process.
An X-ray generator gives power to the X-ray tube. It contains high voltage transformers, filament transformers, and rectifier circuits. There's a cathode involved. The cathode is the negative terminal of an X-ray tube. It is a tungsten filament, and when current flows through it, the filament is heated and it emits its surface electrons by a process called thermionic emission.
Tungsten, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
There's an anode, the positive terminal of the tube. It is made out of tungsten disc in ordinary diagnostic X-ray tubes, and molybdenum in mammography X-ray tubes. Fast-moving electrons interact with the anode in the following ways. Interaction with K-shell electron causes the production of characteristic radiation. Interaction with the nucleus causes Bremsstrahlung radiation. And interaction with outer shell electrons causes line spectrum. So.
Yeah, so that would be, I guess, a case of transformation there, where you're taking energy and transforming it.
Yeah. So there are other components involved. Like, it's not just a light bulb with tons of energy being blasted into a regular old light bulb. It requires special materials, such as tungsten, apparently.
Yeah.
So that's why I asked the question. To think that the spectrum, that you can move through the spectrum from one to another, is akin to alchemy to me. But I could be wrong. Maybe there's evidence for that. Just like, there's a periodic table of elements, and they act as though the only difference is an electron here and a proton here, and you just rearrange it and you got a new element. In as much as that may be true, there doesn't appear to be any method to actually make one thing another thing. That's obviously what they've been trying to do for hundreds of years.
Right. I guess that's kind of the way the question is phrased, right? When we use the term thing, right? When we classify the elements, we're calling them elements. And when we classify EM, we could classify that as light, right? So when you're classifying the physical elements, they would still fall under that overarching elements. I would say that's very similar to the electromagnetic spectrum, at least in my opinion, all falling under a classification of light, if you wanted to call it that.
Yeah,
that's why it's kind of a semantical.
I'm suggesting that the word spectrum is a misnomer.
Meaning you don't think that frequency is what delineates?
No, I think it's... So, for instance, you can measure a 2x4, you can measure a concrete block, you can measure a piece of glass, you can measure a piece of grass. I know that glass and grass rhyme, but I'm just trying to think of things. You can measure things with the same scale. That doesn't make the things actually related.
Right, but under the umbrella of like objects, right? If we just blanket statement called them objects, right, then that would be something that we could measure its mass and magnitude or whatever by a ruler or something like that. So would these all be considered objects, what you're speaking of? Glass, brick, wood, grass?
Yep. So I posted this, which is not my own. This is taken from QE.
But it's not even necessarily a perfect equating them, right? Because just because we're measuring them, you can have a cube of wood that's 4 inches by 4 inches. You could have a biomass that's 4 inches by 4 inches. You could have glass that's 4 inches by 4 inches, and there's no real delineation in the measurement, right? It's the exact same measurement, but it's 3 different things. Whereas like electromagnetic radiation, like these things
don't measure the same. Yeah, I understand what you mean.
The same, at least in my opinion, the same thing or something very similar that's measuring differently, if that makes sense. It's not a good one-to-one comparison, but I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what's the difference between blue and red?
Well, the best that we can say is the wavelength.
Does that wavelength take up distance in free space?
What do you mean take up distance in free space? Do you mean does it take up?
Well, let's say, for example, blue is 500 nanometers. So if you had a slit that was 400 nanometers, could blue get through?
I'm not sure.
This is an important question to ask because the Rayleigh criterion relies on the wavelength of light as part of the physical dimensions of the angle created.
Right. So I guess when you're doing demonstrations of like the Rayleigh criterion and how that's split, you can only see different colors. You know, you have like you have instances of visibility, right? So kind of peaks and valleys on what you can see. And those peaks can be split up by color variation, meaning you're going to see red, blue, green in differing varying positions because of their wavelength. So I guess coming back to the question of physicality, is that kind of the question? Does it take up space? I'd have to ponder on this for a bit.
Well, according to QE, that's the list. Does it have chemical, formula or structure, charge, matter, momentum, spin, or electron volts, calories, or joules? This is supposedly the criteria for what is physical.
Well, let's apply that to light. I mean, I would say that I don't know. I don't know if I could equate any of those instances necessarily to light. Because we wouldn't really say that light has a charge per se, right? Certainly no calories.
Yeah, what's unusual is the effective light can produce electron volts.
Right.
But you can't necessarily say that it itself has that, although I think some people do.
Yeah, and I feel like even when you think of something like sunlight, you don't necessarily see sunlight without something for it to interact with, right?
Well, here's the thing. You can put a any object inside of a vacuum container.
Mm-hmm.
Activate the vacuum chamber, whatever, evacuate the chamber,
Mm-hmm.
and it doesn't disappear.
Yeah. I mean, light does not require a physical medium for propagation. Air is not a requirement.
Yeah, which is, to me, kind of peculiar. Especially when you talk about waves,
Waves of what, in what, and by what?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. But
yeah, and this is when the E word or AE word comes into play, and people don't like to talk about that. I don't know why, but whatever.
So I think you were mentioning that, the whole theory along the lines of light not actually traveling, but just happening from point A to point B and not necessarily going from point A to point B.
Mm-hmm.
That reminds me a little bit of the Schrodinger stuff, a little bit of the mystery school religion stuff, a little bit of the
Not really. I mean, I can kind of understand how you might interpret that, but I know this wouldn't be sufficient for AI because he doesn't like the sound wave analogy or like water wave analogy. But if we're interpreting these things in frequency and vibration, obviously there's some sort of wave of something, by something, and in something, right? So it's I don't know. It's such a
as long as you
talk about.
As long as you don't deny the cause, not you personally, but in general, then I'm cool with that. But once you start to conflate cause and effect, that's where I start to have a little bit of a twitchy eye.
Yeah. And this isn't, I mean, to be honest with you, this is light itself and the nature of light, along with kind of like electricity and magnetism and how these things interact have really never fully been fleshed out or explained by really, to me, there's no good definitive, this is what it is kind of thing, if that makes sense. Like, we can work with electricity, we can work with energy, we see the effects, and we can work with these effects. But the nature of it, how it works, the understanding of it is still something that is debated up until this day. Same with light.
Mm-hmm.
I just have a real issue with people giving physical properties to things that may not have physicality. Enter the photon, right, as some sort of massless particle that, for maybe intents and purposes, can be looked at as a physicality, but really actually isn't. But if we're looking at it that way, we still need to make the distinction that it is not of a physical nature in the way that we would define it, at least in my opinion. And there's a lot of people who will grab on to that idea of a physical particle photon and claim it as factual, solid, or that would be their claim, is that it is a physical particle. I just can't jump on board with that. And I'm kind of not really explaining this all too clearly, but
I follow you, though. You permit the opportunity for things to be not necessarily physical.
right. And see, this is kind of from a maybe philosophical standpoint, right? This is where I feel we have some hindrances or people have been intentionally indoctrinated into this atomistic viewpoint, right? That everything can be quantified and is, everything is of a physical nature that can be quantified and tested and bumped together, pushed together, all of this kind of stuff in a physical 3D sense of how we, understand reality.
Mm-hmm.
And any mention of the metaphysical, and I use that in a sense of non-physical, meaning more of an ethereal nature, is just completely dismissed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which, at least in my opinion, also has the ability to completely dismiss the concept or the idea of something like a creator, right? It's very easy to dismiss that when everybody's brain has been pushed down this atomistic mindset. And I feel like there's some transition between the two, and I feel like light and energy is something that seems to be present within both aspects of the physical and metaphysical, and it's very hard to put your finger on the source and the nature of something that manifests into the physical but is of a metaphysical nature.
Have you seen the video I just posted?
Let me check the voice text. How old is it? I love Truth is Stranger Than Fiction.
Older, 5 years. 5 years old.
Oh yeah, then I probably have, but I'd have to revisit it again.
I've been binging his videos for the past month or two.
Yeah.
And then I'll be like halfway through a video and be like, oh yeah, I already watched this one.
I love his cadence, right? Like his demeanor. He seems like a very gentle soul, which I appreciate. Yeah.
I've been told that he can get pretty worked up about certain subjects off air, but kind of beside the point as far as the content that he has produced. The whole on camera, off camera, people aren't always the same, but that doesn't dismiss. I mean, he's really done a lot of educating, and especially in regards to the occult origins of these things like atomism, quantum, all that stuff. I haven't found anybody else that's as to the point and demonstrative, providing direct evidences for those things. Like, anyway, I've definitely appreciated his videos for that purpose.
Yeah. Adam Unsalted, I don't necessarily disagree with that statement that you just put in text.
One of my favorite Bible verses I've shared with people before. It's not in the slightest a very controversial Bible verse, so I share it freely. without reservation on a regular basis. I'll share it again. I shared it the other day. You probably heard me or saw it, but I'll just put it here again. And this is my stance on these matters and many other matters. It's it's a good reminder from the wisest man that ever lived. Allegedly, the Bible alleges this. But anyway.
Yeah, I like that. I alluded to something very similar last night when talking with Dave. You know, kind of coming to the realization of the creation, the creator, the nature of this world, right? Opens me back up to wonderment, right? Not knowing and being very comforting or comfortable in the understanding that I don't understand everything, and that some things we lack the ability to fully comprehend. I'm cool with that, because I feel like the opposite of that is we know everything, right? We figured it all out, which to me is a ludicrous statement, and that tends to come from the globe side, right?
Yep. So for anybody interested, apparently the interview is starting. Some people may be interested in such a thing.
You know, I not to kill the live stream, but I might jump off and watch that. So I'm less interactive with my voice and can focus on my work a little bit more and maybe just listen.
Yeah. It is a struggle talking and doing other tasks. Go ahead, Dave.
I'll be patient and catch the replay later so I can sit on the couch and laugh at Professor Dave.
Nice.
Crypto is here. Maybe he'll feel some dead air. Go ahead, Gus.
Yeah, I don't know if you know. Hey guys. Don't know if you know that Professor Dave has formally admitted that he's not a real professor.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that he ever claimed to be a professor, but it is interesting that people would say Professor Dave is a professor when arguing his points, and now obviously they can't do that. So that's an interesting thing. There was another thing about Professor Dave that I was going to mention, but I completely slipped my mind.
He's a clown. Just trying to help.
Oh, that was it. Yeah. So this is all on Spake Faces channel, by the way, so you can check this out. But he admitted to dropping out of chemistry school twice.
Yep.
Because he didn't like it. Which is another interesting thing. Because obviously a lot of people appeal to his kind of authority, but he isn't one. So that's an interesting thing. But it also explains his arrogance, because I think if he actually knew more, he would be less arrogant.
Yep. I agree with that. I may be alone in this, but I usually avoid watching stuff like that. It makes me sad. I have compassion for fools and willfully ignorant people, and it actually makes me sad, and I don't say that facetiously. Staunch, willfully ignorant people just make me sad in my heart. Cat Stevens wannabe.
Ride on the peace train with Cat Stevens, right?
Yeah. I know a lot of his content was probably subversive in one way or another, but as far as the music itself, apart from that, I liked Cat Stevens' music.
Yeah, he has some good times. Pazza has joined us. Maybe he has a demonstration of measurement of Earth curvature. Do you, Pazza?
Very unlikely.
Doesn't hurt to ask, though, right?
No?
No, guess not.
I was under the impression that Pazza was a step away from full realization that Earth is indeed not a ball, but
And assume that a lot of people are watching Professor Dave's feeble attempts to prove the globe. Just guessing, though.
Yeah, I'm guessing they are too.
Let me guess. Earth is glob. Lots of people agree. You is dumb.
I just had a look in the YouTube chat, the tech live chat, and it's so many flat earthers in there. It's quite funny.
I predicted the first thing he would bring up would be something in the sky. We'll find out if I'm right or not.
I reckon you're right.
First thing or everything?
First thing he said.
No, I was joking. I heard him.
Oh, sorry. Oh, everything. Oh, yes.
It always is everything because they never actually measure the Earth.
Mm.
And when they do measure the Earth, they measure it and then curve it mathematically. So it's like,
Yeah. I predict he'll say, "Stop strawmanning me," when Dave isn't strawmanning him. Professor Dave he doesn't know the meaning, does he?
they misuse logical fallacies all the time. All the time. But they don't really care. They actually don't care whether the logical fallacies are right or not. They just care to kind of interrupt you. Like, that's really what they're doing, is just interrupting you.
Yeah, they've been reduced to obfuscation, generally speaking. I agree. Just try to block the message instead of actually saying a message.
Yep. Well, because they already have the narrative with them. Like, the mainstream narrative is with them, so they don't actually have anything to gain. The best thing they can do is make sure our message doesn't get out to kind of compete with it.
Yeah, and they do their best to make sure the details of their model doesn't get. That's when people become flat earthers, when they start examining right? Emotions, and y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yules.
So when are you gonna take off your Santa Claus hat, Crypto? In June, maybe?
So what were done?
Just wondering when you're gonna take your Santa Claus hat off your icon. Sometime in June, maybe?
Sorry, festive crew for life. It'll be even funnier in summer, so I'm just going to keep it to summer probably.
Fair enough.
I get people calling me a troll now just because I've got a Christmas hat on my commissar. I mean, the avatar itself is a reaction to Phil calling me a commie. So, I don't know. I'm just embracing the troll at this point.
Reminded me of that 80s song, Der Kommissar. Remember that one?
What one?
Don't turn around. Uh-oh. Der Kommissar's in town. Uh-oh.
No, I don't know that one.
I'm probably showing my age again. I'll shut up. Sometime in the 80s.
Hmm.
Now we got our special correspondent, Drace, Love, Wisdom, Harmony in Iceland. Full report.
What?
That didn't work. Sorry.
We're cutting to you, Dre. What's the latest from Iceland?
Well, I mean, look at the window. It's very nice, clear weather. It's blue skies, but it's still cold as balls. So I just made a new song, but I don't have the video yet. So
I didn't know balls were cold.
Well, ice ones are.
yeah, when you sit in the snow, it gets pretty cold.
No balls.
Well, yeah, fair enough.
It's 5C here.
Thank you for using the proper temperature measurement.
You're welcome.
What's that, about 40F?
41, yep.
I got 51 here. How's your Fahrenheit, Crypto?
51F is 8C, are you sure? A 5.
Yeah.
No, dude. 51F is what Professor Dave got on his exam.
Well, that's an ironic thing because he does have a room temperature IQ. So, no, I thought it was 32 plus 5 over 9. I thought that was the conversion between the two. So if it's 5 degrees C, that would make it 41. F.
Oh, I meant here now. I got 10 degrees C.
Oh,
in the Wales.
How hot Wales is.
Hottest place in the UK right now. So hot. Might not be. London's normally the hottest, isn't it?
Well, that's because I'm here, you know. No, I don't know. Is it? I suppose because cities are normally warmer than countryside anyway, aren't they?
Yeah, I think it's the city thing. It's such a big city as well. A lot of buildings keeping the heat in. Maybe I don't know.
A little pony has joined us in the VC. Noemi. Miami. I wish I was in Miami. You like tacos?
I can get used to them.
Well, that didn't last very long.
What's that?
The Noemi person that was here for a moment.
So they're 20 minutes late on their start time of that debate.
Dave is panickedly Googling 10 proofs that the Earth is a sphere. Arrogantly regurgitate. How much money do you want to bet that he says climb a tree at some point?
Dave's a busy man. They're blessed that he's gonna have their presence there, so they'll wait.
You know those graphics which are like flatearth.ws or something, and it's like debunking flat Earth misconception. Right. That load of shite. I went through a bunch of them, and what I've realised, every single one of them is just a misunderstanding of the argument. It's like literally having a misconception about the argument itself. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but I was rather startled that they all had that problem.
Yep.
It 15 times and still not get it, surely.
There's probably a better debate going on in the live chat on the YouTube.
Right.
No parallax proves flat Earth. No star parallax proves flat Earth.
I mean, it would prove a stationary Earth, really, wouldn't it? Not a flat Earth.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. You're correct.
If there's a differential in the pattern of the sky, you would have to infer that it's a relationship between the physical location that you're observing from or the location of the point source of the light. So depending on which one you choose, you can make a lot of conclusions, but they'd be based on assumption.
Yeah, I told my mate today, I've been slowly working on my best mate for a while about flat Earth, and he started off thinking I was joking, and then he started realising that it was actually way more logical than globe Earth spinning in literal nothing. And I told him today that about 10 years ago, they decided to change the distance to Polaris by about 100 light years. And he just sent me a message back, just ha 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 ha. This is all a load of shit, isn't it? Question mark. So I think he's there finally. But I do find it interesting how 10 years ago, Globers would have known that Polaris was 430 odd light years away, and now they know that it's 323 light years away. Right? Like their knowledge changes with whatever the priests tell them.
Trace is in the chat over there.
Huh?
Race is in the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
Over on Sean out. Our level up's there too.
Nice.
If there's a lot of people there, somebody should drop our link in that chat if they can.
Is the debate not taking place?
So now it's late. I'm gonna drop a link in there then, Dave. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I see Drace and Level Up are in the YouTube chat.
You know, it's really funny is on this server, and I haven't done a count recently. I guess I could right now. It's not that hard. But basically, I think everybody on this server, silver and up, could adequately help somebody understand why the Earth is not a ball. Let's see how many, because I know that's a big number. Let's see. Nope, not that.
Assessment, guys. Well, I think you're on track there.
Let's see, silver. Oh, it doesn't tell me the number. Gee. Hold on, maybe I can do it a different way.
Yeah. You got to do it a different way.
Apparently.
Otherwise, the privacy settings will screw you over.
Huh? What do you? I'm looking in the member, in the server settings, and then under members at silver. Is that how you? No, that won't do it. I guess there's no way to do a quick count.
You have to manually do it. So I'm 1. I'm a silver. So there's 1.
Oh, thank you.
There's 2.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Might take a while.
Yeah, I mean, I could click on the
sound off. 1, 2, 3.
So how much is too much to put the link in the YouTube chat? Do you think?
I wouldn't spam it.
May have done it about
just do it like 2 or 3.
Yeah, just and then every 5 or 10 minutes or something. The chat is flying by. There's so many people commenting.
How many people are watching that right now? Allegedly, 1,000. Somebody watching it.
It says 201 waiting. 201 waiting.
That's
only 200 and the chat's flying by. That's pretty wild.
You're just gonna have to bite the bullet and pay the $2 for a super chat.
Oh yeah. But super chat with a link to the Discord. Would that work? You'd have to read it out, would you? Like Sean Atwood.
And Google gets 30% of your super chat too.
We have a vanity link.
Yeah. Discord.gg/flat earth. Or is it 20? What is it? 20? I don't know what it is. I thought it was just flat earth, right?
Yeah. It is, yeah.
Thank you.
You got it. I will even happily throw a tenner in, but I don't have a Google account that can super chat, I don't think. But if someone else does it, then I'll give you the money back if you want. Just literally every 2 minutes, just $2 super chat, discord.gg/flat earth.
Especially once it begins.
Sorry, guys. What is it that you're watching?
Some people are watching a debate. Or
Yeah. I'm trying to find it. Is it on YouTube?
yeah, it was posted here. I'll repost the link.
Thanks a lot.
It should be this one here.
I just wanted to add, I found this server a couple of years ago through people spamming YouTube comments with the server, so it does work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if something's going on to where it's canceled or somebody backed out, because if you go to Sean Atwood's YouTube channel, you can't find an active live link. At least I'm unable to. I'm able to click on the link, but I'm unable to find the video showing that it's live and people are waiting on his actual YouTube account.
Wonder which Dave chickened out if one of them did.
I didn't realize this guy has a lot of subscribers, a decent number, 684,000 subscribers. Oh, made by Jim Bob is there. That's funny.
Yeah, I was
if you're
just
going to post $2 super chats, you get 50 characters. So there's plenty to have a little sentence and then the link.
Yeah, this guy's got a really big audience in the UK. Sean Atwood. He's a former ecstasy kingpin that went to prison in America. He's got a whole backstory. But yeah, he's got a big following in the UK.
Nice. Yeah, I was just chatting with Jim Bob.
He just said, "Here we go."
Oh, okay. Maybe he's arrived. Yeah, I was chatting with Jim Bob to try to see if I was the only one having issues that the video wasn't coming through. I've developed a small relationship with him via Instagram.
Yeah.
He's hilarious, by the way.
All week. I've got my sci-fi music in the background. Helix Nebula. And Andrew Gold is looking very...
So somebody said that link's already in the chat, so I can look at it. I can find it later.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I think he just suggested that it's going to be an hour before they even get into it.
Damn, they're milking it, ain't they?
Yeah, they're going to be having a different debate first.
Really? That's wild.
Yeah.
So is this about to be a debate now between Dave and Dave, or?
And
are they
by
just,
now,
like,
do you
talking
mean an
about-
hour from now?
Whenever at all?
Yes, supposedly. Yes, that is supposedly what's going to be happening.
Hi. Yes, of course. You're welcome. Have a good day.
I thought he backed off as the Dave guy. It's taking them a while.
Let's see how this goes, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, first, this Andrew Gold guy is supposed to be debating with somebody on CRT and other annoying topics.
The reason I'm kind of like apprehensive is Dave talking to a normie who's skeptical is no problem. Talking to who might potentially be an anti-flat earth, there's a whole nother story. I don't know if he can handle.
Why might?
Why might? Yeah, I guess you're right.
He seems pretty.
Well, the reason I say might be is because no one that I know of has actually spoken to him and said, "Listen, this is what we're actually saying. This is the point. What say you?" If he was to say, "Well, the horizon's not geometric," okay, you're in opposition to the paradigm then. Therefore, you're an anti-flat earther to ends that won't help you. But I don't know that about him yet. And I don't know if well, we'll see. Good luck to Dave. Just don't want none of the running around to take place, you know what I mean?
Damn. Hey.
Is that debate tonight? Is that debate on that Sean Atwood YouTube channel? So what's happening this evening?
Yes, Paza. You can enjoy watching it as well.
Are you trying to say that this is not a real YouTube channel that we're on?
I just asked, is that debate on that Sean
I'm
Atwood
just fucking
channel?
with you. It's okay.
No, you've got my. I've got your permission to watch too, have I? That's nice. Who's in the debate then? Quick summary.
I mean, I've never seen Dave debate. You know what I'm saying? Well, no, that's a lie. I've seen him go back and forth, but debate. But it's him and Professor Dave. So shout out to him for getting that to happen in the first place.
Is Professor Dave some sort of globie? Is he?
Yeah, pretty much.
He's a pseudo scientist. Entertainment. You're gonna have to do flat Earth though, Paz.
Well, this is exactly the kind of thing I was waiting for. Oh, card fight. Yeah, this is as nasty as I thought it was going to be. I don't like it.
Yeah, it's really oof. We have over 100 people on our server. I'm just going to mute it. I was listening to it in the background too. There's over 100 people on this server that I know for a fact could do better. 25.
Yeah, I thought that when I yeah. Go on, sorry.
No, it's fine. 25% of the people in this VC right now could do better. At least 25. I'm not saying as much. I'm not saying no more than. I'm saying at least 25%. Let's see. I'll count. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know Effie Batman well enough to say 6, 7, 8. Yeah, at least 9 or 10 of the people in this current VC, no less than 10 people in this VC.
So it's already started. What mistake did he make? So,
Well, you were right. If anybody tried to bet against you, you would have won the money. The first subject was the moon or something in the sky.
I knew it.
And he is quoted, and they'll get so many excellent sound bites off of this video because he said the sun or the celestial objects are the best way to determine the shape of the earth. So that's his quote. Pretty awkward.
I mean, it's just circular logic, isn't it? Really simple circular logic. I know that the moon is there because I've decided that the moon is there because I know the moon is there. Cool.
Yeah. I wouldn't, in a debate, I would not allow, the conversation to go, well, the moon is a sphere. Blah. I'd just be like, I wouldn't ask the question. This is what Dave was like. How do you know? And it's like, yeah, it's really besides the point. Just the whole like, you don't know that the moon isn't flat. It's like, oh my gosh, this is not the way. I like what Adam said in their chat. He's like, why is moderation non-existent? Yeah, it's not a well-moderated debate. That's for show.
To keep it moderated.
Oh, well.
That's some pretty solid offspring posting there, Dave.
Thank you, sir. So the moderator's not even intervening at all, just kind of letting them go, or what's going on?
Yeah, pretty much. I didn't. I just stopped listening to it as well. Just
All right, I'll hear it later.
Yeah.
I was just hoping there'd be a semblance of structure to it, and some kind of civil conversation, but it doesn't sound like that's what it is. But anyway,
No, it's what be required against someone like that would be somebody that is headstrong, able to stick to the facts, and the logically, yeah, I hear you, Adam. Oh, he can't hear me though. Yeah, I noticed. This was a trap. Possibly. We have over 100 easily.
It's a bit of shit, isn't it?
You're disappointed in the lack of professionalism in the debate as well?
But it's all over the place.
Yeah.
There's no moderator. I think the moderator is either just not an experienced moderator, or just,
yeah.
It's not doing anybody any favors. Well, I mean, actually, don't tell a lie. I think the assertiveness of the professory guy, whatever his name is, will resonate more than anything else. But bottom line is it's not really a debate. It's just not even a proper to and pro, really, is it?
You could call it an argument. Arguments aren't very coherent.
That guy representing the or against the other guy. Is he on here, or is he regular on YouTube?
You're talking about Dave?
Is that his name, is it? The guy in the yeah. I assume
or David Weiss. Yeah, the guy on the left. Yeah, he does his own thing, and
I think a lot of people here will just would discuss something more robustly than he is.
What's that?
I think there are plenty of people on your Discord that would discuss things more robustly than he is doing.
That was my point. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Did you do it? Okay. I'm gonna go back and listen to it again. I don't think it's particularly purposeful one or the other. Really.
So you guys were talking about David Weiss. Was he recently in a debate?
Oh, there's an active debate right now with Professor Dave.
Oh, you mean right here, right now?
No, not right here, right now. On some, what was this guy's name? Sean Atwood's channel. 600. Yeah. There's a bunch of people watching. 741 is what it shows for me right now. What? Yeah, they are having a field day. I can't.
Considering the amount of subscribers Dave has, is a very little viewing count, to be honest.
Well, the Sean Atwood has 684,000 subscribers. He must not live stream very much because 800 people showing up on a channel that has almost 1 million subscribers, or over 500,000 at least.
Yeah. Or maybe YouTube is not able to. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. We'll see.
Health actually means something on it. It's such a straw man. Such a straw man. Spongle. Spongle. Hello, Spongle.
Hi.
It's a unique screen name.
Thank you. Yeah, always working on like making it stand out a bit, I guess, without it being obnoxious.
Sure, yeah. What brings you to the server?
Oh, I was just hanging out on another server where they just talked about like being on here, and they said, you know, that the URL or invite, I guess, is just flat Earth without any spaces. So I just punched it in. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. What do you understand about the topic?
I mean, I haven't really concerned myself with it. I'm, if you want to say that, I'm not a flat earther, if that's the correct term. I don't know. But on the other hand, I find people who are like coming on here, like trying to debate you, whatever, calling you stupid and so on. I find them like to be extremely obnoxious themselves. Very, I don't know, like ignorant.
Yeah, that's fair. Sounds very fair. Well, welcome. I went ahead and gave you the VC verified tag. Be aware that there are a handful of rules and expectations, mostly correlating to Discord terms of service. And I'll let you know that this is live streamed. This specific voice chat is live streamed on a handful of platforms, but primarily YouTube. So just be aware of those things and use standard internet discretion.
Right. Yeah. The obvious stuff, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, if you have any questions, curiosities on the subject, there's a handful of us that are quite familiar with the topic. And
right. I mean, one interesting thing, or like one thing I'd just like to know from you is, I've heard of this concept, what's it called, relative buoyancy or something like that, and I'd just like to,
it's referred to as relative density, but yeah, go ahead.
Right. Yeah, I'd just like to know like how that, how that would work. Like, does that work for you with or without gravitational pull or something?
Yeah. So when people use the word gravity, they oftentimes have an idea in mind, and interestingly enough, that idea usually correlates to a very archaic interpretation of up and down and why things go up and down, referred to as the Newtonian gravity model. Are you familiar?
Yeah.
So like the concept of mass attracting mass, are you aware that that was superseded and actually abandoned a little over 100 years ago?
Is that so?
It was abandoned for a newer system that you've also more than likely heard of, known as the warping and bending of space-time, the theory of relativity from Einstein.
Right.
And did you know that that is currently being reformulated and, for all intents and purposes, will ultimately also be abandoned in the current understanding? And by understanding, I'm using that word very loosely. I could call it a narrative. I could call it a story. Right. But they're abandoning that for a medium or an element or a component that exists between matter, such as there's different theoretical elements that they're inventing, like the graviton or the Higgs boson or antimatter or black matter, to explain in a more consistent way what we see in reality. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of an analogy. You may have been in a conversation before where somebody just says God for all the answers.
Okay. I mean, not really, no.
Okay. Or basically what I'm saying is, if you just say magic is the answer, magic could answer everything. Mm-hmm. Right? So, and I don't mean that literally. I mean that logically.
Yeah.
So if magic can do anything, then magic can fill the hole of explanation for anything, because you could just say, Magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. Magic is the answer. And I'm using that as an analogy for what's currently happening as they continue to obscure into deeper forms of sophistry, I would call it.
Right.
They say things that sound really smart, but they're really just using a synonym for the word magic when they invent ideas like particles or forces. They just make a new name, oftentimes after somebody's last name or something, who talked about the subject, and they name it this new thing after that, and then they're like, this explains it. This answers all the questions. So I know that's kind of a convoluted way, a roundabout way to get to the point. Things go up or down. The question of what causes things to go up or down is only answered in part by relative density.
Yeah.
I had a really good analogy for this the other day. Oh yes, here was my analogy. Are you familiar with when somebody slams their hand on a piano or doesn't know how to play the piano and it sounds really bad? They call this dissonance.
Yeah.
Okay. So my question for somebody else the other day was, why is dissonance? Why does it sound bad?
Right.
Why does harmony sound good and dissonance sounds not good?
Yeah. I mean, like if I'm allowed to answer with
of course.
at least what I know, it has to do with more or less the frequency being, let's say, in a let's just call it pleasant ratio, like to each other, right? I mean, that's more or less how I understand it. Like, yeah.
I would just reduce it down and say, why are those ratios inherently good, as opposed to bad ratios being inherently bad and or unpleasant, right? So I'm asking a question that might not necessarily have an answer, but you do understand the effect, and you don't have to understand the cause to fully understand the effect.
Yeah.
That it's just another roundabout way of saying we can fully understand the effects of things going up and down and all of that. The cause may not be an answerable question.
Yeah.
But here's what.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know I'm talking a whole lot. I don't mean to cut you off. I will just add to this whole thing. The fact of the matter is, mass attracting mass was never demonstrated. It was an idea, somewhat of a post hoc, drawing the target around the object. You know, you shoot an arrow and then you paint a target wherever the arrow landed.
Right.
Kind of an after the fact. Well, this is the explanation, but we can't demonstrate it.
Right. I mean, I'm not. I think it possibly could be demonstrated, but I don't think that it up until now it has been demonstrated in a way that's like super impressive. Like we haven't really attracted like a meteoroid or something just with, I don't know, like a gravity beam or something.
A gravity beam sounds like a really fun device, like in Half-Life 2 and stuff like that, but I'm not aware of that existing in our reality.
I'm pretty sure that there's some that particles, not even like on a molecular or atomic level, but just like basically dust has been recorded basically just attracting itself, more or less.
Yeah, you have to. I would say this: ask the question, are there other possible explanations for for the effect that you're witnessing? So, for instance, let's say you see a particle of dust, and you're like, "Whoa, I just witnessed other dust particles going to that dust particle." For instance, right? Or is there more than one possible explanation for the cause?
I mean, if you just said
it's just a yes or no question,
right? I mean, if you don't account for other variables, right? Surely there could be.
So in regards to, is there more than one way to explain something you're witnessing? And that I would say yes.
Mm-hmm.
So determining which one it is would require experimentation. The issue is, are you able to account for all of the variables?
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. But I mean, there is stuff like the Cavendish experiment and so on that have been performed in basically in surroundings where there's basically zero. There are zero other factors affecting it other than gravity. Air's been sucked out. It's been done pitch black and so on. Right? No nothing. No sound, no vibration. Just what we would assume is the gravitational pull.
I appreciate you using the word assume. There are very many issues for the Cavendish experiment.
Yo, that was a fucking major red herring, bro. And this is why it's like.
So hold on, Elijah. Are you addressing our conversation or the live stream debate?
Okay.
I can't hear you, Elijah.
Neither can I.
Elijah. There's an active flat Earth. I'm not going to call it a debate. It really doesn't deserve to be called a debate. Argument taking place. I believe that's what he was referring to when he was popping in here, because he was probably replying to the text chat.
Right.
Yeah, there are all these sorts of things that can be pointed to. The most important is there's a claim that there's curvature.
Right.
That curvature would obstruct your ability to see beyond a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
And if you see beyond that point, there needs to be a sufficient explanation for why that is.
Yeah.
And if there's blockage, or if there's an alleged blockage, but then it's not actually blockage, then the blockage is invalidated.
Right. I get what you're trying to say, yeah.
And that's really the primary. Another aspect of the conversation would be it's impossible to demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Pressure implies pressing. Gas goes in all directions and must be pressing off of a container in order for there to be pressure.
Yeah.
So we have gas pressure, therefore there must be a container for the gas pressure to exist in the first place.
Okay, but don't you think that the container could be more abstract than something that's as solid as glass or metal?
If that could be demonstrated, yes.
I mean, just to humor it, I would think under the presumption, that gravity functions as, let's just say, is consensus. I will just call it that. I would think that would suffice as a what you call it?
As a container.
Yeah, exactly. As a container.
Sure, I've heard the argument that gravity is the container many times. The issue with that is that demonstratable? Can you demonstrate that in an experiment?
Right. I mean, it's kind of like when you it's how do I say this? It's kind of like when like a water droplet surrounds an object or forms at all. I'd assume that it's like more or less something similar.
Adhesion?
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to call it adhesion, right? It's more like surface tension.
Yeah, and you think gravity is the answer for why surface tension exists?
No, I think that surface tension exists. I think that, like I said, I'm a complete layman when it comes to physics and so on. I'm not pretending. I'm just thinking that this might apply to gases as well. As they, at least I'd imagine, also have like a surface.
I can imagine amazing things myself, and I'm not trying to be rude when I say that.
Yeah,
I can relate to how powerful our imagination is. The issue is that has not been demonstrated. I am not aware of any demonstration ever where that's the case.
Probably like Google that. Let's see. Surface tension gas. It says I mean, there seems to be some stuff about like the surface tension of gas and so on. But we don't have to like geek out or something like that. Like the complete like opposite of what I want to do. I don't want to like make you read some stupid paper.
So you said you found a paper referencing surface tension of gases?
Yeah.
Yeah, post it.
I mean, like I said, I haven't read it.
That's okay.
Right. It's just something that I found just now. So that's the thing.
That is fine. It does say liquid, though.
It says gas liquid surface tension. So, I don't know what it will say in like specifically. And I mean that like having that's the types, like the people who will just search something without having a clue of what it actually means that they're like referencing, then taking that as like evidence.
Yeah, and I would just say it says liquid too. So if you're going to,
I know. I'm just there's many like results for what I just posted. It's just something that was like the first result. Again, like I'm not here to be a missionary or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Because to be quite honest, for the most part, the whole question on whether on like what the actual shape of a planet is has little to no effect on my life at all. Because, I mean, if it's...
Let me ask you this question. Have you ever, it's kind of a vague question, just think about it for a moment. Have you ever made a decision based on trust of the individual, based on trust in an individual?
I know exactly what you're going down on, like which road you're going down, and I support it 100%, because the main problem I have with the people that, the types that would go here and say something like, I'm going to debate these stupid flat earthers, or something, I'm going to destroy them with, science and logic and stuff like that, is that basically, just without judging any group here, at least for the few first sentences, I think it's much more rational to believe your perception more than, just somebody that you're told to believe. Right? Mm-hmm. I think it's much more suitable for most circumstances, right? I mean, in many cases, we would call a person that just believes something which they perceive to be false, but are told to be true, delusional. Yeah.
So there are very many people that place a large amount of trust in certain people and or organizations, and inform their decisions based on that degree of trust. If they were to be made fully aware of the lack of honor is not the right word. The lack of justification for that trust. Right. If the untrustworthiness were to be exposed, it may help people make more, apply more critical thinking, and be a little bit more scrutinizing before making certain decisions. I understand there's the phenomenon of cognitive ease, where we tend to make there's certain behaviors that we find ourselves doing quite regularly, and we do them the same way, so we don't really think about them very much. That can be expanded out in a lot of different ways, and I think that there are people, you take a foot forward, a step forward, and you expect the ground to support you. That's a reasonable thing. But if you're, let's say you cross bridges on a regular basis, right? Like wooden bridges that are being made by different people. If you found out that there was this one company that, skips steps, doesn't manufacture bridges properly, and basically is just pretending, it would be important to know that. It's just a loose metaphor.
Mm-hmm.
But
I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, it's many a times, people keep believing what they're believing, even if they're presented with authentic information that they, that what they believed in previously is false, right? Like they will discard that authentic information in favor of, what they have been believing for quite some time. And that's mostly, that's almost like part of the whole gambler's fallacy thing, simply because they invested so much of their time, effort,
yep.
and, just basically life into believing a certain thing, even if it's not like actively believing it, as in like, that they don't think to themselves, "Oh, I believe in this and that." They just do passively, right? They will obviously put up at least a bit of resistance when being convinced of something that's contrary to that.
So, how many long distance observations are you aware of that point to falsifying a radius claim for Earth?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really, like I said, I don't. I mean,
no, it's okay. You could just say I'm not aware of any. I've heard of one or two. Like that's all the answer I was looking for.
Like I said, I saw some videos, right? But I'm not tracking that. That's kind of like looking out for looking at those things, like waiting for them to happen and then looking at the results. I don't know. That kind of seems like. It's obviously it doesn't track at all, but it's kind of like if you allow that comparison, like baseball for flat earthers. Like it's like you just wait for it to happen, and then hopefully like your team wins, more or less, right? But I seriously don't have any recollection of like any serious trials or experiments like that, except for my own, which aren't really planned or scientific in any way.
Yeah. So this specifically would not be referred to as an experiment. I'm referring to just what's known as long distance observations. Right. So if you're not really particularly aware of any, it sounds like you're kind of just, as far as this topic goes, you're hanging out for a verdict at some point. Is that fair? Kind of. Sure. Your position on it? It's like, it looks like they're arguing about something, and one day maybe we'll finally know the actual answer, something along those lines.
Yeah, the thing is, if we were to seriously debate, like if I was some staunch globehead, if you want to call it that, and you were to completely disprove me in every single way, I would probably not change my opinion simply because I have been more or less, and to be frank, kind of programmed to instinctively reject flat Earth as a serious belief.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but how do I say this? Basically, just see those that do believe in it as ridiculous. That's something that I don't know, can't really do anything against. But the thing is, I want stuff like, for example, Hollow Earth to be real so bad.
Yeah, because of Godzilla, of course, man. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for as well. Damn, Godzilla brought Hollow Earth. Damn, I was all in for it. Yeah, a huge monster like that in the middle of the earth. Damn, it went crazy. One thing I was just curious about your age, though, if you don't mind. I'm 34 right now. What's your age?
Oh, I'm 21.
21. Okay, so I was in globe religion for about 25 years. So my case is worse than yours. There you go. I win. I'll stop it there.
Boom. Yeah, no, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not trying to judge.
We're all programmed to think exactly what you just said. All of us. And I think one day, if you can realize that there's nothing to debate, then things would change. Because it's not like anything can be debated about. You know what I mean? Nobody's going to be able to debate how tall you are unless neither person or one of the people don't know how tall you are. So out of ignorance, they might say, well, I've stood next to him and it seems like he's shorter or it seems like he's taller. In that sense, the only way you can debate it is if you're actually debating ignorantly against something that already is. Then there are things to debate, like things about opinions, like your favorite color, your favorite restaurant. But when it comes to measurement, or when it comes to persons, places, and things, well, that we can go to, those things just matter.
Yeah.
A thing is a thing. There's nothing to debate about a thing being a thing. In this case, the Earth is supposedly a globe thing. Well, we test that. We can test whether or not the dimensions are accurate in the way the math describes them. And we have an argument called the Black Swan, where we focus on the distance to the horizon, which is supposed to be geometrically blocking the rest of the Earth, because the rest of the Earth is hidden by the curve, right? That's why we can't see everything. That's what Professor Dave just said in his debate. And the bottom line is that horizon is never geometrically where it's calculated to be. As a matter of fact, it's further. As many times as I've actually seen it, and there's been the times that I've seen it on video now. Well, video came first, but then I went out to actually view it myself. But at that point, you don't debate whether or not the horizon is geometric. We just know that it's not. There's nothing to debate unless you're a person who doesn't understand what an obstruction is.
Right.
Obstruction being the geometric horizon. Metric because it's supposed to be measured to be 1 mile away if you're 1 foot off the ground, or a 6 foot person, it'd be somewhere around 3 miles away. That's its measure, the measure of your physical blockage from the rest of the Earth. So the moment that you realize that that's actually not true, there's nothing to debate about it. It's just something to realize.
Right. I mean, like the obvious follow-up question is, I mean, it is said that supposedly the Earth is not spherical, but more like basically like a discarded apple, almost like an apple you've thrown against a moving vehicle or something.
Yeah, I think Gospel Bearer has one of the best answers for this.
Yeah.
If Gospel Bearer is still there.
He's on a call.
Oh, give him a second.
Right.
But I would just say overall that's not the case. Overall, they would say that it's a minuscule amount, and for all intents and purposes, it is curving at a specific rate. That's like when they say Kansas is flatter than a pancake, but then you're like, well, on a planetary scale, not really. On a planetary scale, yeah, but when you're standing there, not really, right?
Yeah, but I read about that. Didn't they actually if you scale Kansas down to like a pancake, isn't it even flatter than a pancake?
Yeah, flatter than a pancake. But the thing about that is you can't have two different kinds of elevation, right? Because when we talk about 8 inches per mile squared, then it's the elevation drop between you, the point that you're standing on, and the Earth that's curving away from you. And consequently, that would be what the horizon is. the cutoff at which you can see the land, because it's curving away from you. But you can't have that kind of elevation drop and have an elevation profile of flat when determining the flatness of Kansas, because that's exactly what you would have to use. Like the profile on Google, the elevation would have to be flat for you to know, based on that zero baseline, how high and how low things are on an average.
Right. I have a completely off-topic question. What do you what in your opinion is the more or less like optimal flat Earth fast food item? Because I'm ordering food right now.
Fast food item? I try not to eat fast food.
Yeah, but my refrigerator broke, so I don't know. I don't really have an option right now.
I would say What would I say? I would say, dang.
How about a nice flatbread sandwich?
Thomas is Italian. I don't.
I mean, I'm thinking about like a real like trifecta here. So basically, on one hand, like you'd have the like the donut Earth, like the torus, right, where it's like double hollow, represented by onion rings. Then pizza balls for the globe, and then
What's a pizza ball?
Yeah,
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's basically just like a made from like pizza dough with a bit of like mozzarella and sauce in it. Yeah.
Oh, Gospel, I think you were on a call. Oh, go ahead. Your third item.
Yeah, and the third one is like it could either be a pizza or like a chicken burger.
This is what, if you can go somewhere and get an omelet, that's a good quality. There's not a lot of garbage in omelets. I mean, some people, you could have the argument about if ham is in it or whatever, but omelets oftentimes have, pretty legit things, depending on the quality of the cheese. Like bell peppers, tomato, onion. Those are all good things.
Okay.
That omelet is raw. I don't know. Maybe it's just melted cheese.
I mean, many people often overcook their omelet.
Yes.
But on another note, like, what do you think is more flat Earth like, a burger or pizza?
I don't know. I have different ideas about how things might be.
The bun, because at the on the underside of the bun, you have a plane, and then under.
You're just
Who knows?
thinking about a burrito, bro. and I find it hypocritical that you didn't say burrito the whole time because I know you were thinking about it.
Burritos don't have a flat level surface.
Yeah.
Well, not level. I mean, you got to hold it level for it to be level, but they don't have a flat surface.
Get iron it. I mean,
so you tried it. You were reaching. You were reaching. Just as a matter of fact, that's exactly what I had only 30 minutes ago. A steak and chicken burrito. So I'm very upset that MJ called it out because he could not have known that unless I really eat them as much as I do.
Yes,
so
exactly. Yeah.
Oh man.
But on another note, back to the Gospel. I was telling him you would be the best person to talk about because when we were talking about the curvature, he's like, yeah, but don't they say it's not perfectly spherical? It's more like an apple. So
Yeah.
It wouldn't.
So check this out real quick, Spongle. They say oblate spheroid. They'll even invoke the word pear.
I said, an apple thrown against a moving vehicle. That's my what I said.
Okay, but just in case that idea ever creeps into your imagination, let me help you with it. Based on the globe model, based on the equatorial radius versus the polar radius, you understand the two reference points?
Yeah.
Okay. There is a 0.3% difference between those numbers. So, again, 0.3% difference between those two numbers. So, it is my claim, which I think is a very fair claim, to say that it's extremely disingenuous, and there's probably other words that I could use, like subversive or distracting or red herring, but it's very disingenuous to say oblate spheroid or peroid or any other thing besides an almost perfect ball. is what they claim this Earth to be. So to distract by that and say that it's lumpy this or it's this or that is so inaccurate according to the numbers that they provide. It's absurd that they even go there, but they do. And I find that quite suspicious that they go there.
Don't you think that might be due to like 2-3 factors? The first one being that you can kind of like spin the polar radius like around if you just discard like the Greenwich line, and the next one being that supposedly water kind of like covers it, kind of just flattening out the dents, if you want to call it that.
You know what? I think I'm glad that you went there, because I just went through a video the other day. I kind of cut you off. Keep going, and then I'll post this really helpful video.
Right. I mean, the next funniest thing is that there actually is an ice wall, and they were just like, shit, let's just like make this up.
All right. So on the concept of, taking into consideration all the claims of the globe, okay? Take into consideration the pathway of the moon. Take all these things into consideration, and then I want you to look at the map in this video. It's also in the thumbnail of the Earth, the tides of the water, okay? And the different, quite apparently spontaneous or incoherent locations where these tides differ. This, to me, is a very helpful visual to dispel the illusion of a globe, to dispel the illusion of the moon causing the tides. There are places in this world, and you can watch that whole video, it's nicely done, but there are places in this world that have 4 tides a day. There are places in this world that have 2 tides a day. And there are places in this world that have a mixture of both of those, as in not always the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get what yeah.
So when people are like, the water, the earth is spinning and the water bulges a little bit, or any of those sorts of things, that's not what these tidal maps demonstrate in the slightest. But anyway, again, 0.3%. I give an analogy for that. After you shave your face, you have removed, I mean, if you do a really great job, you've removed maybe up to, possibly even more, but probably only up to 99.7% of the hair. Every time I shave, I can shave against the grain. I can use a 1 blade. I can use a 5 blade. I can use an electric. I can use whatever. No matter what I do, if I'm trying to not actually shave my skin off too and just destroy my face with, by scraping the skin in addition to the hair, right? I'm not trying to hurt myself. I can still feel the hair. I rub my hand against the grain. I'm like, yeah, even after a fresh shave. Now with the grain, it's pretty smooth. It's pretty legit. But against the grain, I can still feel a little bit of hair. My point is to say that 0.3% of the hair is present means that you're unshaven. Oh, look at this unshaven man. Which in reality, he's a freshly shaved man. He just dried his face off. And oh, look at that unshaven man. Is the equivalent to calling the Earth some type of oblate anything or paroid anything. But even worse. It's even worse.
I still have only one question.
Yeah.
Should I order a burger or a pizza?
Yeah, they're both relatively unhealthy food. You're probably going to have a better physical response to a burger in general, as opposed. Pizza tastes fantastic. I mean, unless it's just crappy pizza. But burgers, I think, have a more dynamic nutrition set.
Yeah, I mean that's why the Italians didn't really achieve anything militarily after they became Italy, because how are you supposed to build any muscle with the protein from pizza toppings? How's that supposed to work?
That's a funny theory.
Yeah. I mean, look, people always rave about the great Italian cuisine, and yet it only consists of dough, tomatoes, and cheese.
It can be argued that nearly every continent and almost every culture in the world has a variation of the meat, cheese, bread combination. You can make an extremely long list of foods across the world that have that combination, whether it's lasagna or a burger or pizza or a burrito. The meat, cheese, bread combo is all but universal.
I mean,
in different proportions.
I don't even know about that. The only thing that comes to mind when I think about the rest of Europe is cordon bleu, and that's a weird specialty.
Yeah, I like chicken cordon bleu.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah, but I mean, this kind of gets me thinking about the French cuisine and how people always say that it's great, but can't even name 3 actual dishes.
Croque monsieur. The
cuisines of the East aren't at all based on cheese and bread. Just
I know there's a lot of Asian cultures that avoid cheese, but that doesn't mean that they don't have a carb, meat, and other component trifecta.
Yeah. I mean, I have the feeling that you kind of generalized it just maybe a small bit there.
Yeah. But there is a long list, right? Pizza, bread, cheese, meat. Burger, bread, cheese, meat. Burrito, bread, cheese, meat. Lasagna, bread, cheese, meat. Spaghetti, bread, cheese, meat. Yes,
that's all come out of Europe.
Yeah, that's all. Most of it is just a remix of Italian cuisine, or is just Italian cuisine.
Is a burrito?
I mean, it kind of is just Spanish. I mean, isn't the Mexican cuisine just you take whatever's left over and then wrap it up and put some cheese on it? You refry it and put some cheese on it?
Thank you, Napalm. It's so accurate, though.
Wow.
I love Bubba. My favorite. He really was, honestly, an extremely endearing character. Whoever wrote that character, and of course the actor just did a fantastic job, but that's one of the most endearing characters that I can remember in film.
Yeah.
I love Bubba.
Yeah. God. Would you believe me that I only ever saw Forrest Gump in German?
Sure. Is that your native tongue?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well, yeah, sure. Why not? It's fine.
I find that I found out that it sometimes freaks people out that we watch almost all movies dubbed exclusively.
Ja, und Affen fliegen out meine Marsch.
Okay, that's very a very broken sentence with some vague offensive words.
Yeah, because it's a reference to Wayne. It's a reference to Wayne's World. So, if you've seen Wayne's World, I don't know how it was dubbed
in German.
Yeah, und Affen fliegen out meine Marsch. Yeah.
Yeah.
For the non German speakers, that's and monkeys might fly out of my butt. Pretty much.
I mean,
I see.
kinda. Like, with not enough imagination.
And back to the imagination thing. It
Yeah.
comes full round circle.
Yeah, everybody reminds Wayne from Wayne's World's classic catch wave when he sees a woman. Boing. Okay, now I'm just fucking
Swing.
with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Swing.
Yeah. Obviously, that's what they say in German, the German dub as well.
Mm.
Yeah, won't you believe it? They also dubbed the second movie. Okay, but still, be like on the food delivery question:
burger,
chicken burger or normal burger?
Ooh, it all depends on the quality of that chicken. Because if it's well done, not well done as in fully well done cooked, but like if it's the right level of juiciness, a chicken burger could be pretty good. But yeah, I think you have a higher likelihood of success with the standard burger, but depends. I don't know.
There are a few like variations on the burger. The Big Burger Basic. I mean, they're all just called big, but they're just like regular. That's a quarter pounder, basically, without cheese. Then the same thing with cheese. Then the Big Burger Western, which is the same thing, but with what I believe is barbecue sauce and bacon and cheese. The Big Burger Tijuana, same thing, but with guacamole, red onions, and Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, do that. Sounds good.
Yeah, but to be honest,
I'm a sucker for some guacamole, though.
Yeah, but I don't know like how well it will go with like Santa Fe sauce. I have no idea what that is. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna stick to that thing then. I mean, in all likelihood, like the place is run by some people who have to eat halal, so they will most probably like make a decent like chicken sandwich.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, some of the best chicken I've ever had was at a Turkish restaurant.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically stripped of all like pork privileges for the most part, right? So that's basically what they had all of their like skill points into, right? Let's see. I have to log into my bank account just to verify this payment. I don't know why it does this to me.
Yeah, always be careful when something redirects you to your bank.
Yeah, no, I have to like log in on my phone.
Oh, okay.
To like put a 10 into the thing or whatever. Okay, there we are. God. Yeah, but I mean, this might be like my hubris or whatever, but I have the feeling that like here where I live, we use significantly like less seed oil when we like make food, even if it's like junk food.
Mm-hmm. Wo in Deutschland kommst du? Nordrhein-Westphalia?
Yeah, I'm just gonna answer that in English. Currently, I live in Berlin.
Berlin. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are you from NRW?
No, I'm not from that place. That's all I'm gonna call it. In many places, I guess it's tolerable, but other times, it's kind of a hellscape, right?
NRW or where you're from?
No, like NRW as you call it, right? North Rhine-Westphalia.
Yeah. You say it's a hellscape? Are you from somewhere else originally?
Yeah. I mean that whole place, right? It's basically chock full of of like cities, right? That basically just rose to their position during the Industrial Revolution, right?
Yeah, a lot of foundries and stuff like that in the area. Yeah.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be a problem by themselves, right? But then they were, they were basically bombed to hell, and they didn't really like rebuild them right, so they still look kind of like temporary in some ways. Like in Cologne, for example, they've got a lot of heritage, with the cathedral, or I guess like church, or whatever. And I mean, they have Roman ruins, blah blah, all of this, right? But their inner city really isn't pretty, and that rhymed. So it's true.
You're a poet, and you didn't even know it.
Yeah. God, now it's time to freestyle. The curse of a person conversing tongues with puns.
We knew it. He's been sitting on that bar for a while.
Yeah. God. Yeah, that sometimes happens, doesn't it? You're trying to say something, but it's not like there's not like you have to wait for the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels a bit forced then. Yeah.
Lord knows. I've had that situation before. Yeah. And have it. I mean, this is like a weird question because I probably already know the answer. But have any of you ever been to Cologne?
Yeah. So I was there for a very short period of time, just like an afternoon. Yeah. I've spent quite a bit of time around like Duisburg, Dusseldorf, Dortmund area. I have a friend who's originally from Oberhausen.
Right. Yeah. So, and you only spent your time in that whole area?
Yeah. Well, I was there for his wedding and spent a lot of time. I actually, if anybody has the opportunity or the ability to experience another country by staying with a family, it's a much more enjoyable experience to spend time with families and kind of learn more of the culture than to just kind of see the touristy aspects of areas. Mm-hmm. And that's what I was able to do with my friend's family, which was really cool. Yeah, I spent 2 weeks in the area. Didn't do a whole lot of tourist stuff. Went to like Kolkum to see the castle and get some wine, and yeah, everything else was just kind of hanging out with family, learning cultures, just the little differences between American and German culture. So it was really cool.
Hey, you went to Kolkum. I mean, you at least went to a place, yeah, kind of worth seeing, right?
Yeah. That's a beautiful little town on the river.
Mm. Yeah, got a lot like those, in that whole area. But
yeah, I don't know. I left my Kolkum sticker out of the picture that I posted.
Why? You feared that you'd be doxxed? Nah. But a friend and I met the friend like when I did my semester abroad in Manchester. We actually drove around basically the whole middle and south of Germany for like 2 weeks in my car, and also slept in it. It was loads of fun. I also got to see a lot of areas that I haven't seen before myself. Yeah, really is something.
Germany's beautiful. And speaking of like the industrial aspect to that area, I think it's in Duisburg, there's a old abandoned steel factory or foundry where they've converted it into a park, and you can really just kind of go all over this whole entire factory. It's lit up at night with a bunch of lights. There's rock climbing within some of the the containment outside for the coke that was used for the processing of steel. It's really cool, and it's just completely open to the public to climb all over this whole entire old structure that used to be a steel mill. And one of the funny things is when we were there, you're kind of climbing and going through all these areas of this old shut down factory, and there's just sharp metal edges everywhere and stairs that are really slippery. And I was like, there's no way that you could ever have something like this open to the public that's run by the public government. There's just no way, because somebody would fall and sue and whatever. And my friend was like, yeah, well, if you fall and hurt yourself, that's your fault. Why should anybody else have to pay for that? And I'm like, I like that attitude. Why is it somebody else's liability because you're being an idiot?
Mm. Yeah, that's kind of like the attitude, yeah.
Yeah. We have such a so many lawyers here in the States, and this culture of like suing people for money and all that kind of crap, that something like that would just never fly.
That's true. I mean, that kind of sucks though, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, near Berlin, there's like this place called Ferropolis, right? City of Iron. That's what it's called. And basically, it's like a place where they used to dig coal out of the ground, and this big, I guess, crater is now filled up with water, and in a little peninsula that is smack dab in the middle of said now I guess lake, but ex crater, right? They still have all the machinery that used to work there. So basically, you have these ginormous machines that are just standing about, right? These old coal diggers and whatever, and they actually do festivals and concerts there. So that's a bomb location for a festival, right? In this peninsula, the middle of this lake, with all these big coal, I don't know, like tools there, right? Really is something.
Yeah, it's probably very similar to the one that I went to in Duisburg. I think they call it like Duisburg Landscape Park or something like that. I'll see if I can link it. Really cool, beautiful. The way they have it all lit up with different color lights and stuff at night. It's really awesome.
Right. Yeah. No, I have it. I have it on Google Maps. Found it right away. Yeah, I mean, it is cool, isn't it? You can bet that or you already know that so many like banned pictures, like photos, have been taken there.
Oh yeah, when we were there in the evening, my buddy was like, by the way, you might come around the corner and see a naked girl getting her picture taken. It happens here a lot.
Yeah. Kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, no, but like I said, I'm not from North Rhine-Westphalia, and I'm also not from Berlin. Like from the general, like, Wiesbaden, Taunus area. Like near, like west of Frankfurt.
Cool. So are you new to the server?
Yeah. Spank new.
Yeah. What originally brought you here, if somebody hasn't already asked that?
Yeah.
I was, just preparing for some exams, and because I wanted to ask a question, I joined like a mathematics Discord server. You know, that's, I don't know, kind of dorky if I think about it. But then I joined like the voice channel, and they talked about like this place, how they debated, I guess you, right? And they said that the code to get to the server is just flat Earth without any spaces.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what I typed in.
Cool. So when they were talking about it, and they said they debated, what was their kind of like overall general attitude about that, or like their opinion about that?
Well, I guess you can basically sum it up in a single word. That word being smug.
That's a good word.
As in, they were being smug, or the server was being smug to them? Ah, they were being smug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was it somebody from this server that was saying to come here and debate that was being smug, or was it somebody that came here to debate that was being smug?
The latter.
Gotcha. So just kind of like a general attitude of condescension.
Yeah.
They were probably just butthurt because they were provided evidences that they refused to accept, and it probably got them hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
It's typically what happens.
Spongle, are you willing to snitch this person for entertainment purposes for later on?
Can't even remember the name.
Ah, all right.
Like they were just in and out, more or less. Right.
Gotcha.
Yeah. God.
Well, we have a mathematics professor that comes here often. He's not a flat earther, but he does regularly visit the server.
That's perfect. I need him because I need to cheat on a maths exam.
What category of math?
Okay. Basically, I've actually successfully done this exam before, but at a different uni, and I switched unis, right? Because I didn't really like my old one anymore, and I wanted to move. And for some reason, they didn't recognize that mathematics course, right? So now they are more or less forcing me to retake Mathematics 1, which is like, I guess,
algebra.
Mostly, linear algebra and differential equations and stuff.
Why would you need to? Why would you need to cheat with that?
Because they basically told me. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what it's like in the US, but they make it like extremely pleasurable to do and also learn mathematics here. Next thing is I've only been told like a week ago that I have to take it because that's how long it took for them to decide on whether or not to accredit it, right? And me thinking that I not only have Mathematics 1 but Mathematics 2 as well completed, right? Or having had completed that in the past, right? Thought that, I won't have to do Mathematics 1.
So this may be helpful information to you. I just double checked. The CLEP exam exists in Germany as well. CLEP, College Level Equivalency Program. Never. No, hold on. Never mind.
Yeah. Also, Whammer, I saw what you wrote into the chat. Yeah, I don't like colleges. I don't know. They don't really exist here.
Yeah, I'm curious if there's a CLEP in Germany. So in America, you can be in college and you can take a test for like $85, and if you pass it, you don't have to take that class. Are you familiar with anything like that in Germany?
No.
Okay.
Like it's mandatory.
It's called testing out. Yeah. You can test out of mandatory class. It shows that you have the competence, so you don't need to be educated on what you're already competent of.
Yeah, I know.
Double check.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting in touch with my uni again, but seriously, I just want to pass this so I can carry on and I don't have to add a semester to my studies.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's money too. It's not just time.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, it's just a smaller aspect of it, right? Doesn't really destroy you with debt here.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but I mean, oh God, I just remembered. Yeah, I can't post any pictures. Otherwise, I would have posted the very first like page of the script. Ridiculous.
For a course to test out of.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just ask. Is there an exam I can take to test out of a class? It's
I
worth
mean,
it.
the point, the point is, I don't want to take any exam at all because I've already done it. That's the and I've got like the module handbook. I've got like my what you call it, like.
Well, maybe you can. Why can't you transfer the credits then?
I mean, for most of my courses, I could, and I did, but but in this case, I don't know if they didn't allow it, and I'm now getting in touch with like my uni again to like
you
get
gotta
them
appeal.
to do it. Yeah.
All right.
Because it's
algebra's
kind of
not a big headache, bro.
Yeah, it's just like it's how do I mean, look, it's not like you don't need to tell me that it's like not that big of a of a deal because I've already done it. It's just that the like the material that they give you is so it's just so like I would describe like just kind of chewy to go through, right? It's just very tedious.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like they the first like three pages are all about sequences and series with overly educated definitions and laws and so on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And it's like if I didn't know what all these signs meant, right, I would be lost. But all of this just builds up to them saying, oh yeah, by the way, you can calculate interest with this. It's so ridiculous. Like I don't need the first three pages to get how to calculate like interest and like compounded interest. Completely insane, right? Just, I don't know, feels like a lot of chicanery.
Nice vocabulary.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's I mean the worst thing is I always enjoyed mathematics, whether it was in school or like the last time I like took it in uni and so on, but this time it's just it really is just I don't know, it just feels mean-spirited. Like this is a first semester course, like a first semester class, and I have the feeling that they make me go through this just to like kind of test me, because everybody who's new to the uni has to do it to like prove their worth, even though I've already done it and I'm like a few semesters deep. Sucks.
Mm-hmm.
God. Like
they don't trust you because you're from Frankfurt.
I mean, then they should trust me because I'm like from the actual Frankfurt and not from the second Frankfurt that's actually closer to Berlin. Yeah.
Can I ask you one quick question, Spongle?
Sure, go ahead.
If in reality the Earth is not a globe, would you want to know that?
I mean, the obvious answer is of course, right?
Well, not everybody. That's why he asked, because we actually find a lot of people. No, I wouldn't care. You alluded to that earlier.
No, it's not that. What I meant to say, it's just that it's not that I wouldn't want to know. It's just that there are a lot of things that I that are more like pressing right now for me. That are more like immediately important for me. And that's
I can
why
understand
care
that.
more about them and like solving all of these tasks before I would get to this.
Sure. If you're starving to death, for instance, you got to have a full belly first. If you're gasping for air because you're underwater, you got to come up for air before you address any other, topics or ideas. So, loose connection to Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs and all that conceptualization. So you gotta cover the base needs in your life before you start addressing some of these topics, maybe. But I think it's a relevant question. He was just making sure that that you were at least interested in the topic.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if I'm like starving in the desert and also like thirsty as all hell, right? Maybe if somebody told me and showed me that the Earth is flat, I would gain like a bit of energy just out of spite, just to like get through this and spread that information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh God, the funny Maslow pyramid, right? I mean, that's kind of a funny marketing concept that I was also taught, but I mean, it's obviously like overtly bullshit, right? I mean, there are enough people who produced artistic things while they're in prison or somehow in danger or not well.
Yes,
right? I mean,
there's level skips.
Yeah, you don't need to be fat and like safe and well fed just to like paint or like to write something, right?
You could refer to it as a state of mind as well, though. You need to be in the right state of mind in order to access those higher levels, so to speak, I think is the premise, not necessarily. And everybody's level is subjective as well, as far as that thing goes. But anyway, I think Dave was also kind of hinting at trying to bring the conversation back to the topic of the server and the topic of this live stream, where we do try to work through the conversation with folks that either are not aware or are being contentious against the topic, one or the other, where we work on letting people know why the Earth is not a ball. And I had asked you earlier, were you aware of any long distance observations? And the general answer was no, because you hadn't been looking for them, basically. Something along those lines, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah. So, does anybody have any geographically relevant long distance observations for that part of the country? Napalm or
for
anybody?
Germany?
Sure.
Not that I can think of. But I had a question for Spongle. Do you think it's a good foundation for you as a person to understand where you are and possibly who you are? Do you think that's a good foundational knowledge to have?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more or less like certain that I know these two things.
Can I ask another question that's kind of related?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because it is important when we ask, do you think it's important to know where you are? But because people assume that they do know where they are, it doesn't really engage the thinker juice the way, you know what I mean? They're just gonna go, yeah, of course it is, and I know where I am, right? So, do you think it would be, if you were actually being deceived and nefarious dealings were going on?
Yeah.
Do you think it would be important for you to know if it impacted you personally?
Yes.
Because you don't know how it impacts you because you don't know what's going on. But if it in fact was true, would you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah. Another aspect of the question would be those that are under the impression that the universe exploded and order came from chaos, and that they are complicated rocks, and all these sorts of beliefs that go along with that presupposition, they have a limited capacity for their perspective, and they also have a constraint for how they determine how to make decisions in life with those presuppositions in mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that, I mean, it's just there's a big difference between that as your presupposition and the concept of creation, intention, design, which implies purpose.
Yeah.
Big difference between those two. So that in my opinion is the relevance of the question.
Okay. And now?
You said and now?
Yeah.
What we observe, you've got, for instance, you've got the law of causality. You have philosophical ways of addressing this question. But then, in addition to just logic, you have our reality, where you can look at the fact that things are level. On average, across the land, it's level. The sea, under the sea floor, it's level. The sea itself is level. The sea level. And you've got all this straight flatness that is in opposition to the narrative that everything exploded and there's just a bunch of Dippin' Dots floating through. I know I'm being facetious, but just a bunch of balls, exploded particles that coalesced, and some didn't. Some did and some didn't. And I mean, it's just a big chasm between those two different ideologies. But they're not just ideologies, it's what we can demonstrate and measure and see in our reality, that the surface of Earth where we live and where we can see and where we can touch and look and measure, it's flat and level. And that implies something very contradictory to the story we've been told, basically.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, so coming to an understanding that you are at the center of the universe, right? That everything kind of revolves around us, and it might not be as far away from us as we've been told, can have some pretty major subconscious or psychological, I don't want to say ramifications, because ramifications would be the current model. But there's certainly a lot of aspects within your life that do change with this understanding. And I say understanding because it's not a belief. It is an understanding of the nature of the world around us. And if you've been told a lie or incorrect information about the very fundamental nature of where you are and who you are, that has some pretty large ramifications to how you act and operate in the world and society as a whole? Do you feel you're of any importance or significance in this universe?
I hope I do.
You hope you feel? It was kind of a question. Do you feel that you?
I mean, from my own perspective, obviously, I think I do.
Do you think that this belief would maybe change, or would increase a little bit if you understood that what we call the world is everything, that this realm that we live on is everything, that there's no billions and trillions of light years away, there's no possibility of, you know, us just being a nowhere planet in the middle of an ever expanding universe, and we're just some speck, just like all the other billions and trillions of specks. Were you taught that in school?
No, not really, no.
So in Germany, do they teach the Big Bang and the evolutionary theories?
I mean, they kind of allude to it, but they also teach creation.
So your school curriculum does involve at least the other side of that equation, and they do teach a.
Well, actually, when you say creation, can you elaborate?
The Christian creation.
Neat. Was it a religious school or a normal school?
Normal school, like
fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, basically.
Well, they taught creation how so? Explain.
Well, basically, it's just like normal class. Like basically, you begin having that class. So basically, starting in, I think, maybe even first class, right? You're separated into Catholic and Protestant. I guess.
I'm sorry. I don't care about that stuff. No disrespect. I'm talking about.
We were just one sentence away.
Cosmetically, because we're talking about We're talking about the Big Bang and evolution, and things coming together by way of gravitational accretion. That's that creation story. So, in terms of the actual creation, right? Like, what did they talk about in regards to cosmology?
Okay, like I said, in religious class, we talked about creation as it is in the Bible.
Right. That was very vague and obvious, but that's why I'm asking you to elaborate, because you're the only person that can say that. Like, make it interesting, please.
Well,
I'm just asking.
Do you remember the details, Spangle?
I mean, you all know the story, right? Like with the 7 days.
Some better than others. Did they say, God made everything in 6 days?
Yes.
Okay. So they taught you that, but then they also taught you that did they say believe? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion? What?
Oh, my mic is hot. Sorry, guys.
Oh, okay. What was your conclusion, Spangle? Like, when you were all done with that portion of school, were you like, okay, some people believe God made everything, some people believe that nothing exploded and made everything, and these are both beliefs? Or were you like, people used to believe this story about God, and now they know that nothing exploded and created everything? Like, what was your conclusion when you were done with that portion of school?
No, we were taught creation as fact.
Oh, okay. But what about evolution and Big Bang stuff? Are you saying they didn't go over that?
I mean, not at that time. I mean, we're talking about elementary, right, onwards. we talked about selective breeding and adaptation, right? And I guess evolution can be put into that, but it was far removed from, like a lizard turning into an ape or something.
Sure. So basically what you're conveying is that indoctrination doesn't start, or did not, at least as far as your experience went, it didn't start at a young age, that aspect of indoctrination.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not...
That's an atypical experience for Americans.
I'm not, okay, right. I'm not an atheist, if you think that.
Okay. No, I didn't really make any assumptions. I'm just asking questions for clarification. And
right.
It's peculiar. Like, that's not the normal experience. It wasn't my experience going to school in the 90s, the early 90s. And
I mean, I'm still not convinced that all of the details are clear. Because in all honesty, before Flat Earth, we all knew that most people regarded themselves as Christian, even if they didn't go to church, even if they, for whatever reason, didn't really espouse the faith. But they're like, yeah, of course, Jesus died and whatever. They used to go to church and yada yada. That's most people's feeling towards it. At the same time, they'll have a conversation with you about exploding stars and black holes and whatnot, as if that's real. So that means that the indoctrination did happen in a way that was far more subtle than we really think.
Yes, I mean, that's obviously true. I guess it happens mostly through media and the internet. That's my best guess.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
He's Elijah. I don't know if you heard the part that he's from Germany, and then he's also young 20s. So, so these are all different contexts for differentness. That's fascinating. Seems to me. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was interrupting you.
It just seems to me that you're suggesting that an 8-year-old in Germany, at least that has or had a similar experience to you, wouldn't be under the impression that of any Big Bang narrative, apart from what they might be getting in cartoons and all the other areas. But as far as from school, you're suggesting that that's actually not part of that early stages of development context.
Yeah.
Now, in this day and age, you'll get it from Cat in the Hat. You'll get it from the Octonauts. You'll get it. You'll get all of those narratives from.
Oh, wait a minute.
Everywhere else.
That's hard to believe. Because again,
I'm taking his word for it.
My media tells me, and there's also Europe, and it seems to be the consensus right now. Of course, when I speak to other people, I have more of a mixed reaction. It's anecdotal, but generally speaking, from the powers that be, the YouTube channels that I watch, and any other sources of media, people think that the Earth being a globe is universal knowledge, and it can't be universal if there are some countries that are like, nah. You know what I mean? But there are many countries that supposedly have a hand in the space station, and then there are other countries that just have things orbiting, satellites orbiting and whatever, doing various different tasks. So everyone's on board, and they can't be on board if some people are like, yeah, I know some people are taught that it's a globe, but not me. I just don't believe. I don't know. It's odd.
Culture has a big way of, reinforcing the whole heliocentrism, globe model, all of that fun stuff, and it's not too surprising to me that in Germany you were taught the biblical aspect of it. many Americans probably don't know the closer connection that the church and the state tend to have in Germany than they do, say, in like the United States. There's a very large presence of Christianity within Germany, and it's a very common thread within that country. And like I said, the separation between church and state isn't quite what it is here in the United States. So it's not too surprising that you were taught that in school. And you could possibly correct me if I'm wrong, but it's my understanding that even being a part of a church or a congregation, your tithe is basically extracted directly from your pay. It's that closely related to the state.
But it's not about being taught both things. I'm more considering the takeaway. And he's saying his takeaway wasn't that he was indoctrinated with understanding that this is how things came about. Yeah, there's that thing over there, but he's saying, I think, that didn't particularly happen. And that his takeaway was at least open enough for him to think for himself. And I'm saying, okay, well, is that everyone's takeaway? Because on one hand, I have a mass media and nobody from Germany stepping up, most certainly, saying, hey, that's actually not true. They're saying globally everyone thinks this. Where's this coming from? Like, I don't see the people out there in droves coming out to say, don't put my name in your mouth.
Well, let me just say, what I meant mainly was we were taught creation. I don't know like which like Earth model they used in like first grade. It's just that I just know, like, because I know that we had religion in school, and I distinctly remember being taught like Christian creation, the whole story behind that, right? But I don't know specifically like which Earth model they used. Like, that's, at least in my mind, that's such a minute detail that I don't even remember it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Interesting. Fine.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, like the average, like I guess like life of somebody from like my area was like, you go to school, I mean, as an infant you were baptized, you are taught basically more or less everything about the Bible in in elementary school, carrying on, right?
Can they hear me?
Like
you're interrupting a sentence. Don't do that.
I mean, like the basics, obviously, and in middle school and so on, you go deeper into the material, right? Talking about the individual prophets, right? What it means and so on. And then when you're around like 13, 14, 15, you get your confirmation, right? Where you become a full-fledged member of the church.
Yeah.
Good old Sky Gazer in on the conversation. I was hoping he was still alive.
No, I'm alive, bro. I was like just saying, yeah. I was like cheering on. So what was the comment? Like, what were you gonna say, bro? I think GP. I think you interrupted the whole thing. It was gonna say something epic.
No, I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, no, it's just you go to your confirmation. I guess like classes or whatever, like in order to prepare you to become like a member of the church, like a true member. And yeah, I mean, you go there like for like half a year or like a year on every Saturday or something. And at the end, right, like more or less part of the tradition is that all your relatives give you a lump sum of money, and many buy themselves like a motorcycle or something.
Hey Spongle, was I incorrect in my statement that typically the church will take a tithe directly from your paycheck as being a member?
Yeah, but you can kind of like block them from doing it.
Imagine like living in a world where it's like some kind of hot take. Imagine being like the kind of red pill Neo situation where it's like, yo, like Morpheus takes you to the red pill level, and it's like the red pill is just about like, well, yeah, the church, like what when you're like giving money, it's like going to the church, like 5% is like going to administrative fees.
I mean, you can also just like
no, but also like that's not that impressive and interesting.
Skygazer.
I'm sorry.
You're being a little disruptive. Slow the roll.
Also,
that is nothing new, unfortunately, man. It's unfortunate that the last time I heard you was months ago, and someone was telling you to stop being disruptive. So that's just unfortunate.
They have really strong beer in Norway. This is what I understand to be true.
Know about that.
So GP, I'm from Norway in Finland. I'm taking your vibes, when I'm the knight on the kind of like semi-dirty not shining armor, just kind of like a semi-muddy armor where it's like, man, this guy needs some shit done, it's kind of like oh, it's for fun, bro. It's not a big deal. But it's funny. But I love this channel. I love you guys. So, let's not make a big deal out of it.
You want to be a better man.
All right. Just don't interrupt people in the middle of their sentences. That's all.
Do you think the Vikings were the first flat earthers?
No, I think the first people were the first flat earthers.
All right.
Yeah, the question would probably better be phrased in like who are the first globe earthers, right? Because pretty much since time immemorial, the baseline standard of what we observe and what we experience in reality is a flat and stationary Earth. So somebody would have to come in with some compelling, not necessarily evidence, but a very compelling deception that what we see, feel, and experience on a day-to-day basis is actually 180 degrees from what the alleged reality is.
Right. I mean, they're all the
and
go ahead.
Oh God.
So Spongle, do you, on a daily basis, do you would you say it's a true statement that you experience the Earth on a daily basis as flat and stationary? Meaning you don't experience a spin and you don't experience any type of curvature? Just on a daily basis. Like if you got knocked in the head and you were in a coma and you woke up tomorrow and you didn't remember anything and there was nobody there.
If I got knocked in a coma,
bro.
No. If I get knocked in a coma,
homie. Yeah. Slow your roll, homie. So if you woke up from that coma and nobody had told you anything, you have zero backstory as to the nature of the reality or the shape of the realm in which you're living. How long do you think it would take without any outside influence to come to some sort of idea that you're living on a spinning ball?
I don't know. I wouldn't know what the fuck I'm even living on to begin with. Like I don't think that I would like really think about it. Like I'm thinking to myself in the Bronze Age, for example, right? What was the predominant perspective then?
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a lot of
you don't mean to, but you are.
I'm very sorry. I'm sorry, but can you explain, like, it's kind of hard to listen to, but can you explain who is talking when he's talking? I'm sorry.
Who is talking is not you. That's pretty much what's taken place, and we're having a conversation here with Spangle. We have been for quite a while, and if you feel that you have anything of value to contribute based upon the current questions that are being asked, I would say find an opportune time to maybe interject that value. But if you don't experience that, maybe just go ahead and sit on mute. Sorry, but anyways, Spangle, go back to what you're saying regarding the Bronze Age.
It would interest me what they would believe the shape of the Earth is, because that could probably be my perspective then as well. If like I had to come up with something by myself.
Right, because just on a daily basis, what do you experience the Earth as?
That's like, I know what you want me to say, but the thing is, I'm not even sure what I'm even experiencing.
I think that as a I'm a side I'm a side viewer, and I think that you should just explain, because you're criticizing the level of subjectivity that's happening in the current kind of thing. So I would like you to just please, because I think you're failing to realize how many viewers that are viewing you for you, and you need to present the pure you to the audience. So please disregard the authorities and become the pure you just for once in our lifetime, and let's see what that happens.
Okay, like, I'm sorry, I really have no idea, first of all, what you meant, and second of all, I don't know what I would think the Earth's shape is like if I didn't believe.
If you're responding to Skygazer, I'm sorry, I was on the phone. If you're responding to anything Skygazer said, he gets intoxicated. I wasn't I was being lighthearted about the Norway having strong beer as kind of a hit kind of thing.
Yeah, I know, I got that.
But he's a friend of mine. When he's sober, he's actually a really great guy. It's just drinks a little too much.
When he drinks, he's even a better guy. Like he's even out of a higher caliber or whatever.
Yeah, he gets really esoteric and cheeky and rude, disruptive, and a little incoherent. That is what alcohol does. But we can move on.
Right.
So basically, I guess you're saying you wouldn't begin to know unless you could see it or measure it.
No, it's just
which is pretty much what we're saying.
I wouldn't know because I'm so far removed from that situation where, I haven't been told what to believe or what not to believe, and so on and so forth. Right?
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is measurement about belief?
No, but it's like listening to somebody who tells you what they measured belief.
Exactly. You would have to believe someone who told you they measured something to be something, right? Like they claim that there's this measurement for this ball, but when we go, where is it? They take us to calculations based on it already being a sphere, or presuppositions that would take a circle and then assume it's a sphere, like with Eratosthenes, when you can do the same thing for your kitchen floor if you made the same assumptions. So there's actually no measurement. As a matter of fact, there's supposed to be a measurement, and I spoke about it earlier. the measurement is supposed to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of the feet. That will give you the distance to the horizon based on the measurement that the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 24,000 and change miles and radius of 3,959 miles. So that calculation or formula is a direct result of the supposed measurement. So the problem is, when we use that calculation, we don't see where the horizon is measurably where the math dictates it should be. So it can't be derived from the measure of the surface of that size. The only way you can determine the shape of something is to count its size or measure it. Only people who have a belief in this situation say unless, because no, that's actually the only way you would do it. In fact, you already know this, as you said, without any other outside inputs or whatever. How would I know what shape it was exactly? But the thing is, the way you would determine it is the way they've claimed they've determined it. And when we ask for where that is, it's non-existent. So.
Okay.
Calculations out the wazoo all day long. But the actual measurement, nope.
Sorry, I'm just finishing eating here.
Schnitzel, currywurst.
No, I actually ordered the 3 different Earth model meal, right? Like pizza balls representing the globe, onion rings representing like hollow Earth / donut, and the burger representing flat Earth. Yeah. But again, I think like
you know what's funny? Yeah, the burger can't really represent it, right? Remember what I said earlier about the bun and what I said about the portion of it that's flat? Is because that's an aspect of the thing in question, right? It's not actually the shape itself. So it's like, again, like none of us are even claiming to know anything other than topographically what it appears to be. As far as the whole thing, how could anyone know? That's the same. That's all we want to know. How could you know? How do you know?
I guess like a good way is if I just think about like my vacation experiences is being at some place like the shadows setting in a completely different manner, as well as like the earth the sun doing so, right? Like obviously, and basically the times of when the sun sets and rises being different. And if I were immortal and nobody else were around, I could probably figure out like the difference in if there is a difference, right? Difference in degrees between the shadows or the sun to a certain inanimate, immovable object. Like 2 of those at different positions.
You know what's funny about the difference in degrees? The difference in degrees is going to be measured off of the fact that you're using a flat baseline. You know, like a protractor. Isn't that interesting?
Okay, but the basically the effect it has is so negligible. It's kind of like you kind of have to use the Taylor approximation for that, as in you can at a certain level you can ignore certain factors and just approximate the the result, right? I mean, it like if you
can you give me an example?
Okay, if you try to calculate the area of something, right? Like the area of your garden, right? You, for the most part, you ignore the, and it doesn't matter if this has to do with the globe or whatever, but for the most part, you ignore curvature. You just do square foot by square foot, right? Or like foot times square foot, right? And that's what you do. And the Taylor approximation, like I said, could also apply to like a round Earth, where at a certain scale you could ignore the curvature of the Earth. For example, when you're measuring the degrees of a shadow.
Not when it's 500 stadia apart. That's insane to say.
What? No, you measure.
I'm sorry. I was thinking in terms of Eratosthenes, because that's what people usually go to when they talk about measuring the Earth. But yeah, it's funny because listen to what you said about ignoring the fact that there's curvature, except for the fact that that's just begging the question. That's just saying, well, we're going to ignore the fact that there is and act like we're not. Well, how about you're just doing the latter thing and there is no curvature to take into account.
Yeah, the Taylor. Oops.
Because when I say give an example, you're saying, well, that you're not giving me an example. You're supposing we would be measuring the square the area, right? And you're supposing if it's curved, we ignore that. I'm asking you to give me that's not
okay.
That's
Let me
not
give you another example. Okay, imagine, right? You let's see. You have like a mound of trash or whatever, like a trash dump, whatever, like a dump that you've basically kind of recycled into it becoming like a large, basically steppe-like patch of grass, right? And even though there is like a slight increase and decrease, like basically you go up a tad bit when you walk in one direction, down if you walk past a certain how would you call it, point, right? If you were to calculate an area on it, you could just, without any real harm to the calculation, ignore the curvature or like the steepness,
the slope,
whatever. Yeah, the slope of this, right? I mean, also,
yeah, I get that. Yeah, but that's also supposing that you're on a hill. Like I get that. Like if I'm on a hill and I want to know the length of it, yeah, I get that. What's your point?
Yeah, the point is that, like just because some factors at a certain scope aren't as relevant, and ignoring them because of that doesn't prove that they don't exist. It's like all I'm trying to say.
And that response is in relation to what was said. Like what specifically?
Well, I started talking about like the Taylor approximation, how it's like basically you said, well, if you measure like the degrees of a shadow, whatever, blah blah, like they basically use a flat tool against a supposedly round object, this case like Earth. And I said that basically on a certain scale, right, you can ignore certain factors and still achieve a like a more or less.
Well, when you were talking about the hill, you weren't talking about it really didn't have anything to do with scale. It had to do with, well, you're measuring from point A to point B on a hill. But when it comes to measuring an angle, you can't do that off a curved surface. You can't do that. Well, you can, but how would that be related? But you can, but it wouldn't be related to the curved surface because the plane would just be extended out in a linear fashion, right? From whatever point that you're measuring. And the problem with that is we're measuring the difference between 2 points. So the baseline must be in the same horizontal frame of reference, which means it's flat.
Bruh. I mean, look, how can the Taylor approximation be valid for one thing and then not valid for the same thing?
I didn't say what was and what wasn't valid. I was only talking about angles, and in order to apply that to the ground, then the relation would have to be that we're talking about a horizontal plane. That's all I said.
If we have like an obelisk that's like what, 7 feet tall or something, I don't think that the curvature, like if you were to assume that the Earth is a globe, right? I don't think that the curvature would have an impact on your measurement of the degree of the shadow and so on. It's just so minuscule that you can just factor it out.
Yeah, but that's why I said the distance that Eratosthenes is supposed to be working with, that's not minuscule.
Okay, I mean, I was just talking about how I would do it. I don't know about Aristotle.
I feel you. I just thought you were. I mean, because when I brought it up, I was specifically thinking about that distance, not like the distance between me and the end of my garage.
Okay, I mean, what distance?
Like, because locally, everyone assumes it's flat. It's so big that basically, as far as we can experience, it's flat. So that's already flat as a given. Like, so people are already going to say, well, the curvature in that sense is irrelevant. Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about 500 Stadia.
What? In which case?
Between Alexander and Syene, man.
Okay. I mean, I haven't referenced that at all.
I did, and you began to answer to it. And I'm like, I don't know why you're saying what you're saying. It's not like I'm opposing what you're saying about, how minuscule something is and blah blah. I didn't contend with any of that. You brought that up in response to me bringing up the angle and how it wouldn't work.
I mean, I talked about how you could measure the angles of shadows and so on, and I guess you alluded to that, but it didn't really react to that, other with a bit of confusion, I guess.
Okay.
I really like that GIF, by the way. I saved it.
The kicking the ball out one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Also the last.
So what about trying to validate that there is curvature, right? Because in that sense. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. In that sense, the conversation is a little different, right? Because we're actually supposed to be getting a value of something rather than saying, well, we don't have a value because it would be too minuscule. We're actually supposed to be finding something. So in the sense of curvature, we're supposed to be able to somehow figure out that there's convexity over certain distances based on how high above the surface of the Earth you are. And whenever we do that, and there's no curvature to be detected anywhere, we don't really get any responses other than, well, that's because the measurement you're taking, the The straight standard that would normally be a laser happens to be bending with the rate of curvature that is also presupposed, i.e., begging the question. There's this obstruction that's supposed to be at 1 mile, but it's at 10 miles instead, which doesn't make sense because they're not talking about the geometric horizon. They're talking about light arriving to your eye from that blockage, from another location. So it's actually non sequitur. When we say where is the obstruction, it's not there, but they tell us the reason that what they think is obstruction is somewhere else is because, well, light bends around the ball at a certain rate. I don't get that.
Okay, I mean, sorry.
Like everybody knows that light travels in straight lines for the most part. When they're detailing seeing something, I've seen them specifically say the reason that you can't see my face behind this piece of paper is because light travels in straight lines. If not, you would expect to see my face from around this obstruction. So it's fairly simple, fairly straightforward. We understand that there's Snell's law and refraction and how the angle of incidence can change when it goes when light travels from one boundary through a boundary from one media to another. But bending along the surface of a like light rays bending along a curved surface to give you a picture perfect image of what you normally would not be able to see. You can't even practically demonstrate that that can happen in any other circumstance other than you trying to ad hoc explain why the numbers don't match. Not you specifically, but typically the people that we talk to that try to argue after we've laid out the fact that the horizon is not geometric.
Okay.
So it's just odd that people either don't want to talk about like actual direct measurement because they pretty much say, well, you can't really do that. That's not really possible. But prior to 2 years ago, that's exactly what they did to try to disprove flat earthers. CFI investigators were powered by National Geographic, and they went out to the beach with some flat earthers. They put the camera as close to the water level as possible at 1 foot. The guy says that means that the horizon, the visible horizon, would be about 1.2 miles away, which means he's going off of the same formula we're going off of. And the boat goes out into the distance, and he's in the video, he's detailing how the stripes of the boat are disappearing because of the horizon. But in the video, and during the entire time he's talking, you can see that the horizon is behind the boat. So I don't understand what's hard for people to just accept what is. Clearly that was a huge faux pas on their part, and they didn't even realize it. And then when we pointed out to people, they just go, what about other pictures from NASA?
Okay.
Did you get the part where he was saying the horizon they claim to block something is actually behind the thing that they're claiming to be doing the blocking?
Not really, no.
Okay. So let's pretend that I hold a sheet of paper behind my head, right? And you can't see all of my face for whatever reason. And you can clearly see the sheet of paper behind my head. And I say, the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. But you're like, the sheet of paper's behind your head. And you're like, yeah, but technically the sheet of paper is blocking the front of my face. You would look at that person like a crazy person in that example, right?
Okay. So what's the connection here?
The connection is that's what they're doing with the horizon. The thing in the middle, the object to be analyzed, a boat, an oil rig, whatever, can be seen, but also maybe there's like something going on with it. But the horizon is behind it. But the horizon is the object or the thing being claimed to be doing the obstruction, but it's behind it. So the claim that the horizon is doing the blocking or the obscuring or occulting or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I got a Discord phone call, so.
I mean,
if it sounds confusing, it's because that's exactly. See, there's globe Earth rhetoric, and then there's anti-flat earthers that try to come out and rework and rejigger what has actually been claimed simply because we're pointing out contradictions and fallacies. Oh, there's a fallacy here. Oh, the reason for that is this. But no accredited university is on record for saying the things that some of these anti-flat earthers would say, just to challenge the fact that we're questioning something that we've come across that's supposed to be a fact but just isn't.
Okay, again, like I wasn't really confused by it. I'm just trying to like look at a few pictures to like confirm what I think it means.
What do you mean?
Like, I know what it means more or less, right? Like, piece of paper behind my head, it's obstructing my face or something.
Uh-huh.
But
so that's an idea that was proposed, right? It's like, imagine this, right? So you get that. Now, instead of saying, well, this is true, let me say, imagine that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, due to the fact that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Therefore, when I'm looking out into the distance and I'm looking at something that I know is marked to be, say, for instance, 6 miles or 9 miles, and then I see the horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles away based on the formula, but that horizon is actually beyond 10 miles, that is how this imagining is analogous to Gospel Bearers imagining. It's the exact same scenario.
Here, I put a GIF in the chat. So just the first oil rig, okay? They're going to tell you that there's a portion of that oil rig that you can't see the bottom of. And the claim is that the reason you can't see the bottom of it is because the horizon or the geometric, the curve, right, is blocking even the first oil rig. Okay? You follow so far?
Yeah.
But the horizon, the thing that's in question here, is behind the first oil rig. It's behind the second oil rig. And to claim that that horizon is the thing that's doing the blocking is downright silly.
I don't see a problem with any of this, though. Like, I'm a sailor. I sail on the down low, right? And this all seems completely normal.
How many horizons are there?
No, you have to you have to decouple what you actually, because that's what they try to do is hijack our experience and tailor the globe to it when actually there's no connection. So your experience and what a geometric horizon is has no correlation whatsoever. So whatever you've seen, just know that you've never broken out an Earth curve calculator and said, "Yup, that checks out." That's the point. That's what we're trying to point out. You may have seen something and said, "Well, oh, that's being blocked. Cool.
Okay.
That's the Earth curve."
I'm gonna ask it a different way. Smoggle. If there's a horizon at 1.22 miles in this GIF, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I don't know what, like, 1 point whatever miles. Like, I don't get what.
Okay, from 12 inches off of water. From 12 inches off of the sea level here, you would expect, based on the math, the geometry of the 3959 mile radius, you would expect a 1.2 mile horizon. That's where that number is coming from. It's from geometry of a 3,959 mile radius. So again, based on the claim that the Earth is a ball, based on the claim that that ball has a 3,959 mile radius, the horizon is supposed to be at 1.2 miles, 1.22 miles. If there is a horizon, at 1.22 miles, how is there also a horizon beyond 9.6 miles?
I mean, the man is not flush to the ground.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
Again, the math of where that 1.22 miles is coming from is based on an elevation of 12 inches.
Don't know what that means. 12 inches?
1 foot, 12 inches, a third of a meter or whatever.
Right, but I assume this person is standing at, taller than a foot.
No, the camera is physically 12 inches higher than the water level.
Okay. So what? I mean, I've seen this so many times when I was sailing, and and I don't see like two horizons here at all.
That's correct. You don't see two horizons. To claim that there are two horizons would be silly. That's the point I'm trying to make.
So what?
There's only one horizon. The horizon that you see.
If you live on a globe, you have to go on this imagination ride, right? And imagine that the obstruction of the rest of that land that you actually do see is at 1.2 miles. That would be factually correct in this imagining, based on the rhetoric from the globe, based on geometry. Except what we see is not that. So
okay.
A Glober's attempt to explain that is why we drew the parallel to the piece of paper. Because in essence, they're just basically saying that and going, yeah, it checks out. What's the problem? Like, you're kind of going, I've seen a horizon. What's the problem? But I don't think you get what we're saying about it being geometric. Like, the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In the examples we're talking about, both National Geographic and the Black Swan that we have with the oil rigs, the observation was taken at 1 foot. You plug that into the calculator, it's going to give you a distance of 1.2. So distance of what? Distance to your horizon. Except the distance to the horizon is not 1.2 miles. So it can't be blocking anything. You see the horizon beyond where it's mathematically described to be. If you lived on a ball with a sphere at the radius of 3,959 miles, there's really no way around that. The only thing we can say is, well, no, the horizon is beyond 10 miles. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still kind of looking at it.
What part of what I'm saying aren't you getting?
No, it's just let me just look at it for a few minutes.
Yeah. That's fine.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought, is it posted in the chat? Does anybody have that video? Because if not, we can just watch it now. It's like from the 3-minute mark to like the 4 minute. It's like a minute long. It's not that long. If you like.
I just.
Right, because you can either go to a beach yourself, or you can use some of the materials that we have. Hey, that's the beauty about it, is you can actually figure this out on your own. You don't need some higher source to validate whether the math is wrong or right. I mean, they've already proposed that this is what's going on, so all we're trying to do is find the evidence that it's either true or not true. That's all.
I mean, the only unusual thing is that it appears as if the it simply appears as if the platforms were like deeper into the water than they are. But I guess like all of this is more or less perspective. But I mean,
right?
Hold on.
Which I'm not going to go that far.
Can you see what you're not supposed to be able to see?
What do you mean?
If you're not supposed to be able to see it, right? Okay, I'm sitting in my room. I have an open door. There's a stairway to the right of my door. From where I'm at, I can't see the staircase, right? But if I could all of a sudden see it, that would mean something.
Well, I've just been coming here for about a year, so I don't know. This is different.
Are you hot, Mike and Elijah?
Sorry.
So no, it's okay. Again, there's an allegation, right? There's an allegation based on the proposition that Earth is a ball. The allegation based on the math is that there's going to be a hump between you and another object at a great distance. That hump should stop you from seeing things. That's the point. The good old-fashioned ships going over the horizon claim.
But you did mention perspective. I think he's aware of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's if I just remember like back to sailing school, right? It's like 2-3 things. I distinctly remember one thing where, like we, because obviously we had to always consider perspective, right, distance, and so on and so forth when we were sailing more or less towards the horizon and so on. And basically, like if you like we did this, we put like basically just a jar or something similar with like writing on it on one end of the table, like looked at it from like the other side of the table, but basically just from like flush table.
This is non sequitur.
And it looked very weird. Like it looked like the basically the bottom was kind of just disappearing almost, right? As opposed to when you're at a normal
Yeah, that's
height.
a perspective issue. That's non sequitur to the point we're trying to make.
And also the next thing is that, for example,
oh my God, if I say something is non sequitur, he continues.
Let me carry on.
With a fallacy,
do I have to
on the back of on the back of a point we're trying to detail to you so that you get it? You're trying to make a point on top of that is no relation to the point we're trying to get you to understand.
You haven't even heard what I'm about to say. How can you conclude this?
Okay, well, you got Cash App?
Okay. The next thing
Because I'll bet you $5 if you're willing. Let's make it fun. I hate to waste my time.
Okay. The next thing is that we were also taught that, for example, when it came to light, we were easily deceived by something like the sun setting, as the refraction of the air and water makes it seem as if the sun was actually higher than it was, and being in reality being below the horizon more or less, even though it's
that's begging the question.
Above it. Right.
That's begging the question and non sequitur to the point.
Kind of making it hovering.
Okay, I can't. This is rude as hell. When someone even wants to stop you to ask a clarifying question or stop you to point out that you're off track, like it shouldn't be something that's rude, because now I can see how people can consider me being rude at this point. But in all honesty, we're having a conversation about something specific. Now you're talking about perspective on top of a begging the question fallacy. When you have something that's obstructing your view from something else, you have no perspective of the thing that is beyond the obstruction. That's the point. There is no obstruction here where there should be, is the only point.
Okay. Either way, perspective is something that's more complex than, you just look at it and it's there.
Yeah, but it doesn't apply to the globe model perspective. That's the problem.
It's like the bridge is out or something, right? So he's trying to make the point that you should not be able to see what you shouldn't be able to see. But we see, therefore, the claim that you shouldn't be able to see it is invalid.
Well, we don't see the base of the oil rig, and we shouldn't see it, and we don't. The position is
the horizon is wow.
Yeah, the horizon is behind the rig. So if you're going to say that
the horizon is completely irrelevant if you factor in refraction.
The horizon is relevant unless what you're saying is a non sequitur. Then I could see why you're saying it has nothing to do with anything, because now you're making a point that's not relevant or related to the point that we're making, which is what I tried to tell you in the beginning. Now, when you're talking about geometry and when you're talking about something being physically somewhere to obstruct you, in this instance, at 1 mile, there's nothing that's going to change that. For instance, if I come into town every day and I know that my house is a mile away and I can see my house a mile away when I come into town, that means there's going to be no instance in which I come into town and it's like, oh, wow, I see the hospital that I know is behind my house, and oh, gee, look at my house. It appears to be behind the hospital that it's normally in front of. That will never happen. Perspective doesn't do that. Geometry doesn't do that. Nothing in this existence does that other than ad hoc thought projects.
What?
I.e., being able to, exactly what I said, being a hypothetical situation, like well, we have a horizon that's 1.2 miles, but it's actually beyond 10 miles, but it's actually 1.2 miles. It's the same thing. Exactly parallel.
And while we see it at 10 miles, he's also trying to say that it's obstructing 30 feet of a rig that's in front of it. And then he says that it appearing at 10 miles is irrelevant, while at the same time he says it's obstructing a rig that's in front of it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons you believed in.
Okay.
Spongle.
So?
How many horizons are there?
How many? What kind of question is that?
There's only one answer.
How am I supposed to answer this?
With the correct answer. It's a number.
Okay. I don't know, 3? Doesn't even matter what I say?
Yes, that would be an incorrect answer.
Okay.
I'll ask again. How many horizons are there?
You probably want me to say 1.
Can you show me a way that there could be more than one?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's slow down because we're not talking about there are
Elijah, there's an issue here. He just said you probably want me to say 1, which implies that he thinks there might be more than 1, and I cannot wrap my mind around any possibility of there being more than 1.
It might get pedantic because then he'll be like, well, look, here's this source that says there's a geometric horizon, a local horizon, celestial. What is it? What is the other horizon? All these other horizons, but
refracted?
when it comes to no, not refracted. That's nothing. That's not real.
There's only one.
We're talking about the horizon that is the visible boundary appears to be a boundary between the sky and the ground. That's the horizon we're talking about, the one that's visible, the one that we see when we look out into the distance. How many of those are there?
Okay.
Come again?
This is the response. This is the image he posted.
What about it?
Yeah.
What do you guys talk?
What was that, Fred?
So what are you guys talking about today? What's the subject?
We're just trying to I don't know what we're trying to do. What are we trying to do, Elijah?
How is an inferior mirage related to the geometric horizon?
I mean, it's just, the oil rigs appear higher.
Are you gonna do it again? Answer the question.
I'm saying what is truthful. Just because you don't have the nerve to listen to me.
So an inferior mirage is happening. An inferior mirage, because that's what this picture is showing. An inferior mirage is happening in the photo with the oil rigs. How is that related to where the horizon is? Because you know what inferior mirages are, right? They're what things appear to look like in respect or relation to the horizon. We're talking about why the horizon itself appears to be displaced. So what you're saying in this picture right here is non sequitur to the point that we're really trying to relate to you. Now, if you don't want to understand, then I'll just stop right now because you're a cool guy and it doesn't have to get into this. It doesn't have to get to the point where I feel like now you're just playing a game.
I seriously see nothing wrong with it. Is this?
Well, you're not addressing it. That's the problem. You're not addressing the issue. When you say you see nothing wrong with it, you don't understand the argument to address it in the first place. In fact, every time you brought up an example, it was do you know what non sequitur means?
Of course I do.
Okay, so then what's the problem?
Can I maybe walk him through the modus tollens argument that may clear some of this up? Maybe, maybe not.
I did it in a metaphorical way. Yeah, go ahead and do it in the more pure way. That may be helpful. But then, yeah, go ahead.
So, Spongle, if I can direct you to the live stream voice text at 50 minutes after the hour, you'll see that I memed a picture there from the oil rigs, the Black Swan, and there's some text on top of it. Do you see that?
See.
50 minutes after the hour, 50.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, cool. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to walk you through this modus tollens argument, which modus tollens would state that if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. You with me on that?
Okay.
So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q.
Hey, how do you come to that conclusion?
So that's just based on simple math.
Geometry.
Correct.
Here.
So not Q. So in this picture here, where do you see the horizon? Is it in front of the oil rig, in between the oil rigs, or behind the second oil rig? Where does the sky appear to meet?
Right. I mean,
the sea?
It like behind and between.
There's only one place where the horizon would be, right? The horizon is defined as where the sky appears to meet the ground, or in this case, the sea. So if you're on a boat, you're a sailor, and you're looking at the horizon, and this is what's in front of you, this exact image, where would you say the horizon is? In front of, in middle, in between, or behind the oil rig?
I mean, I would say behind them.
Okay, cool. So this picture was taken, right? The video is just above this, from a 1 foot observer height, meaning that if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then we should be seeing in this image a horizon no more than 1.225 miles. Now we have these oil rigs in this picture because they're known distances. So that last oil rig is 9.41 miles from where this video was taken.
Okay.
Do you understand the ramifications of a horizon that is not only further than 1.225 miles at a 1 foot observer height, but much further?
Meaning that
based on this observation, right, the radius and circumference of the Earth would have to be orders of magnitude larger than what it's claimed to be.
Don't you think that it has more to do with the basically, what you call it? Basically, that the bottom where the oil rigs would meet the water is obscured.
Where the oil rigs meet the water is not obscured. We see that in the image.
No,
the only thing that would obscure that would be the horizon.
No, what we see there is far above the water.
What do you mean? What we see is far above the water?
Can somebody post the image that's closer to dawn or dusk? where you can see the lights at the bottom of the platforms reflecting off of the surface of the water. As a matter of fact, in the image that you're looking at right now, you see the buoy that is in between those two oil rigs. I'm assuming that the buoy is a little further than the first oil rig, but regardless, it's in between, and you can see that buoy there sitting on the water. There's nothing obstructing it.
I mean, you call it buoy. I can't really tell what that is. Just seems like.
Look, I mean, you're just being skeptical for no. You're being skeptical for no reason. That is a buoy, and if you wanted to actually investigate me saying that it's a buoy, you actually can, because this is a location that you can look up on Google Maps, and you can figure out all of these things in that area are there. So why don't you just do that and listen to the words that are coming out of our mouths instead of saying, well, it's not. What is it if it's not a buoy? The fact is you can see it.
Yeah, but I don't know what it is.
So?
Like, you only said it. Like, isn't it your stance that you shouldn't just believe what you are told?
So the point being, because I've already looked on Google Maps, bro. Some of us have actually called and actually pinpointed all of these locations.
It's irrelevant what it is.
It is. It is.
Right, because the horizon is behind the second oil rig. If the Earth was a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, the leading edge of the globe, right, the geometric horizon, should be obscuring things starting at 1.225 miles. Do we see any indication of that in this photograph where the horizon is more than 10 miles away at 1 foot observer height?
Yeah.
So you see in this image 2 oil rigs, one at 6 something miles, the other at 9, almost 9.5 miles. And you're saying that the horizon in this image is at 1.225 miles away?
Yeah. I mean, possibly. I don't know. I haven't done the maths, but the thing is, I see that a significant portion of these oil rigs is obscured.
Okay.
It's not.
Why would you say that? We've been talking on and on about how the horizon is appearing way further than it should be. It's behind the oil rigs, and now it seems like you're trying to suggest that that very thing is obscuring them. Why would you do that?
I'm not
Yeah,
saying
you're being
that.
disingenuous.
I mean, basically, you're assuming that. How do I say this? Well, I mean, Photoshop them into where they are, and
It's from a video.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, just put them where they're supposed to be, and you will see that they just don't.
What do you mean where they're supposed to be? They are where they're supposed to be. They are where they are.
They are where they are.
They are where they are from a perspective, but they aren't where they are truly. Like, if you were to, like, without any air and the water being, I don't know, steel or solid, right? Right?
Okay, they're at 6.3 miles and 9.6 miles, respectively, if my memory is right.
And
that's where they are. That's how we know that your horizon is not where it has to be in order for the Earth to be the globe that you seem to think it is.
What do you mean? I see that it's obscured. Like, you see clearly.
Obscured by what?
Ocean. But water.
Okay, water. Okay, yeah, they're submerged. That's fine. Okay.
No. It's, you can't, like, look straight through it. Like, the more or less the horizon is in the way.
The horizon is behind it. Okay.
Do me a favor. Take a screenshot. Take a screenshot of that image and draw a line on it where you think the horizon is within that image.
The only thing that's blocking off the bottoms of those rigs is the water level, not the horizon, which is behind them.
Okay, let me walk you through what I'm trying to say. The horizon, which you mean, is basically where you cease to see or think to see.
Yeah, Yeah, exactly. We're walking you through the fact that has to be at 1.2 miles on your globe.
What I'm talking about is basically where the horizon starts and things become obscured because of the curvature, right? That's the horizon that I'm talking about.
That's the story.
That's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. That's the whole problem here. It's supposed to be at 1.2 miles. We've measured it to beyond 9.6. So
but you see that the bottoms, like the legs, are obscured and they're clearly not like hitting the water.
They go into the water. They go all the way down to under the water. So yes, the water is obscuring them because they're oil rigs that are on bedrock, which is below the water.
Come on, man, don't do this to me.
No, you don't do this. You're trying to say that something that is behind something is obscuring it. That is just, it's fucking stupid.
Have you ever looked at a sunrise or sunset at the beach?
Yeah, you told the story about the sun not being where it looks like it is. You told that story. Again, that's besides the point. It's a red herring. It's a non sequitur. It's not related. Okay?
It's completely related.
Okay, listen. If I told you, listen, you have two eyeballs, right? I'm not going to assume anything. Do you have two eyeballs?
Yes.
And you can see out of both of them?
Uh-huh.
Okay. What if I made the claim that if you put your hand in front of your face and you closed your left eye, you could no longer see your hand? And then you closed your left eye and you could still see your hand. Would you believe my claim, or would you dismiss the claim as invalid?
What are you talking about?
Okay, I'll say it again. You have two eyes. If I made the claim that by closing your left eye, like your eyelid closing over your eye, you're winking your left eye, all of a sudden you won't be able to see your hand. This is the claim. But then you try that out.
Okay.
And you still see your hand.
Yeah, with my right eye.
With your right eye. Wouldn't you dismiss my claim that you would no longer see your hand?
So how does this connect in any way to this?
It's another example of a modus tollens. It connects in that they say that the radius of the Earth is 3959, okay, in miles.
Okay.
That demands a horizon. That demands a horizon of 1.2 miles. It demands it.
Right.
Geometrically.
Okay.
So that claim is invalid. It's not demonstrable in reality. It has been disproven. It's fake. It's as fake as me saying by closing your left eye, you will no longer, your hand will disappear out of existence. It's an equally invalid claim. And it can be demonstrated over and over and over and over and over. There's probably 100 examples. There's probably more than 100 examples. There's as many examples as you can make up or discover, find, demonstrate, whatever. This can be demonstrated anywhere and everywhere is the point. And it has been demonstrated over and over again. There's no curve. There's no curvature. It's an invalid claim, and it's been falsified.
I just don't see it.
Yeah, exactly. You can't see the curve. It's invalid.
I can see. What I can't see is the non-existence of said curve.
The non-existence of said curve, precisely.
No, that's what I can't see. What I can't see is the curve.
Say that sentence again.
I can't.
Are you telling me you? Are you telling me you can see the non-existence?
No, that's what I. Look, what I can see is the curve. What I can't see is the non-existence of it.
Okay, point to the curve. Where do you see it?
Where do I see it? I see it in the fact that like the oil rigs themselves are obscured.
No, that's just you seeing things. What you are saying is obscuring them is behind them. That is impossible. So
What's
where do you see it?
obscuring the oil rigs? What's obscuring the oil rig? The first one. What's obscuring the bottom of it if you think it's being obscured?
The water.
Right, because it goes down into the water, right? So you're saying the portion that's above the water on any typical day is being obscured by the water in this picture?
Oh, if you were to go closer, you would see more of the base of it, but there's more or less water in front of it, blocking your view of it.
Right. So that's
why
on the
it
first oil rig.
seems as if it's like slightly on a slope.
So that's on the first oil rig. You're claiming that in front of the base of that oil rig, there is water obscuring it based on a horizon, right? Based on a geometrical curve. So then what is obscuring the front of the second one, and why do we appear to see water over a curvature? How is that taking place?
Refraction.
Okay, you're trying to have it both ways. You're using refraction to displace your geometric horizon to 10 times the distance that it can possibly be at, and then simultaneously you're claiming that that thing that's been displaced to beyond the oil rigs is also obstructing them. So you're saying, we don't see the curvature we're supposed to see, but we also do see it.
That's why I asked you how many horizons there were, and you acted confused by that question.
Yes.
Yeah, there's one horizon, the one that we see.
Okay.
You're adding in an imaginary horizon and pretending you see it.
No.
Or believing you see it.
Yeah, I grew up sailing. I kind of know what I'm looking at.
Right. So when we say that the horizon, the definition of a horizon is where the surface appears to meet the sky, right? So you're saying that at the base of that first oil rig, anything horizontally from the base of that first oil rig that we see above that level in the picture is actually sky, but then you're saying it's water. Do you understand why we're having a very hard time with your statements? Because the horizon, if it's blocking where the sky appears to meet the water, is blocking that first oil rig, but then we see water again, and we see another oil rig, and you say at the base of that oil rig, there's another line where the water appears to meet the sky, but then past that, we see more water, and then we actually see where all across the image, we see water meeting sky. Do you understand how illogical that statement is, and how it in no way reflects the actual image? You're just creating this statement because the modus tollens argument completely destroys
the land rat logic.
The radius
clearly, none of you have ever gone to sea.
Okay, look, here's what you don't understand. For the horizon, for the curvature of the Earth to be obstructing things from the bottom up, it has to be at that specific, necessary, geometric 1.2 mile distance, and it has to be also in front of the things that you think it's obstructing. This is really basic.
Okay.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know what the word what's the word geometric mean? Can you define geometric? Is that something you can define?
What?
Do you understand what geometric means?
Like yelling at me from a car or something?
Oh, so now you're concerned trolling yourself? Oh my gosh, here we go.
Yeah, he's not yelling at you. Just because his mic sounds that way doesn't mean anything in regards to the question he asked you.
Okay. I mean, in general, as far as I recollect, it's concerned with like objects and space.
Here, I'm posting definitions because that's what I do.
Yeah, because I think that's where his mind is not understanding the word geometric. Because people throw this word around and they don't understand what it means. You know, we as human beings throw words around without understanding the definition nowadays, and that's a problem. I do it myself, so I've had to go back and learn things that I thought I knew. And so I guarantee he has no idea what that word means.
Well, I posted the definition. This is akin to saying that the wall behind you is blocking you, and then saying that you see that it's blocking you. You like you're looking in the mirror, right? Looking in the mirror at your face, and you're saying that the wall behind you is blocking your face.
I absolutely have no idea what you're talking about.
Spongle, are you having a mental breakdown or what's going on?
Are you trying to explain to him what the geometric horizon is? Is that what you're doing?
No, we're just trying to explain to him what geometric means. That's what we need to start at. Horizon will be the next one, but he needs to understand what geometric means.
Well, imagine you're a little tiny ant and you're stuck on a basketball, right? And then a quarter way around the ball is another ant. Can you see him? And one ant see the other?
Oh, God. Yeah, I mean, in this case, scale is small enough. There aren't things like refraction, for example.
No, you understand the question, right? Obviously, clearly, one ant cannot see the other in the description I gave, right?
But in this case, if you factor out things like refraction, for example...
Dude, refraction. I just gave an instance
how do you
Well, then listen to me.
How do you factor? Listen. No, stop. No, stop.
Let me actually finish the singular sentence instead of calling on me for to stop. Like I make up 0.1.
Stop. Because obviously you're trying to ram in refraction. The only thing I want to ask is, how do you factor in refraction? How do you factor in a light phenomenon for something that you cannot see?
Calm yourself. So first of all, what I was trying to say concerning the ants on the ball, but the other ant wouldn't see is...
Nah, son. First of all,
he told you to calm yourself.
I know, like,
yeah,
no,
like,
just
calm yourself.
go do something else. I don't know.
Nah, dude, nah. Calm yourself, man.
Now I understand. Now I understand why you were in a mathematics Discord trying to cheat on your mathematics exam. I get it now.
Well, he deals with mathematics.
Go do something else. Like you.
His professor to calm himself.
He's just a university student. That's kind of besides the point. Listen.
He's a sailor too now. Don't forget that.
Bongle, this is the epitome of cognitive dissonance.
Well, I muted him so everyone knows.
I know. Holding two things in opposition simultaneously. I'm eating my cake and I'm having it too.
I mean,
you cut out, Rod.
Oh, I said the explanation the gentleman gave on the two ants on the basketball is a perfect example, and this kid found some way to skate around it. I was like,
he was just gonna say, if you factor in refraction, the only what kind of crazy person doesn't allow someone to interrupt to say, how does that work? Because if you're not going to elaborate, then what you're saying could be potentially falling on deaf ears. I don't understand what you mean when you say factor in refraction. How do you factor it in? Please let me know.
That is just crazy talk. You know, you can see
not because they say this word. They say this word, but okay. Demonstrate for me or elaborate for me how refraction plays a role in things blocking things or not blocking things.
I mean, so the ant, so whatever's refracted, so the ant can see the other ant because of refraction, right? So that's basically what he wanted to say.
right, here we go. Here we go. This is in the chat. The square is going to block the circle. Then we look at the square and the circle. Oh, well I guess the square isn't blocking the circle. But then somebody comes in, Spongle, and you say, I don't understand what the problem is here. This makes perfect sense to me that the square is blocking the circle. It's obvious that the square is blocking the circle. Look, obviously, the square is blocking the circle. And everybody's like putting GIFs in the chat and of confusion and exacerbation, hoping that you could just free yourself for just a moment from holding on to whatever it is that you're holding on to and go, oh, I see now. The horizon, the square in my little picture, is not blocking the rigs, the circle in the little picture. Yeah, I'm making fun of the absurdity of your claim, Spongle. I am. Because it was a profoundly absurd claim. It doesn't matter who you're talking about. The fact of the matter is you claimed that the horizon was blocking the oil rigs, even though the horizon is most evidently, most apparently, irrefutably behind the oil rigs. So to say that it's behind and in front at the same time is profoundly absurd.
It's heresy.
But it's not heresy. That's not even applicable. It's absurd.
Sorry, I'm just trying to.
Here. Plainly illogical. Absurd.
He knew what he was doing.
The single thing that I was trying to say is, if there is no refraction in this funny like ant thing, right?
What kind of refraction? What kind of refraction are you invoking to get that 10-mile horizon at the 1-foot observer height?
Please,
all of that's besides the point.
Finish this sentence. I was just trying to say, in this case, right, the one ant would not have the other ant in full view because it would be obscured partially by the ball itself. And that's
is the square blocking the circle?
Well, that's not analogous because that doesn't happen.
Hold on, Spongle. Is the square blocking the circle?
What do you mean?
Look at this. Look at the little picture I drew.
You drew a circle and a square separately.
That's correct. Is the square blocking the circle?
What? This is
it's like, a yes or no question.
It's like, okay, bro, is 1 + 1 2?
Yes, and you can answer that question easily.
Right. So I'm right. Yeah, because it doesn't really have to do anything with what you're saying.
Answer the question with a yes or no.
You're presupposing that this is the correct perspective.
Answer the question with a yes or a no. Is the square blocking the circle? Yes or no?
What am I supposed to say?
The correct answer. We've been through this before.
Like you talk as if you are holding like a gun to my head. What's going on here?
It's disturbing to me because I have such a high regard for humans and their capability of thought. I think of humans as special and different than I don't know, robots, programs, other creatures, insects, whatever. So I have high expectations unless you demonstrate otherwise. I'm asking you a simple question. In the picture that I posted at 31 after the hour, is the square blocking the circle? It's a yes or no question. You answer with the appropriate answer. It's very simple. Is the square blocking the circle?
Like, why do I have to answer your bait question? There's only one answer. You know it. Why are you even asking me this?
I'm not convinced that you know it. That's the issue.
Oh! You don't know it. You drew a circle and a square on a two-dimensional plane, and you're asking me if the square is blocking the circle. Like, I couldn't even tell if the two were overlapped.
Correct. I'm trying to ascertain how much of a reality denier you are.
Yeah, because pretty much what you're doing, it's no different than if we've got a street light and then maybe say like a large building further down the road behind the street light, and then you say that the large building is obscuring the street light.
That's not what we're...
That's what you're doing when you say that we've got a horizon past the oil rigs, and then you simultaneously claim that that thing is obscuring them. That's what you're doing.
They're separate, Spongle. They're in two different places. One of those places is behind, much like the square that I drew. It's behind the circle. Just like the oil rigs are in front of the horizon. It can't be behind and in front of at the same time. This is simple. You're claiming otherwise. That's why everybody's treating you like you're insane. That's why I'm asking you such a ridiculous question. And you couldn't answer it. But why, though? Why couldn't you just go, obviously not, the answer is no, how is this connected, asking clarifying questions, but you didn't do any of that. You refused to answer.
Well, because it's like just a humiliating thing to do.
You're the one humiliating yourself
like Neil.
by refusing to accept the fact that the horizon behind can't be the obscuring in front of. The thing behind can't also be the thing in front. Do you understand these words?
Yes, you have never been to sea. You have never seen this.
You're not demonstrating that you understand these words. The thing behind cannot be the thing in front.
It sounds like
he's saying.
Behind does not equal in front. Do you understand these words? Behind does not equal in front.
It's like,
bro, it's a yes or no question. Okay.
Look, just so you
No. I don't. No.
He just said, like, you've never been to sea, as if, I guess that does happen at sea, that things that are behind things can somehow also appear in front of them if you're at sea, I guess.
I do a lot of offshore fishing. Never seen anything of the sort. I would have to equate this to some type of quantum horizon where there's
quantum horizon.
A horizon obscuring and a non-obscuring horizon duality. You guys just don't know quantum physics enough.
I would say for him, for him to watch this video, but based on his answers to the horizon and the oil rigs, he might just say, well, the thing that's blocking the strips of the flag is the horizon. Even though he can see the horizon behind the boat, he might still say that. Because that's basically what he's saying here. He's like, yeah, you can't see the bottom of the oil rig. Not due to the horizon. Where's the horizon? Well, it's between and it's behind. I don't have Gospel Bearer, there's no hope in humanity because that's a mirror of it right there. They're gone already. We have to start with new children. We have to start
I've
over.
got 3,
that's
bro.
what it is.
I've got 3, and I
got
thankful.
1. I can only afford 1. I got 1.
Well, that may or may not be a toolbox fallacy, but I got you, bro. Take your time and make it worth it with the one you've got. We do have some new people in the in the chat, though. We have Papa Glitzy and Finn. Because you guys came in almost simultaneously, I'm going to ask you guys to go on up to VC Verified. Or VC Check-In. That's what it's called. Names. Kron, is that another one? Yep, Kron, you too. Kron just left. All 3 of them moved on up there. I don't really feel like it, but maybe somebody's going. I know I told him to go up there, but maybe somebody would do the grand honor of checking those guys in.
I'm actually shocked by the words that came out of that guy's mouth.
So he followed up in the chat, and said, if I put a balloon in the water, is the water in front of or behind it? And I responded with, water doesn't equal horizon, because it doesn't, because we're talking about the horizon. We're not talking about the water, we're talking about the horizon. So it's this conflation, this dedication to wanting a thing to be true that allows you to obscure the meaning of words and what you like. It's just ignoring.
Is he having like a hard hit cog this, or he's just playing some game with us? I don't understand.
I do not. I personally don't think that he's playing a game.
Well, initially he seemed genuine. It might be strong cog this. I don't know. He came in pretty cool. He seems pretty cool and all. But it's like finally when we get to the details, because remember he said I couldn't really figure out which one it is. You watch the debate and you're like, it could be this, it could be that. He's one of those people, and it's like, nah, my man. Things that are just are. And the first thing I brought up was the geometric horizon that isn't geometric, and this is where we got. So we know that whenever we actually discuss details, because as far as they're willing to go is, well, we don't really know. We can never tell. Probably so they could secretly go, therefore, I'm just going to stay in the mindset that I already have and go watch the 100 and Star Wars and whatever else that I like. But once we said, no, definitively, look here, there's no curvature, it's like, nah, I can't have that. There's got to be some kind of explanation, fraction or something.
Is there somebody that
someone needs to create a visual representation of this whole thing for people? So, because it's hard for them to wrap their mind around what we're trying to explain, and I think that's where the disconnect is, because they can't visualize what we're trying, and then at the same time, when you show them something, they don't want to look at it. So it's like it's like I don't even know how to help these people because they don't want to open their eyes. They prefer the cognitive, the blissful ignorance, but they still come in here, which I don't understand.
That's why I said to him, I said, yo, we don't have to have this conversation. The only reason I'm engaging with you and stopping you is because you're saying things that need clarification. I'm not stopping you to say, no, you're wrong, and then making my own point. You're speaking in relation to something that I said, and I'm like, whoa, that thing you said, can you elaborate? And it's like, oh, you guys are interrupting me. Come on, man, this is unreasonable.
And here's the other thing. He just said, step 1, put up resistance. Step 2, get perma-muted. My response, which I know everybody could just read for themselves, but I'm going to say it out loud anyway. Step 1, state illogical claims. Step 2, double down. Step 3, mercifully get muted to protect your dignity from your own foolishness. That's it. You can whine all you like, but we're just trying to help you out. Anyway, Big Crit Nasty, please go up to VC check-in so that you can get VC verified and join the conversation.
Hey, Gospel, you got crazy wind out there too? It is blowing like crazy.
Probably on and off. I hadn't been. Well, yeah. I mean, my trash can is dislocated, so or mislocated. Yeah. So yeah.
If there's a chance that guy was being sincere, then his brain is twisted into knots. Right? I've never seen such bad cognitive dissonance.
Yes.
I think he's confused, but he's still globe. He's just confused as to what he believes. Because why come here unless you just want to just rile people up? You just want to be a troll. But he might just be confused and curious.
I think he's confused too because that was the reason I was saying, well, what you're saying is non sequitur. And that's why I asked him if he knew what non sequitur meant because
And he said, yeah,
I'm
he
like,
obviously
you
doesn't.
know, or maybe I don't know because I was just saying, hey, the point that you're making is not related to the problem that I'm trying to put in front of your face. Can you address the problem? And he's like, yeah, but and I'm like, no, what you're responding with is actually unrelated. So perspective, something that's not in Earth curve calculators, right? That's the point. We have perspective because we know that that's just what it is in real life. And then there's the Earth curve calculator map.
He was mixing
right,
both,
like that's
parts with them. Yeah,
it's like no, you don't have perspective. Even perspective perspective is not going to stop something that's 10 feet away from a 10-foot wall from blocking things beyond it. There's nothing about that that's going to perspectively change whether or not there's obstruction there or not. So even still. And then I'm like, oh, that, what about the buoy that's there? I don't know if it's a buoy. I'm like, now you're just now you're just at an extreme level of skepticism, and I'm trying to disengage it, and I don't know if you want me to or not.
It's all of the besides the point. That's besides the point. That's besides the point. That's besides the point. Sticking to the point. And oof. And then the victim card. I'm gonna play the victim card. I'm gonna refuse to acknowledge how ignorant I was.
I don't think it's his first time here, is it? I've seen him before here.
Yeah, he had no roles.
I think I've seen it before.
I wish they would put the same skepticism towards the globe claims.
It's been a while though. I think I haven't heard from.
I'm not aware that this username came in newly.
Newly?
He had no roles. Yeah.
Interesting. When did he create the account?
I knew he was disingenuous as soon as he refused to acknowledge that two ants a quarter way across a ball cannot see each other. He's like, well, in case, if this. I'm like, come on, dude.
Yeah, he's trying to have it both ways all the time. Trying to have the proof against his globe and his globe simultaneously.
Yeah, I was just disingenuous entirely, so I don't even care.
Could be transparent ball.
Yeah, I don't think it was disingenuous, just for the record. I really think that he lacks the understanding. He just lacks understanding. Sometimes you just lack understanding because you're not actually thinking about reality. You're thinking about your imagination. And if your reality is your imagination, then things are going to be pretty messed up.
Yeah, so his mind is trapped into equation that he can't apply it in reality, and then I don't get.
Correct. By the way, account creation, January 17th of this year.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, I saw.
Well, then for us men, pride steps in, right? That's a problem we all share. So his pride is being hurt. So he's not going to concede, because your pride, you thought you knew what was going on, and now you're hearing some information that's challenging your whole belief system. But it's not something you believe; it's something you feel is true. You know what I'm saying? So now we're telling you that it's not, and you're like, "Fuck that!" That's what your mind's telling you, and you just admit it.
So they're like Professor Dave, pretty much. Then it's like, damn, it was a point I was going to make, but I forgot. The moment I said Professor Dave, I remembered how upset I just was from watching that bullshit debate. Man, I don't even. I love Dave Weiss, man. Like I've promoted him to talk about it, but he had no business debating fucking Professor Dave. I'm sorry, he had no business doing it. Because I can foresee every Glober ever, everywhere I frequent online, just to tell me, hey, do you know that your priest, the one that is popular for being the most educated of all you flat tards, was just destroyed by Professor Dave? It's like, that's going to be very annoying.
Not really. You can just say, I don't care about personalities, and then just get back to the subject matter.
Yes.
So it is annoying because I've been fighting for the last 3 years to tell people, stop calling me a Nathan Oakley sock. So it's just going to be annoying.
But what Crypto said, right?
But I mean, people say to me sometimes, sorry, Gospel. Some people say to me sometimes, oh, you're parroting X, Y, and Z. I'm like, no, I'm not. I don't parrot anyone. Like, and also, if you can't respond to the point I'm making, then just concede defeat or respond to it. Like, that, it really is that simple. Just disregard personalities. It doesn't matter. Person X said thing Y. Who cares? Is it true or is it false? That's all you have to do.
Yeah, and if person X says something that's true, are we supposed to say something that's not true just to not be saying what they say? I mean, that's just dumb.
Yeah, man. So don't worry about personalities. Personalities don't matter. And this is the shit they do. They bring up, oh well, all of the scientists say X. I don't care what scientists say. I care what they can prove. That's what actually matters.
Yep.
I'm very confused as to whether or not he understood or didn't understand, because it's like, okay, I can understand how hard it is to accept certain things, but the parallels that we were making, it's hard to say that he couldn't see the point we were making, because it's directly, if I'm saying there's a paper in front of my face, or the gospel verse that it's behind its head, but actually it's obstructing you, and the guy's like, no, but I can see it, it's behind your head. Yeah, but it's in front of my face. That's exactly what's happening with the black. It's like, yo, there's the horizon now. Geometrically speaking, if the Earth were a sphere, that thing's supposed to be at 1 mile blocking stuff. And the fact that it's behind where it's supposed to be, those oil rigs are in effect the face, and the horizon is in effect the paper. Why couldn't he understand that?
I broke it down as simply as behind, and I'm putting it in the chat, does not equal in front. It wasn't good enough.
So did he see the picture I posted with the lights reflecting off the water?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
yeah, that's where I was.
That water's 6 miles away. That water's 9 miles away. So, like, it can't be behind the horizon. That's impossible.
Again, behind doesn't equal in front. He couldn't understand that. How could he understand anything else?
I mean,
right.
That's even an infant knows that. I mean, you can
That's
tell a
what I'm
toddler
saying.
that's looking for a toy. Oh, the toy's behind the couch. And they'll go behind the couch and look for it. Like, Mom, where's my teddy bear? Oh, I can't see it anywhere. Oh, it's behind the couch. You don't understand that? Oh, I can't see the oil rig. It's behind the horizon.
Yes.
Like, what the hell?
You're right. A baby, if you take their toy and you move it around behind your back, the baby doesn't grab your belly. The baby reaches beside you and tries to grab the toy that they know you just put behind your back.
It's like one of the first things children learn. You play hide and seek or peekaboo, right? It's one of the first things kids learn.
To be fair, object permanency is a systematic childhood developmental stage that they don't have at the beginning. And many Globers stay in that stage for their whole life.
I was just, yes. That's what I was saying by we need to start over, because I'm beginning to think, because it's not just about the topic of flat Earth. It's this dumbass Will Smith thing, and people's logic are similarly broken everywhere, regardless of the subject. And it's like, I don't think I can overcome this. There's nothing that I can say that, like, I had to go, I care when I'm making or committing a logical fallacy, so I want to be aware. What can I learn about them? How do I classify them? Like, beyond the simple ones that we know. Like, if someone is being deceptive about a detail that you want to know, you know when they're being subversive. You know, like it's so. The thing is, people will straight up tell. People have straight up told me, "How do you know that logical fallacies are legitimate? You read that from somewhere." They don't understand that like some things just exist independent of. It's not. I don't know. I don't know. When people when you try to say, "Look, you're thinking wrong," they just go, "Aren't you using words? Haven't you read something? Who's to say how you're thinking is right?" How do you respond to that? Like after someone's committed a logical fallacy and you're like, "Here's how. Let me give you a parallel example." And they're like, "But that's not what I said." But you can't see how it parallels? Okay.
Logic is above language. Logic isn't exclusive to any given language.
Right.
But see, that logic is something that women have a problem using. Now, I don't mean to just say that.
See,
No, hold on. I'm not trying to make an argument. I'm just saying this is true because women are emotional.
Every day I want to say the same thing, and then I remember we got bad ladies
Right?
here.
But they're you have.
But I do want to say it every day. I'm not gonna lie.
Right. So it's like 1 out of 10 use logic. They have to be taught it. It's not something that that's intrinsic for them because they are emotional creatures. They're nurturing, blah blah blah. Right. So I've dated lots. You know, what I'm saying from the girl. It's very rare I get one that just uses logic and knows how to compartmentalize emotions and logic. Right. Not go off. You know, so a lot of these men that are coming here, dude, these are very emotional men, very sensitive men. You know what I'm saying? You expect a woman to be sensitive because of her nature, right? But these men nowadays, dude, I have no idea how they're men because they don't use logic anymore. It's like your job requires you to use logic. Most of the work we do requires us to use. We can't do our job based on our emotions. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so I don't understand this kind of behavior. So it's like either we're striking a chord with these guys and then they just get so butthurt about it that they are not willing to rationalize and reason. You know, they just go straight into the emotions and they stay there and they don't want to come out.
There was a fear. There was a fear for him to answer at least two of my questions that anyone could answer. Is the square blocking the circle was one of them. I can't remember the first question. But
horizons are there?
What was that?
How many horizons are there? Is one.
Correct. The issue with that question, when I said how many horizons are there, he's like, how can I even answer that question? And acted as though the question had an obvious answer of the number one, and at the same time, he wanted it to be more than one. And this is demonstrated in his refusal to acknowledge that the horizon was the horizon wasn't both behind and in front of the oil rigs. His refusal to acknowledge that it wasn't behind and in front at the same time, which is either a fundamental misunderstanding of what horizon means or the belief in imagination over reality in some type of quantum state horizon. maybe there's another possibility. I don't know.
Did anybody from the new group make it, or did anybody check them in?
They were definitely being. A handful of them are still up there. There's 4. It looks getting checked in. Yeah. Look. So I just got the heads up that they look like they're here to troll because they all came in at the same time. They're friends. Blah blah blah. So heads up for that.
Hey, this might be a good time for me to chime in quick. What's up, Elijah? What's up, Gospel?
Hey, D. What's up, man?
Yeah, hope I'm not coming across too hot. Is the mic good?
You sound great, like a radio host.
Thank you. Well, hey, I was just a couple days ago. You guys probably saw my post. I'm trying to get some flat Earth. I hate the word recruits, but on VR chat, which is a virtual world. And I found somebody today, just a few minutes ago. I added him. I gave him the invite to the server. I ran into him by complete accident on VR chat, and he's not necessarily a flat earther or a glober. He's kind of like more on the fence, but we had a little, probably half an hour talk, and I talked him into coming into the Discord server and the YouTube live stream. So it's going to be pretty cool to see how it turns out. If you want to jot his name down, his name is like Billy Sprinkle, but
okay,
just keep an eye open for him. I told him, I go, if you jump on, I want to listen too, because he was pretty interesting to talk to, and he was totally respectful. He's more like he wants to look at it by all direct, angles and stuff. So it was kind of refreshing not to get an idiot. So
I got a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
In this VR thing, can you make, can you like recreate like the Black Swan or any of these other things?
That's what I was thinking, and I wanted to try to do it as simple as possible. Imagine I want to make maybe a circular room, and then maybe see if I can make the floor the representation of what we call as the flat Earth representation, just so they have a visual, and then all around the room will be like posters. So we'll have the Black Swan, maybe just the meme, and then maybe a paragraph explaining it, and then sprinkled all throughout the whole place, I'll just have links to the Discord to come right back here, and then also to check into the YouTube stream. But that's what I want to do. I'm looking into, I think I'll have to use a 3D program like Blender or Unity, and I can create a world and basically make it go live on there. I'm gonna have to look into that maybe over the weekend or something. But no, I was excited because I was in the chess room. I go there go ahead. I was just in there playing chess, and I saw. Yeah, there's a chess room, and I was in there just hanging out. I do that once in a while, and I saw just a random person with the screen name Flat Earther, and of course I was I go Flat Earther, I go I'm a Flat Earther, and then of course 5 or 6 people. There was probably 28 people in the chess room. Right, we're all watching and playing chess, and probably 3 or 4 of them were like, get the fuck out of here, get out of here, you're flat, whatever. But one guy approached me and he had some pretty good questions, and it's here, let's go to a private room and we'll talk. And I did. I kind of gave him a couple breakdowns about, the Black Swan concept and the looking farther than we should and the laser, just some real basics and stuff, and the, second law of thermodynamics violations and stuff. And it was interesting. So lo and behold, he already had Discord, so I sent him the link, and he seems like he's going to be an interesting guy to talk to. So yeah, that's basically it. I'm excited. I'm hoping to get more. So there you go.
Cool. By the way, I've been seeing you type for years now. I don't think I've ever heard your voice.
Yeah, hey, well, yeah, I kind of took a break. It's weird how time goes by, too. I mean, somebody says it was a year since I've been back, but it's just weird how time goes so fast. It never seemed like it was that long, but I was always popping in once in a while, typing, and I would listen on YouTube here and there when I was doing some work and shit. But I'll try to get back more often. But also, what's up, Indio? I've been listening to you guys on YouTube quite a bit, but not near as much as I used to. Yeah, doing
Been a
good.
while since I heard you too, man.
I know. It's just I guess it was so much easier for me just to put YouTube on. Like I'll be working in the garage or something, or whatever. I'll just have the YouTube stream going, and that's basically what it was. But it's good to be back. Just been busy with life and shit. But yeah.
Yeah. Plus, you got to give this shit a break sometimes, man. It's like it can be psychologically draining. Obviously, if you just listen to this other guy.
Yeah.
When they don't understand the word behind. Like,
I think that's kind of what happened too, and it wasn't like I took a break. It just I did take a little bit of break, like I was pulled away for work things and stuff, and then since being away, it was almost kind of like I got weaned off the drug, or I got weaned away from it, and so it's slowly coming back now. But yeah, it's interesting. It's a good break. People need it once in a while. But yeah. But I'm excited about this VR chat because I see lots of people in there, and I want to start approaching them more. And it just happened today, kind of organically, and we'll just see. Maybe I'll try to get more recruits or people from, even if they're on the fence. I told this guy, you don't have to be a flat earther. We actually welcome people that are globers too, if you want to come in and talk, as long as you're respectful. And he seemed pretty cool. But I want to try to get more, and we'll see how it goes over time here. But cool.
Yo, VR chat is crazy, dude. Whatever map you go into, go look for the mirrors. Go look for the mirrors, and you'll find a bunch of people who just sit there all day.
That's right.
It's really weird, bro. And they just sit there and look at themselves, dude. And those are the guys that I would go talk to.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, because they're chatting, like they just want to talk about stuff. So I just haven't actually brought up the flat Earth yet. But just today, when I saw that username Flat Earther, I couldn't help it. I was almost kind of, almost like hesitant because I don't want everybody jump all over me. You know how it can get. But it was cool today though. But yeah, I'll send you my VR chat username, Chemtrail, and then you can add me on there. But I think it's going to be cool. It's another outlet. It'll be another outlet to get more people interested in
dude.
discussing.
I just watched a shit ton of documentaries on a bunch of stuff. So it's like VR chat was in there.
Yeah.
It was like, what was it? It was like the dirty. What is it? It was like the dark truth about VR chat. That shit was crazy. That was a sick documentary, bro. The dark truths of VR chat. That shit was insane.
I'll have to see if you can find a link for me. I'll check that out. But I'm kind of new to VR chat, new to VR in general. It was just before Christmas when I got it, and it's blowing me away. But it's not just for games. I've lost like 32 pounds, but just by playing, fitness games on it too, and regular games. And it's just the chat part of it is way cooler. It's almost like the free chat program is worth the whole thing just in alone because you can meet so many people from around the world. So it's cool. Excuse me. But yeah, VR chat would be another. I'm hoping to make a 24/7 flat Earth room in there it'll be always open and then pointing right here to our Discord. That's what I want to do. So, anybody have posters? That's what I was going to say. Like maybe do a call out. Maybe Indio can make a room. There might be one somewhere. Like just nothing but memes, which will be cool. And then I can just go through and snag them, and then hang them up as posters in the new world.
Dude, you could set up like a museum. You could set up a museum or something, dude.
Museum.
You can do a lot of shit in VR. You can do whatever you want in VR chat.
Yeah. I was gonna make it simple. Yeah. But you're right, museum. Like they just walk around and look at the art, the flat Earth proofs.
Wow.
And I think people can click. I think people can actually click a button and have the YouTube stream come up too. So I can literally say, push this button, and then boom, up comes the live stream. So I can even have that as well. So I'll work on that.
Dave, can you make the world a globe in VR?
Oh crap! I couldn't hear Dave that well.
Can you make the world a globe in the VR thing?
Actually, you know what's interesting is I don't think so. I think it always defaults to like the Minecraft. When you're making your worlds, it's all presupposed as being a plane. So that's cool. Even VR chat they already operate like you're on a plane.
Yeah,
that's cool. Nice, Dave Hinkle. That was cool.
Yep, good to hear you, man. My mic's up, so I'm shutting up.
Yeah, good to hear you too, man. I mean, a lot of you people. Crypto, what's up, boy? I mean, there's so many. I mean, Elbow Rico, what's up? I know it's good to be back. There's a lot of names in here. I've been back since what 2015 with you guys, or even before Discord. But yeah, it's good to be back, guys. I'm gonna jump back over on VR chat. Actually, one thing I will say quick is next interaction I have, I can tell the VR chat, the Oculus headset to record it. I should have had that whole conversation recorded. I was just so in the moment, but I can actually hit record, boom, and I can save it to like YouTube so we can see what it's like. It was basically like finding somebody in the wild, completely new to the whole topic. And I had like a half an hour back and forth with them, but I wanted them to come here because this is probably the best place to get more knowledge. So, but I will record some of those too. But I'll let you guys go, and peace.
Cool, man.
Stay flat.
Cool, man.
Yo, check your DMs, dude. Fucking D to the V. I sent you that link. It's called The Secret World of VR Chat.
Okay, let me check.
World. Here, I didn't send it to you yet. I just wanted to catch you real quick.
Okay, and Jimsy, I got your message too. Hey, Jimsy, what link are you looking for too? Oh, the one to you can actually run. Oh, by the way, guys, VR chat, even though it's virtual reality, like 3-dimensional, where you're immersed into it, you can actually run VR chat on desktop in 2D mode. Like, you don't need a headset. So anybody that's got Windows and Steam, there's the standard free Steam account, you can download VR chat on their setup account, and you're ready to go too. So you can actually go in there and hang out in the VR chat 24/7 flat Earth room too. You don't need a actual headset, which is cool. So yeah.
All right, cool, man. Did anybody catch the debate between Professor Dave and Dave Weiss?
I saw the first.
No, sir, I didn't.
No, I didn't even know that happened.
Right now, when you hear that Professor Dave actually came out to do a debate, it's exciting, right? Because it's like, okay, now we're cooking with oil. You know what I mean? And I am very upset at the debate.
Plus, Dave Weiss was the wrong pick for.
Dave Weiss is not a debater. Excellent interviewer, excellent, but. See, this is why we stick to. This is why we stick
Dave
to.
Probably ain't a debater either. I mean,
right, but he's an anti-flat earther. We know how they can make us look when we make certain claims that we can't substantiate versus just attacking the globe.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Plus, Dave Weiss, he mixes in speculation with other things and doesn't like qualify it. Doesn't say, hey, this part of what I'm saying is speculation. So,
Professor Dave appeared like, to me, trying to be as unbiased as I can, it appeared like he is smashing the person who has been gaining lots of ground, gaining lots of credibility, and basically the points that he mentions, Professor Dave kind of crushed him.
Yeah, it almost as if. And here's a wild conspiracy theory. Almost like he signed up to be the fall man.
I'm not gonna say that about Dave Weiss. That's my man's. I thought it. I'm not gonna say it, and I even though I thought it, I don't believe that.
Yeah, hopefully not.
I don't believe that. Nah.
My person, I don't think so.
Video?
The problem is
somebody posted it.
His talking points were about the sky. Professor Dave's. He chose specifically about the fucking sky. That's the problem. That was a fucking problem. That's why he failed to even refute any of those.
Hey, real quick, before we go too far on this, there are a handful of just PC verified people Well, there was a handful. Now it's just one. It looks like. Weldo's Wolves. Are you here? What Weldo's Wolves?
Where did this debate take place? On what channel was it?
It's posted. Wait.
Yeah, a long time ago. It was a British guy.
Yeah.
When did all this happen? Like, what? My bad.
A couple hours ago.
Yeah,
a couple hours ago.
Yeah, I'll find that link. It's up here somewhere.
I got it already. I'm about to post
thanks.
Yeah.
I mean, jeez. I'm
Sean
sorry.
Atwood, that's the one.
I don't want to be. I don't want to say he got destroyed, but man, I'm like I said. I put myself in just a casual observer's shoes, and the problem is, again, you do not speak to an anti-flat earther with speculative points. That's just not what you do.
Yeah.
And so on top of him being an anti-flat earther, well, not on top of, but just basically what they typically do, like a rumpus. So you say something, he's going to continually frame the conversation around you misunderstanding things. And Dave,
well, yeah, that's one of their tropes, right? That you don't understand. That's that's their trope. It's a typical trope. Flat earthers don't understand the heliocentric model. That's why they think the Earth is flat. That's utter garbage.
And all Professor Dave does is straw man.
It's almost like a stereotype. You know what I mean? It's just like any other stereotype. He's just playing on people's bias or whatever.
Yeah, you're gonna be you're gonna be pissed if you watch this. You're gonna be pissed. You're gonna be.
Well, I mean,
I was furious.
Well, this is a typical deal. Is that people that are watching these debates, right? They don't know one way or another, right? Because think of the people we have that come in here, right? They don't know the globe model from their ass. So they get information from one person, then they get out information from the other person, but they're not knowledgeable enough to evaluate the information. So where are they going to default to? The guy that's saying, well, you don't understand. I'm a super smart scientist and you're just a dumb flat earther. So they're just automatically going to think that person's right just because they don't understand, right? So it's going to default to that.
But you know what? But that might be a good thing for us. That might be a good thing for us.
It's not.
It might be because guess what? Let me.
No such thing as bad publicity.
Yeah, exactly, and that's gonna probably bring an influx of whatever he said, Dave, in here.
Well, did anybody super chat the server during the live stream?
I didn't.
Okay.
So what'll end up happening most likely is there's going to be people that watch that, and they're going to go, I'm going to go do what the Professor Dave did to those flat earthers on the 24/7 Discord. And they're gonna smash against a brick wall so hard they're not even gonna know what to do.
See, people think that I'm an ass when I'm like, no, like you shouldn't just be using the word science all willy-nilly. Like there's a purpose. Like you shouldn't be saying observations or scientific and this and that and the third, because because now that you guys are both on the same playing field where science doesn't actually mean what it is, all he has to do is have charisma about the thing that he believes, and that's it. Because it's not based in actual empirical evidence. All he has to do is just play on how people already feel about what they already believe. And that's why I say no, like the re-education has to happen. You just can't let people slap the word science on everything. Can't allow people to say there are lots of scientists who have done the math. That is, I don't even know how you say you know what I mean? Lots of scientists who have done the math. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like the might makes right situation. It's more like a suave makes right.
Oh my God. I just watched one sentence of it, man. Like I just really just watched one sentence of it. And
Yep.
Dude, this is like a thrown fight. Or he's just horrible. Because, so he says this. He says, has anybody scientifically proven any of the luminaries are physical? And Dave says, yeah, we can see them. So instead of going, probing into that, right? So we can see them. How does that prove that they're physical? He changes his own subject and says, well, so you're saying that we can see things and tell their shape. That's he strawmanned himself. Like, what the fuck is that?
Why was he allowed to choose the topic?
Like, how about oh my God!
It wasn't moderated. It wasn't. Don't call it a debate. I know he did, but really and truly, it was an incoherent argument.
Okay. Well, I mean, he never answered the question.
Yeah.
And then Dave Weiss, because really, you could drill, you can just hold him on that. Okay, where's the proof any of celestial bodies are physical? And he could just drill on that, dude, and just beat on that. But why are you talking about that crap anyway? How does any of that prove the shape of the Earth?
Hey, but guess what, man? This also could be like a pump up for Professor Dave, thinking since he beat David Weiss, he could actually debate another flat earther.
Maybe. Yeah.
Right. That's for the record, shout out to Dave Hinkle, who about half an hour before this thing happened said, I'll bet anybody, I forget the dollar amount, maybe $5, I'll bet anybody that Professor Dave starts with something in the sky. And he was 100% correct. He started with the sky.
Yeah, well, yeah, because none of this shit's falsifiable, so what else are they going to do?
Yeah.
Well, I think as well, it's important to make this is kind of what I was saying to Eli earlier, like, personalities don't matter. So, if Dave Weiss loses a debate, so what?
Yeah,
but who cares? Like, people lose debates from winning positions all the time.
Yeah.
And what he's done. He's a very poor debater by this evidence, and he lost the debate. Like, okay, what now?
He's a poor thinker, just by, I literally watched one sentence, and I mean, how do you straw man yourself? I mean, what the fuck, dude? I don't. I mean, you could chalk it up. Maybe he was nervous or something, or I don't know. Or the problem probably really is that he doesn't debate. That's the problem. That's the problem. He's not familiar with it. And they have all their little, because the main, as we all know, the main globe debate tactic is the Gish Gallop. Is to just bounce from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing to thing to thing, and never let themselves get pinned down on anything. Because think about this. Here's the claim. The celestial bodies are physical objects. How do you disprove that? How could I possibly disprove that claim? What test, experiment, anything I could do? None.
Yeah, there's only really two appropriate responses. It's either to accept the claim and move on, or to challenge the claim and say, well, where's your evidence? There's the only two actual responses you can give.
Yeah, and the other thing is, a lot of people always take the position of confirming evidence, and we all know that that's not the scientific method. The scientific method is, what tests can I do to disprove it? There's no test that anybody, absent, okay, take a rocket ship and fly to one of those things, right? Which none of us can do, which nobody can do. We have to trust somebody to do that for us, I guess. Like, there's no method of just looking at something to tell its physical composition, or if it's solid or whatever.
Has Professor Dave debated other people before? Or is this the first time?
But maybe he'll grow up here and actually.
So he hasn't. That makes sense. Because the way he,
like Albarica said, maybe he'll grow some nuts and now come. Maybe he'll grow some nuts and come around.
Yeah, that's if they stop promoting his shit.
Nah, he's not gonna come around, man. Like, Damn, see? And me saying that kind of goes into what Gospel Bearer was saying, because I'm like, I don't see why this debate happened. It's so odd. It's something that's very odd that this debate happened.
Who had the idea in the first place? Was it according to Sean, he said that that Dave had been on his show before, so he prefaced with that. I don't know.
And who is Sean Atwood anyway?
I don't know, 600 and something thousand subscribers. Supposedly a dude that's had a weird background. He used to have a drug ring or something. Somebody said.
Our true crime podcast premieres, blah, blah, blah. We interview experts at the forefront of true crime, ex-cops, ex-cons, crime victims, journalists, authors, ex-guards. Hard-hitting stories. Well, that's kind of funny, man, because do you guys remember the guy named Whitehurst? He was an FBI. He was a head of the FBI lab. He came out. He was a whistleblower. Basically said that everything they're doing is basically pseudoscience. And then the Justice Department came out with a report in 2011 that basically said that it was actually, that wasn't the Justice Department, it was the National Academy of Sciences was commissioned to review their forensics, right? Their forensic science in quotes. They basically said it's all a bunch of bullshit. That they're not actually practicing science. And they said that things like metallurgical tests, blood splatter, their, what do they call it? Arson, all their arson shit, all their teeth imprints, basically everything in forensic science they use the so-called ID or like as evidence is all garbage.
Why did he call himself a real flat earther?
CBS Frontline actually did a story on this called the Real CSI, where they actually go through all this. And here's the funny thing: fingerprints. And I brought this up in this chat before. Fingerprints. Everybody thinks that fingerprints are unique to an individual. There's no scientific basis for that. Like literally none.
So what do they say that then?
Because someone had the idea, I don't know how long they've been doing it, like at the end of the 1800s, that this was true, and this is what they've been doing.
I think it's because there's no evidence of any two people having identical prints. That's why.
That's actually not correct. Not correct.
So even if they were the same,
so there was a lawyer. Do you remember
the cases? So they need to find ways to solve cases, and that's all I'm going to say.
Hold on a second. So there was a Madrid train bombing, right? It was supposed to be done by terrorists. And they got like a piece of, the circuit board from the bomb, and they fingerprinted it. And the fingerprint matched a lawyer. This lawyer happened to be a lawyer for terrorists. But the problem was, he was in Seattle when the thing blew up. They know because he was in court in Seattle. So there's no way he could have possibly did it. But his fingerprints, 3 different FBI professionals matched his fingerprints to the
then that smells like conspiracy then.
The point is, this guy actually sat in jail for months and months and months because this is so crazy. Then he was set up. How many times have you... No, he wasn't set up. There's no evidence that fingerprints are unique.
Correct.
It's subjective. It is completely subjective.
Indio's right about all that, and in my opinion, this is just to get people thinking. The reason they did that is because they needed to start solving things, and they had no idea how to get all those cases solved as quickly as they needed to keep getting the funding that they were getting. Do you understand what I mean? They needed ways to start connecting people that may or may not be actual connections to crimes. They needed to start getting the crimes solved, guys. They needed to go down the list.
However, there is a limiting factor.
Yeah.
I just found the story you talking about that.
Go ahead,
guys. Yeah. I mean, this is like something that's from memory hold. Think about how we use it, even in how people think about fingerprints too. We use it for my digital fingerprint, or this is just as good as, or their signature, or all these other things, right? So we it's so brainwashed into people that fingerprints are unique. But after I found out about this, I tried really, really hard to find any scientific study on the uniqueness of fingerprints, and there isn't any. But anyway, this report. There's actually a section of that report where they evaluate fingerprint identification, and the Justice Department classified that. So it's not public information, classified.
Does anybody remember the
statistics? Think about it. Think about what would happen if they had evidence, rock solid evidence that fingerprints aren't unique. Do you know how many people have been executed? Do you know how many people have gone to jail or are currently sitting in jail based upon so-called fingerprints?
Does anybody know the statistics on how many people per, like, wasn't it like 50,000? Remember the iPhone with the thumb thing? You do your fingerprint on the iPhone, I guess other phones too. Wasn't it like 1 in 50-something thousand?
1 in 50,000 what?
So like if you had, if you had 500,000 people try to unlock the same phone, 10 people could unlock it. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like there was this rate, and they said that the face scan was a much higher number, one in hundreds of millions, as opposed to just like tens of thousands.
Yeah, so they say.
So
I don't even know if I should believe that.
Big Rick Nasty just came in. I think he just got busy.
Yeah. True that we're a little off the topic, but they do say, and here's the link, 1 in 50,000. So there you go. That seems to point to invalidating the claim that that all fingerprints are perfectly unique.
I mean, we're on topic, off topic. The point is that there's a lot of things that people think are scientific, which is they're actually just myths that are perpetuated.
All right, Big Crit.
Hey, so I actually found this. I don't know. It's kind of detailed, and I also know if we should trust the source, but it actually goes into pretty good detail of why they doubt the validity of it. It seems like there's a couple error bars that they look at. So, for instance, the skill of the examiner matters. It looks like there is, like, fingerprints are distinct. They're not unique, but they're pretty distinct to you, and the likelihood of certain patterns repeating in a specific geographic area are kind of rare. But there are serious problems with it. It's 174 pages. I don't know if anybody wants to read it, but that looks like it's there. There's also, I'm reading a North Carolina appeals court case right now where they threw it out in a criminal conviction. But that seems to be that it's kind of unreliable. So that seems to be the general consensus that it needs to be done correctly or it shouldn't be admitted into the court of law. Just throw that out
where's
there.
The link?
I posted in the VC check-in, so I put it in the wrong one. My mistake, guys.
I'll find it. Thanks.
Yeah, it's a pretty long one though.
I read fast. Well, I'm only going to look at the data. I'm not going to look at. I don't care what they say about it. That's what I do. I only look at their data. I'm going to look at how they came up with their statistics, like what.
Yeah, so this looks like it's an aggregated study. So you're probably going to have to do some digging in the footnotes.
So aggregated study, that they use the same methodology. Like there's all sorts of. They use the same number of points.
Yeah, well, so the methodology is DNA analysis. So they also talk about the methodology of DNA analysis, which I actually think is kind of an interesting read.
DNA analysis is shit, dude. Ugh.
So what's wrong with PCR? Let's look at your beef with PCR. PCR.
What?
PCR?
Oh, gee, are you trying to pee on Carrie Mullis's grave right now?
No, PCR.
Ooh, in a flat Earth server, so it has nothing to do with the Earth. Cool.
Polymerase chain reaction.
He brought it
Why
up,
not use RFLP?
I mean, you can use RFLP.
The statistics, right? We were going to go down this road. I'm not going to go down this road because
you don't have to.
I've actually but because it's way off topic and it's actually a convoluted subject where you have to get in like. So they just don't go. Okay, here's a DNA. And a DNA match is not a match the way people think it's a match, right? They use standard tandem repeats, right? And they only use so they use only a certain number of them, but then they subdivide that into ethnicities. But ethnicities actually has no actual biological basis. That is a completely subjective marker from human beings. So right, they have to break down. So they make a subset of the set. So you got fingerprints from everybody, and then you take a subset, right, and call that African American, and then you take a say what's the odds of these genetic markers appearing in this subset. This is statistical manipulation. It really is. It's because you're using. What if they decided they wanted to use something else, like people that like peach yogurt, right? So the odds of someone having that also likes peach yogurt, it's going to make it look like a statistically rarer thing, just from the fact that you're making an arbitrary subset. You're subdividing it. So how about people that like yogurt and wear purple shoes? Oh my God! They got a match. They have someone. Oh my God! What's the chance of someone? Oh, it's 1 in a trillion. These are games. We're gonna find out. Mark my words. In the next 30, 40 years, we're gonna find out that all the DNA shit we do now is garbage.
Oh my God! I saw the first few minutes. I can't watch the rest of that. That shit is just horrible.
But anyway, that's way off topic. So what brings you to the server?
Talking to me?
Yep.
Yeah.
I need like
the big.
I just want to learn, man.
Okay.
So what do you think the shape of the Earth is, bud?
I don't know. Willing to be convinced.
We're not going to try and convince you of anything.
Well, that's. I mean, convince is the wrong word. I'm here to observe.
We're going to convince you to think for yourself. That's what we're going to convince you of.
Oh, can't wait.
Well, it sounds to me like you think you're on a globe, which is fine.
What?
Well, it's just the way you're talking. Like, yeah, this isn't my first rodeo.
I mean, I'm just here to learn, man. Don't be so presumptuous.
But I mean, it seems pretty obvious that you're not denying it, so it's fine, dude. If you think the Earth's a globe, that's cool. I just want to know why you think that.
Who says I do? I think all this.
Okay, the one thing that makes me think you are a glober is because you're evasively avoiding my question.
No, that's the answer. I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, fine. So you're on the fence.
Are you on the fence?
I would say I was on the fence. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go with what do you actually know? You do know something. You do know what you experience. You do know what you experience the Earth as now, right?
Yeah.
So if you go to the ocean, right?
Yeah.
You experience the Earth as something. If you climb a mountain, if you walk down the street, you do experience the Earth as something. So there are things you do know.
Yeah.
And so this is something we all know, is that you've never walked out of your house, looked at the Earth and said, man, this looks like a great big ball.
Well, I mean, I look out at the Atlantic Ocean, I do see the ships go over. And I know there's issues with diffraction and all that stuff, but, you know, you do see that.
You've never seen a ship go over the curve of the Earth, dude.
They go too far away for you to see them, but they don't go over any Earth curvature.
Okay.
Okay, there are instances where people have taken photographs. Listen, there are instances where people have taken photographs that appear that a boat is cut off, or you can see part of the boat. Not only can we replicate this on flat surfaces where we know it can't be curvature of the Earth, right? So, for instance, if I take a camera and I go to a 600-foot lake and I sail a little miniature sailboat off in the distance and the thing disappears in 600 feet, well, the gold model says the horizon's 2,600 feet away, so the boat can't be disappearing over a curb 600 feet away because it's not at the horizon yet. So we can replicate this on flat surfaces. And the other thing is, there's something called shoaling in tidal bores, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes the water at the ocean pushes in from a storm or whatever, right? So when there's a hurricane or a storm, it actually depresses the water in the center and pushes everything out on the sides. You can just look this up. It's called shoaling.
Yeah, I'm writing it down.
Yeah, SHOALING, and it pushes things up. So a lot of times we've had Goldberg come in here. Funny, one of them used to be a flat. There's this guy who used to be a flat earther. So for whatever reason, he's now a globe earther. But he actually showed an image. Hey, look, this boat is cut off. Then turns out when you go look at that date and the time and everything he took it, that there was a tidal bore There's a tidal bore at that location. So certain places have tidal bores or shoaling commonly. Depends on the bay, right? Depends on the shape of the bay, shape of the ground underneath. So, but regardless, the point is that there's lots of observations, right, where boats don't go over the horizon, and there's occasional observations that looks like a boat is getting cut off bottom up, but we can actually replicate that on a flat surface.
Wow.
I personally, me, myself, I watched a boat go from Boston Harbor with 6 months. There's a website called marinetraffic.com.
Yeah.
It tells you the positions of boats, right?
You're sitting in Dorchester, you're like, wow.
I wasn't in Dorchester. I was in Revere Beach. Anyway. So
living that blue line life.
So anyway, I watched the boat go from 6 miles away from me. I watched it for 3.5 hours sail out to 30 miles. Now, what do you think the globe predicts that boat should be relative to me?
I have no idea. What does the globe predict?
The globe model predicts that boat is 425 feet under the horizon. So that's a 42-story building.
Yeah.
So if there was I'm 15 feet above the ocean.
That's like one Prudential Center.
Exactly. Right. So it's supposed to be under the horizon. So we know there's no boat as tall as the Prudential Center, right?
Yeah.
So why can I see this boat?
Great question. Why can't you see the boat?
People make this claim of refraction. There's actually no evidence for it. And actually,
so I was under their assumption of like why we see it is because that's the light bending. So I was always heard that that's what it was described as. So I'm curious.
But I'm going to tell you why.
A flat earther told me this, so I'm trying to reorient myself.
That's an ad hoc hypothesis, right? That's okay, so I see this. I'm not supposed to see it. How can I possibly see it? Because I know the Earth's a ball. Oh, let's come up with an ad hoc hypothesis.
No. So
refraction.
No. So he told me the reason why ships disappear is because of refraction, and I was like, that makes sense. That could be possible, right? So that's why I brought it up. I wasn't using it as a way of explaining why what you described happens. It was a way of him describing. But your title stuff makes more sense.
Look, I mean, listen. I would say this is that there are many hypotheses why it happens, right?
Okay.
So there can be tidal bore is one reason. Because this isn't like a consistent observation, right? If I went out to the ocean 100 times, I'm not going to see a boat go over the horizon 100 times. I'm going to see it happen maybe 2 out of 100, or maybe 4 out of 100. And determining exactly why that happened is like, who knows? Because there's other effects. There's refraction could be one effect. Something called total internal reflection. If there's a layer, right? If there's a layer below your eye level that's of dense air, the light actually reflects off of it, right? But the light that's underneath this layer, and this has actually been tested. It's not just something I'm making up. There's published papers on this, right? There's published papers on this. So there's a published paper. They went to the desert, right? So and so what they did was they took a mirror 1.6 miles away, right? They filmed it. So this mirror is reflecting the sun. They can see the mirror, right? And they measure they have a tower basically, a tower that's like 10 feet tall. And they put thermocouples where they measure the temperature, right? Temperature at each height and the humidity and the wind speed and all that. So as they do this observation, right? They're filming this mirror, and eventually, at some point in the day, the mirror disappears. So they look at the the data from the temperature, meteorological data, all that shit, and they see that when there's an extreme temperature gradient and very high humidity, that's when the mirror disappeared. Right.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah,
because this thing called total internal reflection. Total internal reflection is if you have a see, people think that under all circumstances, light will bend towards dense air. That only happens if it's not past something called the critical angle. If you're at a very shallow viewing angle, the light will actually reflect and not refract.
Oh.
So that's why they call it total internal reflection. This is how fiber optic cables work. So So if you have this condition where there's a layer of dense air close to the surface, the whatever light is below that, whatever, say this layer is 6 feet tall. Any light that's below 6 feet will not be visible. It'll never reach the eye because it's caught like in a duct, like a fiber optic cable, and you'll never see it. So what you're going to see is something that appears to be cut in half. Right? So that's one reason. So what? Okay, if you take a piece of glass, if you look at it at a really like if you're right 90 degrees from the surface of it, you can see through it, right? Okay, but if you're at an angle to it, it reflects. It's like a mirror.
Yes, I know what you're saying.
So that's basically what's happening. Is that there's a layer of air, and because you're far away, your angle, right, to the boundary of the dense air to the less dense air is at such a shallow angle, the light that hits that reflects, right? But it's internal.
Yeah.
So imagine I had something that's 12 feet tall, and I took a giant mirror and put it at the 6 feet mark.
You said
right?
you had that study. Do you have it? I want to see that.
Yeah. Hold on. Hold on, just 1 second. It'll take me a second. It's called Mechanism Formation of Desert Mirages. I don't know if this link still works. You might have to pay for it.
Okay, that's fine.
So what he was actually trying to show in this, because there's a Chinese, like an ancient Chinese thing, right? That they thought that the Earth breathed, right? That the ground breathes, right? That it breathes in and out like air. So this is what they were trying to. This was like one of the things they were trying to test to see if they could measure this change in I don't know what you call it, change in air conditions, the condition of the air, certain times a day.
Yeah.
But this is just something they incidentally captured. But let me get to the real point. Okay, so there's a lot of reasons why this could be happening, why things appear cut off, right? And the fact that we can replicate it. If you go to a channel on YouTube, she's called Sky Free, right? I'll actually post a link to it, right? She's done lots and lots and lots of tests, lots and lots, to make entire boats disappear, appear cut off, all sorts of shit.
What's her name? Can you put that, please?
Yeah.
I actually have to get off pretty quick. I really enjoy this conversation.
But I want to explain something to you though.
Yeah.
Really, really quick. So we can eliminate refraction because there's something called dispersion, right? It's because refraction is dependent on wavelength, not just the refractive index of the material. So different wavelengths are refracted differently.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at the equation right now.
So if I have something that's multicolored, right? Like this. So if I shoot a red laser and a blue laser, they're both not going to travel the same path to like, I would say I want to pick it up with a camera. They're not going to take the same path to the camera. One is going to appear elevated or down. If there's refraction, one is going to appear in a different position relative to the other, even if they come from the same place.
Has to be at an angle though, right? Because if it's straight on, then there's if it's straight on, then there's no angle. Because I'm looking at the equation right now, and it has to be at a difference of an angle. If it's straight on, it's going to get it.
Well,
am I reading that wrong?
Yeah, it has to be crossing the boundary. It has to be crossing a boundary of a medium with one refractive index to another. That's not the point. The point is if there's refraction, one wavelength will bend more or less than the other.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if I use red, it'll have a different. It'll take a different path than if I use blue.
Yeah.
So there was an experiment done by the U.S. Navy. It was done in the Hawaiian Islands where they took 3 lasers all at the same time, and what they were trying to test was they wanted to see, because obviously they're using lasers for all sorts of stuff, right? Targeting systems. So they wanted to see if they could make a model to correspond to their measurements. So what they did was they took 3 lasers, they shot them across this is simultaneous. Shot them across between the 2 islands and picked them up in a 3.5 meter telescope. Well, if you take it and you stick that shit into the model, right? The model of refraction that they use, U.S. standard atmosphere, here's the gradient, this is the curvature of the Earth, all that crap. These lasers should be separated by 20 meters at the other side. But that's not what they measured. They all the telescope, the 3.5 meter telescope, got all the lasers at the same time, picked it all up, and processed all the data.
Yeah. Do you have those calculations?
Yeah. Of course. Oh, I didn't do this. Let me do this. Give me 30 seconds, or less than 30 seconds, because I want to give you that channel. I don't know if I posted. Did I post that channel?
Yeah, Skyfree, you did.
Okay, so Breaker.
Appreciate it.
So I'll post you a couple graphs from it. I also have another one I just came across, which is pretty interesting, but I'm not going to post that. Also, this one. So the thing is, if you say, okay, we have this physics model predicts this refraction because there's a density, a temperature gradient through the air, and if the Earth's a ball, then the light's going to take this curved path. Well, yeah, that's fine, but models are tested against reality. Okay, that's how you know your model is correct. You test it against reality. So reality is when they actually do this, right? The effects of refraction are not being observed because you would see lots of effects. You would have something called chromatic
This
aberration.
is a Navy study. You said this is a Navy study. This is his guy's master's thesis. This isn't from the Navy.
It was funded by the Navy. It was funded by the U.S. Navy. Listen, this study was funded by the U.S. Navy.
No. I'm trying to. I just did a Control F for Navy and didn't come up. How do you know it's funded by the Navy?
Because I'll show you.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is a master's thesis from the University of Dayton. I mean, that's not like hard hitting.
That's one. Listen, that's one of like 6 papers that were published on this. I mean, you can argue with the math. Is the math wrong?
I mean, I'm not a mathematician. I'm just saying it's not what you say it is. I'm like, I'm not. That's not a bad thing.
I posted.
That, you know.
Well, I'm posting a bunch of shit.
No. I know. I'm not. I just. I mean, yeah. Geez, it's got.
It wasn't the Navy. Sorry, it was the Air Force. My bad.
Okay.
Anyway, the point is that they did this test. And this test showed that the lasers all hit the telescope at the same time. They didn't, when they should be separated. Right? That the model, right? Also, if you model it out, it shows that you can't aim where you're supposed to aim. You actually have to tilt it up to compensate for the curvature of the beam. So you have to tilt it up at a 45-degree angle.
I'm following.
And they didn't do that.
Do an observation.
It says when the ray is propagated through the atmosphere with a given refractive index profile, the gradient of the refractive index of the beam bends towards the density of air, which has a higher refractive index. The curvature causes the ray to deviate from the geometric path between the 2 points and miss its target. This is the model. Right? That is the argument. Refraction exists. We have I'm just telling you what the Goldberg argument. We're seeing things because they bend around the curve. Why do you say that? Because that's what the air is a temperature gradient, and if we do the calculations, this is what it shows it should be doing.
I
because there's no observation of it. There's no measurements of it. There's no empirical data that someone went out and said, okay, let's measure this path and see like how much the ray bends and see how much refraction there is.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, what they found out is that they can't do any of that. That all the models are wrong. And it isn't just me saying it. Listen, a lot of people come in here and they think that we're just like making up our own shit. No, we test their claims. That's what we're doing. We're not making up our own claims and interpreting shit. We're testing their claims. So, okay. So here's Alex Melov from Physica Scripture. Long-range propagation through inhomogeneous thermal atmosphere analysis beyond phase screens. Okay. Variations in refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of wide range of sizes. This is turbulence, atmospheric turbulence, which is what causes distortion. If you read that paper I wrote, he did 3 models. He did a turbulence model, he did a geometric optics model, and a combined. Because he got the result from the ray optics model that was so far off from what was observed, he used a combined wave and ray optics model, and that was still off. But when he used something called a turbulence model, then it was more on. It was closer to reality. This says these variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence, they cannot be accounted for by any deterministic model. I mean, you can go through all the literature surveying. Refraction is a detrimental problem in terrestrial optical measurements and can be regarded as a major source of systemic error in the price determination of distances and directions.
Is it the first study or the second study?
Listen, I'm reading from something else completely. I'm reading from.
Oh, okay.
I'm reading from my references for this web page, this wiki page, this wiki that we made. Right. So I'm just reading from some of the quotations from the sites. So if you look in geodetic surveying, you look up in astronomy, you look up whatever, right? They have lots of models. There's papers going back 150 years where they try to quantify refraction because they want to be able to make predictions. There's no model that makes accurate predictions, right? There's no model, and then when you test it, then you compare it to actual experimental measurements, then no model matches in the idea that refraction exists at all. Doesn't match. So I'll give you another one. Hold on.
I actually have to get going. This has been great, though. Really appreciate this, boys. Hope you guys have a good night.
The evidence that there's no refraction is in the literature, not shit we made up. In the literature,
so you're arguing that there's no reflection. Is that what you're saying?
There's look, of course, there's some refraction. Like I said, there's turbulence. Turbulence is caused because there's air is moving around, right? And it doesn't all have a uniform density. But the thing is, over a long optical path, those inhomogeneities, they even out, right? And actual experimental testing demonstrates this, right? Is that if you record, say I record a building far away for 10 hours, right? It'll move up and down. But if I take all those deviations in where the image is and average them all out, they average to 0. So you'll make one observation 1 second, and 20 minutes later, whatever you're looking at will appear elevated by 1 or 2 pixels. But then I look, 20 minutes after that, and it's down by 1 or 2 pixels, right? So, but if you take all of those and average out like the deviations, they end up being 0.
Appreciate this, guys. All right, until we meet again.
All right, we're here 24/7, as the name implies.
Also, I get fucked up at the Black Rose at least. I'm sorry, I swore. My bad. I'm so sorry. I forgot the rules. I get drunk at the Black Rose at least twice a week. It's in downtown.
Was that Southie? Oh, that's I know.
No, it's downtown.
So, Indio, refraction doesn't move.
Maybe me and Gems will see you there.
Maybe.
So, Indio, refraction doesn't move the distant object up in the air, so you can see it.
No, and there was other.
From behind the earth.
No, it does not.
Indigo, what do you do before I leave? What do you do for a living? Out of curiosity, you don't have to tell me. I'm just curious. You're very knowledgeable.
I'm in IT.
Oh, it's cool. It's a good place to be in IT.
Yeah, I've been doing it for a while. Long time. I'm an old man.
Did the guy just say that he's going to the Black Rose?
Yeah, he's going on the Black Rose. Why?
That's
Why
so
not?
when
we see
I know
the different
people. Go ahead,
The
bro.
Black Rose?
sorry, when
The
we see the
bar.
different observation of the
Okay.
over the water of the buildings going up and down over 10 hours, they're kind of like
It's turbulence.
turbulence, right? So, but they're not up in the air like 40 feet or 50 feet.
No. Or 100 feet or 5 miles.
Projections up to the
The
air.
Globers are saying Snell's law, saying light angles down over the curve.
Yeah, they just say whatever. Here, let me show you something.
If their interpretation of things being brought to the fore, to the aft, to the up, and to the down was true, then you should see things displaced in your vertical field of view by 30, 40, 50 feet on various days. Like one day I should see, I should look out across the yard over here and see the neighbor's house like 10 feet above.
Right, and if you have line of sight on a long distance, let's say artillery, you actually don't have line of sight. You're actually shooting over the curve. That's what they say.
Look, any distortion that we see that is possible with a camera lens, we should see by looking out into the world. You don't just get to pick which ones you want. Right? So if I take a magnifying glass and if I look at something through it, it'll appear shifted or displaced compared to like its actual position. Right? So what they're saying is I'm looking through the air as this big lens and I'm looking through it and it's pushing everything, it's displacing it all up. Yeah, that's a cool story, but what about all the other shit? Barrel distortion, pin cushion distortion, vignetting, chromatic aberration. I mean, the list goes on. On and on and on. Because what we have is when they make a lens, when they design a lens, right? So they're designing it for this purpose, they can't even get it to work. Right? They have to do it by trial and error. And I actually I came across a whole bunch of good shit the other day. So awesome. I found out the refraction through oxygen is actually dependent on what do you call it? Whether it's positively charged or not. Whether it's ionized, there's something called cations. So the air is like 20% oxygen.
So there's another VC verified in here, Sona Rondo. Anybody want to talk to him? My mic sucks.
Welcome. What's his name?
Sona Rondo, I guess. Right above Truffle.
I'm shy. We don't bite. Just introduce yourself. Yeah, a little bit.
Don't you know shy guys don't get shit?
Bruh.
Hey, have you guys heard of this thing called, someone else I came across 2 days ago, it's called long delay radio echo? Apparently there's a phenomenon where people will send out a radio transmission and get it like up to 20 seconds later. Get an echo back. So basically, if you get any echo that's longer than 2.3 seconds, which is supposedly the return, the bounce from the moon, they consider that a long delay echo, and there's no scientific explanation for why this occurs.
Firmament dome.
That would put the dome, the firmament at one point. I guess the time that's most observed is 9 seconds. So that would put it at 1.6 million miles away.
Cool.
Oof.
I do remember we did back on Dr. Science Friday nights, when Miggy was doing it. We went over to articles from PNAS about the ping delay to the moon. And essentially it wasn't measured, it was just like formulated and calculated. And then they basically called it one. Essentially they measured a bunch of times and then they just called it one ping distance. And then they extrapolated it out to the distance they already knew the moon was. And that's how they came up with their seconds, not an actual measurement.
Yeah. I'm less than shocked.
You know, so for example, if anyone didn't follow that, it's let's shoot something at the moon. We'll wait till we see our red lights go beepity beepity, whatever that is. We'll count the seconds, and then we'll just say that's how long it takes for a beam to get to the moon and back. And we'll do it 10 times so we can average it out.
Seems legit.
But didn't they leave reflectors on the moon when they went there last? How big are those reflectors?
Hold on a sec. It's like
4x4?
It's like Kinects. Did you ever play Kinects as a kid, or like Legos as a kid, right? You got with the electric Legos, they had the ones that lit up, right? So like, like you could make certain lights light up for certain reasons. But you could, with these folks, they're like, well, hey, this light, look at this. I'll press a button, bink. Now this signal from this button is going all the way to the moon and back. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Boop, and then a red light goes off, and everybody's like, oh. So that's how it works. That's how science works today. Thanks.
Yeah.
Do they have to hit that moon reflector like dead on, or can they like hit on the side?
Well, keep in mind that the bodies are moving in free space while this is occurring, theoretically, in their model. So they're being displaced in 11 different vectors, right? So obviously the Earth is spinning in their model, and the Earth is going around the sun in their model, and blah, blah, blah. So you're not going to get a direct hit back, right? If I remember correctly, it's like 11 miles. I think they say it's 11 miles off. I can't remember 100%. So they shoot the laser here, and then the sensor that receives the laser back is like 11 miles to the right or something. And does it receive, a stream of laser back? No, it receives like one or two random photons or some nonsense like that.
Do we have to consider the satellite belt that's spinning around there, 10,000 satellites? Because that could interrupt the signal, could it not?
Would it interrupt the signal?
I don't know, could it? And also like ISS overhead.
Yeah, if you had a bunch of helium-filled balloons clouding the sky, I'm sure it would mess up some kind of signal.
Or if you had 1,000 satelloons, it could be just hitting the satelloons and then coming right back to the satelloons. Is that possible?
You know how the ISS is supposedly see it as it passes over the sun reflecting off of it, so they say. How come we can't see any of the 10,000 satellites that are floating around up there? How come we don't see all these little dots of whatever floating around up there? Somebody explain that to me.
Well, that would be difficult to fake, so that's probably why.
Excuse me?
That would be difficult to fake. I suspect they're faking the ISS. I suspect that. I don't know how they're going to fake 10,000 other satellites. I mean,
well, obviously, we know they're not there, but I'm just saying, if they were, you would certainly think that you would see reflections off of it, at least some of them, at least periodically, when the sun was reflecting just right off the solar panels or whatever, off the capsule or whatever's up there.
in defense of the Globers, maybe they're just small enough so you can't see them because they're too far away.
That's a Glober story. Okay. You can continue on, please.
Like, they didn't make the satellites the perfect size so you can verify them. Okay, they don't have to do that. They just do what they want to do. Everybody else has to catch up.
Oh, so they made them perfect size so you can't see them. So it's all part of the plan. I get it.
They made the ISS perfect size so you can see it. The other one's perfect size so you can't see them. You have to believe the story.
Ah, it all makes sense now. It makes it so believable. Almost got me back to being a Glober. Continue on, please.
I'd like to know what
you've got me captivated.
I'd like to know what these 10,000 satellites are actually doing exactly. All right, where's the data? Can it just put data from there?
I mean, can you imagine what 10,000 of those freaking things floating around up there would? I mean, come on. There would be
how many
block half the sunlight, wouldn't it?
Estimate
The first thing I would do if I shot a satellite in orbit, I would strap a 24/7 live cam on there. That's the first thing I would do.
Yeah, there you go.
Does everybody know how many satellites are up there? Literally,
there's thousands.
Thousands?
No.
How do they?
NASA is the biggest user of helium in the world. So there you go.
Helium in the world.
Well, I know. Biggest consumers of helium, yeah.
We'll never be able to huff helium balloons again.
There'll be shortage.
Price of helium's going up, man. Price of helium's going up.
Sure.
It's just like everything else.
Welcome to helium inflation.
Helium's going up with gas prices, man.
Inflation. The inflatable helium balloons have inflated in price and with helium inflated.
We're going to call it Putin's tax hike on helium.
I mean, I have seen a list of satelloons and they all seem to have the same names as satellites. Not all of them, but quite a few of them have got the exact same name as a satellite that's supposed to be up there, but it says it's a satellite. It says satellite on a balloon. And they've got the exact same names that satellites supposedly have. What's that all about?
Yeah, that's interesting.
I mean, they just pick and choose which one they're going to use for the day? Oh, that's the Satelloon. Well, that's the satellite. Oh.
Maybe each satellite in orbit has a twin Satelloon, and they keep tabs on each other.
Maybe they have a triplet. Maybe they have a triplet ocean buoy to complete the GPS.
Yeah.
I did see a cell tower in the ocean. I don't know if you guys saw that picture.
You seen what?
Cell tower in the ocean, in the middle of the ocean.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Where?
On a buoy?
Wait, is it submerged cell tower?
Yeah, on a buoy floating around out there.
No, it was a tower shooting right out of the water. It was like.
So it was mounted to the seabed?
Yeah.
You mean like an oil rig, like it was mounted in the seabed, right?
Like an oil rig, right.
Yeah,
where's that at on California coast?
Yeah,
I think we can Google it. Let's check it out.
Yeah, let's do. Because
I got a question.
When they put those oil rigs in bridges or whatever, they drive what's called pilasters. You drive them down into the bedrock so they don't sink or so they're solid. I know that's how they build bridges over the ocean, and I know that's how they fasten oil rigs and stuff like that. Rigs that are solid, don't move. They're actually set on what's called pilasters. That they drive them, pound them into the seabed until they hit bedrock, so they can't sink anymore. I do know that, but I mean, some of the you have to have a pretty long pilaster when you had to get to the bottom of the seabed in certain areas, at least. I mean, the ocean is pretty deep in some spots. I have a hard time believing they've got a pilaster that's 5 miles long.
Oh, they would have it on a buoy.
Yeah, well, that's a whole different scenario there.
Yeah.
I could just see it sticking up on this buoy that's probably maybe 50 foot in diameter at the bottom, a 50-foot floaty around like.
Look in live stream.
Okay.
It make more sense to have it on a buoy because you just anchor the buoy there, whatever.
Okay.
Well, I think these
now that one you're showing in live stream
coverage
that probably is mounted to the bottom of the seabed. Yeah, but how deep is it right there? It can't be. I mean, it just can't be like miles deep. It just can't be. I mean, you don't make pilasters that long. I don't think. I guess I'll have to Google it and see what the longest or the deepest pilaster ever driven into the seabed is. We could probably Google that.
Dude, Google's almost worthless. You look up what's the longest pilaster driven into the seabed, and they'll be like, "Would you like to buy a pilaster? Fast delivery, only $2 million." Instead of actually telling you what you want to know, they would just try to give you sales results. I miss the good old days when there was like 25, 30 search engines out there. Each one had its specialty.
Oh, they even got floating cell phone towers. Okay.
Yeah, on a buoy. Yeah.
No, in the air. What do you mean?
Now what?
in the air, not the buoy.
In the air.
Yeah.
How are they
towers.
hanging on what? A balloon or
Yeah, balloon.
Yeah,
balloon.
well, yeah, we know
balloon,
that.
but, yeah, balloon. It's Google parent company.
Let's see. Trying to what's the deepest pilaster driven into the bedrock? I can't find any specific information
It's
on
called
that.
Loon. Floating cell tower. Falling towers. Sounds kind of funny though. Floating.
Between bedrock and hard place is not Duraterra.
I just Googled can men have babies, and they say yes. This is the shit they're teaching our kids. Put a picture on live stream for you to look at.
Okay. Floating cell phone towers, floating.
Mm-hmm.
How do they do that?
So floating on a balloon, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see.
I don't know why, but it sounds funny when I read it like that, like floating cell phone towers.
I know.
I don't know why.
That sounds sort of ridiculous.
Yeah.
What's that Mexican guy's name right there with the curved level? And what's his name? I can't remember. That curved level is curved. What didn't he used to be a flat earther at one time or something, and then he went back to being a glober? Is that the same guy?
That's Jose.
Jose, yeah.
JG retard.
Yeah. There you go. Didn't he used to be didn't he claim to be a flat earther at one time?
He claimed to be, but I don't think he ever was. Who knows?
Yeah. I don't think he ever was either. I think it was just a joke or just some sort of I don't know what he was doing. Just being a smart ass, I guess, or something.
He was trying to make money on YouTube, as far as I could tell.
Well, every time you guys post his picture, he's putting dollars in his pocket. We quit it, for hell's sake. What are you doing financing him? Just teasing. Don't get too upset with me now. I don't think I deserve to be banned for that one. I don't know. Maybe I do.
Who's getting banned?
I'm trying. Doesn't seem to be working out too well for me, though.
I could ban a lot of people, Godrock, and I don't think you're one of them. I don't think I can do it, bro.
Right on.
Good thing hot micing's not a bannable offense, right, Godrock? Just kidding.
That's right. That's right.
Sorry, my bad. A leaf blower over here.
And here I thought moderators were worthless to have as friends. My goodness, was I ever wrong.
There's a leaf blower work on a globe, Godric.
Oh, shit. I mean, what are we going to do? What are we going to do to get some Globers in here? We need to find some way to grab them by the nape of their neck and just drag them in here, and hold them so they can't leave, and just punish them, verbally punish them, brutally. We're good at that, I know. Got to make it so they can't leave. And instead of banning, like make it perma stuck in live stream, so they can be abused. No?
That sounds like the exact opposite strategy for people in here.
Yeah, I remember when Jose was supposedly a flat earther. I remember talking to him, as a matter of fact. This was probably like 2 years ago, though. Does that sound about right? When Jose was doing the I'm a flat earther thing?
I think it was longer than 2 years, because I think I remember I stumbled upon his channel one time, and I didn't think he was a flat earther then.
Neither did I. Never thought he was a flat earther, ever.
Well, he claimed to be. Let's put it that way. When was the last time that he claimed that he actually was trying to play the role of a flat earther?
A little over 2.5 years, I think.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I guess that could be right, because I've been here a little over 2.5 years. I just remember, talking to him is all.
I've been there longer than I've been here, and I didn't actually hang around there because I didn't like it very much. But yeah, I've been there longer than I've been here, and I don't remember him being a flat earther. I always thought he was on the wrong side. Yeah, even the way that he moderated. But I've always been suspicious of everybody, because ever since I started out, I listen to people say stupid shit, and I'm like, is this person really a flat earther?
Right. Well, I could see how you think that about Jose, but I could mention a few names on here where that would be pretty difficult to consider that they might not be a flat earther. And I think that Hank and is one of them, for sure. Could not ever accuse him of being a flat Glober in disguise. I don't see how that could be possible. Or Dave could never be. I don't think, could he?
Sounds like you're deflecting attention away from yourself. Very suspicious.
You're acting sus there, God Rockin'. Be careful there.
Shh, be quiet.
Yes, that's right, citizen. What's your number? What is your papers?
Yeah, I'd imagine that calling some of these fellers in here Globers just damn near might be fighting words. That might be something we'd have to settle in the parking lot.
You know one thing, when I went to James,
Mr. Roboto, Hank.
Yeah, what is going on with your? You've been roboting a lot. Oh, he's gone now. Maybe he's going to sign back in. It's been happening to him a lot. It didn't used to be like that ever. I wonder what's going on with him.
The CIA's onto him.
Yeah.
They're dampening his signal, so we can't talk about Flat Earth.
Did you get a different internet server or something, Hank?
I don't really know what you're talking about, though, God Rocket. I mean, that's kind of classic Hank. Is every time he speaks up, he robots and he has to disconnect and reconnect. It's been that way for a really long time.
Yeah, for like the last month or so, it's been like that.
No. It's been like that for last
since the beginning.
Since the beginning.
I don't recall that, but I guess I can't argue that with, especially Lunatic. My God, can you imagine trying to argue something with that guy?
No, it's even harder to argue with Hank about it. It's his internet.
Oh shit! Yeah, because you can't understand him.
His is probably the same reason mine fucks up all the time. We're mobile. We're driving around.
Yeah, mine does it too. If I try to talk driving, yeah, like every few minutes you're connecting to another tower.
You mean you're not right in the thick of the biggest 5G network available?
It doesn't. No, actually, like my house is like just outside the limits of the 5G service. Actually, I do have a 5G phone, but I don't get 5G unless I'm pretty much have to cross the street, and all of a sudden I'll start getting 5G.
Play, Jolly.
Just turn on the satellite feature. You'll get the signal.
Satellite feature.
I don't think we have 5G here where I'm at, because I remember when they were first rolling that out and describing it, they said they have to have towers every like quarter mile or some shit. Didn't they say that?
No. They're not towers though. No, they don't need a tower. They just need to put a box that's like the size of like a cable box, basically.
Oh.
They got to put them really often.
I see. So it's something you could stash in the trees and maybe not.
Yeah, they just mount them to the existing power lines, right?
I see.
Yeah, it's shorter wavelengths. They have to be a lot closer than the conventional cell towers.
But I don't know. When I do show that I've got good, strong 5G signal, like I don't notice any difference. I mean, I guess I've done speed tests. I do show higher speeds, but say you're trying to click on like a YouTube video or something, it still fucking sits there and buffers for a minute, like it's thinking about whether or not it wants to play. Like, what the hell's going on with that?
That don't make any sense.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I honestly don't know that 5G is really a thing.
It's not for us. No, it is a thing. It's just not really for you. They sold you it, but it's for them, not for us.
It's based off of
another one of those
military technology. Actually, it's old.
We're not in the club. Is it another one of those things?
Not in the club.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I guess.
Damn it! How many clubs do I have to join?
Well, I don't know. That's kind of my point here. I mean, when does this club thing end? I mean, obviously we're not part of it. I think we've known that for a long time, but
But
But would you want to be if you could be? Would you really? Want to be part of that fucking club? Matter of fact, if I find out that any one of you guys are part of that club, I'm going to make sure everybody knows he's one of them.
Dude, if I'm in that club, I'm gonna be the first to let you know. I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna gloat and be like, "Look, bitches, I'm in the fucking club. I'm in the
I'm blowing this place.
You can find me in the club.
Well, Lou, I get my new dentures tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. You won't have to.
no more smacking them in the mic. Awesome.
Yeah, I hope not. We're supposed to be ready in the morning, so we'll see.
Actually, I haven't heard you doing any of the denture clacking in a while. You were just doing it a lot. I think just the way your settings were or whatever with your mic.
Yeah, you're right.
Like we were in the chill room there.
Yeah, I got it all sorted out, but still, I'm excited to get my dentures tomorrow morning. I seen them about a week and a half ago, and they were just mounted in wax. And they're like pearly white, fucking movie star teeth, man. Finally got me a set. I am part of the club. See,
Nice, bro.
the White Teeth Club. They've been working on them for over a month now.
I think dentures are fine, but I heard it wasn't healthy to have root canals or implants because they get infected.
Yeah, I don't. They're not. No, I'm not doing the implant thing at all. I disagree with that totally. Yeah, I've had a couple of friends that have had the implant break their jaw. They like broke off to the side and chipped off part of their jaw, and they had to take the implant out. Now they got problems with their jawbone, and yeah, it's like you ain't gonna drill out. I'm not gonna let them drill a big hole in my jawbone and screw some threaded post in there, and then have it and have the thread get stripped or have it be too tight and snap the side of my jawbone off or something. That shit's happening to some people. So I opted out of that right from the gate. I says, oh no, I want no fucking posts. I don't want no foreign metal object threaded into my jawbone. Just the thought of that just sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah, I agree. I'm reading about Russian invaders raping Ukrainian women. Is that really happening?
How would anybody know if it's really happening in here?
Yeah, and they're taking babies out of incubators too, man.
They just say it on the news. There you go.
Yeah, don't forget.
I heard if you go to Ukraine, they're partying in the streets and laughing at us all. What I heard.
Last couple of days, it's been about genocide. No, I haven't even heard anything about this babies or whatever it is that you just said, but
that's a joke because that was a pretense to get us into the first four.
Right. No, what did he say though? But what was the other news?
The soldiers are raping the women and children. That's what they're saying.
Raping them. Yeah.
It's such bullshit. Oh my god. Have you seen downtown?
Yeah, all those guys with those cardboard guns. Yeah, they're all out raping people.
I just posted an article on my stream.
Have you seen how beautiful the cities are in Ukraine, the buildings and that? They're like futuristic, fucking badass. I mean, it's like a whole different world, man. They ain't gonna blow that kind of shit up. I mean, Ukraine is a fucking super, super beautiful buildings and all that kind of shit. I mean, totally opposite of what you see on the screen. I'll tell you that.
So about raping too, and that's terrible if it is really happening. But would that be the first time that that's ever happened in war?
I don't think so.
It happens all the time.
I'm pretty sure it happens. I'm pretty sure it does happen all the time, and they don't usually talk about it.
Yeah, but I think the severity of it is probably not near what they try to make it out to be. I can't imagine. I mean, are people really that, demented? I mean, I guess some probably are, but I mean, by and large, people just aren't like that. I'm not buying into it. Not of the magnitude they try to present it. No.
I had enough after the first video I watched. Literally turned a guy on
You're roboting out. See ya.
Yeah, you should just give up, Rookie.
The thing, all these atrocities they're trying to say on Russia. What's funny about that is like only a few days before they started talking about genocide and all that, I saw on a Crow House Max Egan video. So I take it for what it is, but he showed a video that was supposedly Ukraine captured Russian soldiers, and he showed the video of the Russian soldiers bound, hands behind their back,